But yeah, I mean the hill looks in fantastic condition. It's nice and dry, no dampness at all, which is good.
Yeah, cars being signalled to head back down.
So alongside the Porsche Championship that we saw competing earlier, it is also rounds 9 and 10 of the BMTR Tyres Midland Hill Climb Championship today, which should be great. I'm looking forward to those two runoffs later.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of competitors who've already scored points in the Midland Hill Climb Championship not present today, which is a bit disappointing. Maybe the contracted calendar has meant that people want to give occasional events a miss. Porsche's now streaming back down the hill.
Just looking at the cars as they came back past me, Steve, at the going back to the paddock, and that Porsche Cayman GT4 of Richard Snow, the dark blue with the gold wheels, that is a very pretty car.
It is, yeah.
Very nice.
We've got a couple of guys with Cayman S's doing the Harewood Championship.
Right.
They're quite nice.
Yes, they are, yeah.
That GT model is superb.
Yeah, the GT4 are very special. It's basically the road-going version of their GT4 race car.
Yeah,
which is thankfully not gone four-cylinder like the rest of the range in the Cayman family. They actually just made the GTS has gone back to being a six-cylinder as well because nobody wanted to buy the four-cylinder one, which fair enough. Okay, so they've gone back to flat sixes, which is very nice.
Yeah, if you want a four-cylinder, you get a Golf.
How is that job in the Cayman marketing department going?
Ooh, not so good, I'm afraid.
So we've got flags back in here. It's a very easy, quite a short return, isn't it, here? Because they only return back down about half of the hill, so it's quick and easy.
When it first started, the start line was right opposite your commentary box.
Oh, really?
Yeah, back in the day. Huh. And it went a lot further up the hill.
Does it? I thought we ran out of hill pretty much at the top. I didn't realise.
No, it went a lot further up, and then they cut the top straight down quite considerably, and then extended at the bottom.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, it was just it was 900 yards to start with, and then it went up to 14,750. Sorry, 1,475. But it's now 1425.
Oh. I mean, to be honest, it's quick enough up the top as it is, isn't it? With the big cars across the finish.
And you can see some of the GR59s with the V8 engines.
Yeah.
Back
we're seeing two of those later, aren't we? Yeah, they're quite phenomenal. So we're off and away down here at the bottom of the hill again. We've got on the just left the line actually is number 16 Sebastian Cartwright in his Mazda MX-5, 1600cc engine in this lovely hill climb car, nice and light and nimble, and he's already through to Triangle, turning right past me now in front of me, accelerating away towards Keepers. Not even dabber brakes for Keepers 1, braking into Keepers 2, and the long left-hander as he accelerates up onto the straight, powering up the straight now and through the kink, and he's up towards you, braking now.
Yeah, here he comes into view, hard on the brakes into fallow. up into Museum. Sebastian Cartwright through the finish, 74.96.
Next on the hill behind him and pushing hard as he came past me is Dave Warner in another Clio Cup car, 197, a slightly later model than the one you saw earlier, but very spirited through Triangle and into keepers, and he's already up into your sight.
Yeah, this is quite rapid. Charging up into Museum already. And Dave Warner through the finish, 64.45.
Next up is Lee Kessel in his 1300cc Mini. Fantastic little hill climb car. These are so light and nimble. I don't think he braked as he came through loggerheads there. Braking now into Triangle, but carries so much corner speed, and he's off away towards keepers. No braking at all through the first part, and a dabber brake into keepers 2. Squealer tyres as he rounds the left-hander of keepers out onto the straight, and he'll be flat probably from here all the way into your sight as he approaches you. Yep. 72 miles an hour through the trap.
Yeah, here he comes into view. Lee Kessel all the way from Saltash in Cornwall. Sweeps through Museum. And Lee Kessel over the finish, 64.96.
Next up, number 21, this lovely, very vibrant coloured green Lotus Exige of Simon Curtin. He's already up and through Triangle and through keepers, and he's accelerating up onto the Cedar Straight now through the kink. Nice line through there as he comes towards you.
Yeah.
At 81 miles an hour through the trap.
Yeah, Simon Curtin, class leader in the Midland Hill Climb Championship with the Exige, already into Museum. Very neat and tidy through Museum, and up over the finish, 60.31.
Behind him, Rob Wilson, in the dual-driven 205. So we saw this car in the last batch. Nice line through keepers, using all the curb on the inside. But if you touch the bollards, am I right in thinking you get a time penalty?
I'm not sure if you touch them. I think if you knock
them over.
Anyway, Rob Wilson, third in the class in the Midland Hill Climb Championship with the 205. Time to beat to take the lead, 60.31. And he's through the finish, 60.04, so into the lead.
Great time there. Behind him, Ian Richards in the Clio Cup car, the slightly earlier model. We saw this in the last batch as it's dual driven. Nice and smoothly through Triangle and through keepers. And he's up the straight towards you now. Powers through the kink and braking into Museum at a speed of 77 miles an hour.
Yeah, here he comes into Fallow. And this is the car that we saw David Garnett in. David did a 66.15. So that's got to be Ian's initial target, which he should beat. And it's a 64.85.
Did I say Museum? I meant Fallow. That's my mistake there. Behind him is Robin Holden in the MX-5. He's accelerating towards you, 77 through the trap.
Yeah, Robin Holden in his MX-5 that he's sharing today with John Maycock. John did a 60.51. So Robin already passed the commentary box. It's going to be a little bit slower, and it's a 63.93.
And next behind him is Richard York in this 997 GT3. Very, very powerful car. Best part of 500 horsepower in one of these. So quite a lot of car for a narrow hill like Loton, but he's already braking nice and smoothly into Triangle. Puts the power down through Triangle and keepers, and nice and carefully through keepers 1 and turning into keepers 2. Accelerating out onto the straight where you can really use the power of this car up towards you through the kink. Approaching Fallow at a speed of 77.
Right, into view through Fallow, no problem for Richard. Up into Museum already. Oh, a little bit of a hesitation on the exit of Museum. Well, he got it lined up in a straight line. 65.15 for Richard York.
Behind him, Ross McDonald in the 911 3.3 litre Carrera. Excuse me, he was pushing on. I think he's a slight issue with his transponder because it says a speed of ground through lake, which I don't believe at all because he's doing 80 as he approaches you.
Transponders? Do we have transponders? Ross McDonald in, quite frankly, one of the nicest looking Porsches here today. Gorgeous looking car. Charging towards the finish line. Time to beat to take the lead. 65.15. It's a 61.79. 61.79.
That's a great time. Behind him is Robert Lancaster Gay in his 997 GT3 car, pushing on hard as he came past me and through keepers. He's already up the straight, braking at 82 towards you.
Yeah, Robert Lancaster Gay in the GT3 into museum already. Heading for the finish. And goes into the lead with a 59.35.
Next behind him is Rodney Ailes in this beautiful Alfa Romeo 4C. Really, really good hill climb car. Very, very light and nimble. Mid-engined 1750cc turbocharged car. He's pushing on very quickly through the bottom of the hill and he's towards you at 84 miles an hour.
Yeah, Rodney Ailes, former three-time British Sprint champion, driving this fantastic looking Alfa Romeo 4C. And rasps past the commentary box and over the finish. 58.09 goes into the lead.
Yeah, he did look really quick at the bottom of the hill. Next behind him is Dave Meek in this VX220 2-litre turbocharged Vauxhall 4-cylinder. He's already up through the kink and approaches you at a speed of, not showing on the timing.
A little bit of a lock up there for the Vauxhall. David Meek currently lying third in class in the Midland Hill Climb Championship with the VX220, and he's charging through the finish in 61.89.
Next behind him, Philip James in another Porsche Cayman 3.4 litre car. This is a slightly earlier model than the GT4 that we saw earlier. It's already braking into Keepers 1 and turning nicely into the second part of Keepers, the left-hander. Uses a very nice tight line through the exit of Keepers. It's accelerating up through the kink and up towards you now, braking at a speed of 70.
Yeah, Philip James in the Cayman S. Another all-white car. Steady run for Philip, and he's through the finish in 62.94.
Next behind him, Simon Tarling in the 996 GT3, so 3.6 litre car. Already going very quickly at the bottom of the hill, nice and quick, and into sight with you at 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, this is Simon Tarling, second in the class in the Midland Hill Climb Championship with the 996 GT3. Already out of museum, powering its way towards the finish. Through that in 61.09.
Next on the line in this BMW M2, what a lovely car this is, we have number 31, which is Simon Hutchinson in his 3-litre turbocharged car. Sounds fantastic as it leaves the line. You can hear that in my commentary box. This turbocharged 3-litre straight 6 turns nicely through Hall and heading down now towards Loggerheads and into my sight. Nice, uses the nice curve on the inside there and accelerates towards me in triangle, brakes hard for triangle, uses the curve nicely on the inside through there, accelerates away towards Keepers, dabbed a brake into Keepers 1 and a bit more into Keepers 2. Nice tidy line through there, keeps the rear of the car nicely under control as he accelerates up onto the straight. Bit of a brake as he went through the kink. He carried a lot of speed through there, approaching you at 71.
Yeah, Simon Hutchinson takes a lot of curb on fallow. Back end twitching quite severely as he put the power back down, now out of museum. Front end bobbling, time to beat 58.09, and it's a 61.02 for Simon Hutchinson.
Next on the hill, Andrew Coleman in his Impreza 2-litre turbocharged car, already accelerating up the straight through the kink and into your sight at 82.
Yes, very quickly into and out of fallow. using all the track on the exit. Now round Museum, just the run to the finish. And over the finishing line, 62.45.
Good time. Next up in this Golf R, VW Golf R, is Gordon Hick, number 33. 2-litre turbocharged engine in the front of this, front wheel drive, and is accelerating towards you now.
Yeah, here he is into and out of fallow. Lights ablaze. Almost up onto 3 wheels as he goes through Museum. Gordon Hick over the finish, 63.79.
Next on the hill, Rick Leddy in his Audi TT RS. Sounds fantastic, this car. 2.5-litre turbocharged 5-cylinder engine, so it really warbles as it comes into your sight now.
Ooh, goes a little bit deep, takes a good look at the apex from about a yard away. Rick Leddy out of Museum. Takes a little bit of time to wind it up though, and he's over the finish in 59.25 into the lead.
He had the same problem out of Triangle actually. It seemed to be in the wrong gear, but he's doing 88 miles an hour as he braked towards you, so carried a lot of speed up the straight. Next on the hill, Dave Nixon in his Subaru Impreza. He's already up and onto the straight and braking now towards you at 67 miles an hour.
Yep, we've got the Impreza, and that's gone quite slow as it came out of fallow. Slow into Museum as well for Dave Nixon.
Has he missed a gear by chance, maybe?
I don't think so. He's over the finish eventually, 68.31.
And next up is Jonathan Reed in his Westfield. Fantastic hill climb car, this. Very, very popular. The Caterhams in Westfield, but is into your sight now at 86.
Yeah, and we saw Mike Reed driving this earlier, did a 65.93. What can Jonathan do? He's already charging towards the finish. He's going to be quicker, and it's a 60.34.
Next up, Timothy Higgins in his Westfield carried a lot of speed into Triangle there, and he's already up and through Keepers onto the straight, so nice and smooth as he exits onto the straight, and he's through the kink, uses all the road nicely there, and he's braking towards you at 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, we have Tim the Taxi Higgins, class leader in the Midland Hill Climb Championship with the Vauxhall powered Westie, and Tim, as ever, arms twirling the steering wheel over the finish, 58.96 into the lead.
Good time. Next up, Sean Toms and his Caterham Superlight R400 1800cc engine. He's already up and through the kink, and he brakes at 73 miles an hour as he comes into your view.
Yeah, Sean Toms, ex-Impreza driver. I think this is his first season in the Caterham Superlight. Already out of Museum, 58.96 to beat. He's not going to do it. And 62.52 is his time, slots into third.
Next up, Bruce Bosley. Oh, I think he might have missed a gear there as he came towards me. Yes, and anyway, a nice smooth run this from Bruce. He's already up and through Keepers and into the second part of Keepers, taking it nice and steady on his first run of the day. Nice and smooth line through there, accelerating up onto the straight. He'll be into your sight any moment now.
We're looking out for Bruce. Here he comes into view. Currently lying third in the class in the Midland Hill Climb Championship with the Caterham Supersport. I'm not sure if this is the Rover or Sigma engined Caterham. Bruce over the finish, 70.51.
Barry Holt is Mini 1300cc car. He's already into your sight at 68 miles an hour.
Yes, we've got the little Rover Mini. Barry onto 3 wheels through Museum. And Barry Holt charges for the finish line through it in 65.47.
Next up, Phil Tucker was going very quickly past me in his Vauxhall Nova. It sort of skipped across the curb through Triangle, but it's already up to you at 81 miles an hour.
Yeah, Phil Tucker, currently lying second in the class in the Midland Championship. Also 3 wheels his way round Museum in the Nova. The run to the line and into the lead with a 59.3.
That's a quick time, sub 60-second run there. Martin Rutter in this very pretty little Fiat X19 is next up. 1400cc car, nice and smoothly through Triangle and into Keepers, and through the second part of Keepers, accelerating up onto the straight now.
Yeah, we're looking out for the little Fiat new engine propelling this car this year. Now onto fuel injection for the first time. Into and out of fallow. Martin, long-time campaigner with this car in the HSA Championship. And up and over the top of the hill through the finish, 70.59.
Next up, Andrew Russell in this Ginetta G15, a car that I remember as often being the first car off the line in the morning when I was still half asleep in the tent when I was going to be a child. So this car's been hill climbing for 30 years, and he's already up towards you into at 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think this car can find its own way to the top of Loton Park. It's been here that often.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Andrew pushing hard as always. Time to beat 59.3, and it's 59.54.
That's close in that class then, isn't it?
Yeah, excellent. Sets it all up for the second run.
Yeah. Next on the hill is Graham Manton, his Westfield. Already up and through the straight, we're getting some pretty quick Westfields and Caterhams coming up now, but we've got Graham Manton on the hill in his 1800cc version. He's already through the kink and brakes it towards you at 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, Graham in the Westfield FW. Ooh, terrible misfire as he comes through the run up to Museum, popping and bang as it goes past the commentary box. Over the finish, 70.1.
Richard Price is already on his way to you, very quick in this bottom part of the hill. Had a bit of a wiggle as he came onto the straight, but he's braking at 92 into your sight.
Yeah, this is one of the Suzuki Hayabusa powered locator fields. And Richard Price charging towards the finish, through it in 53.57.
That was quick time.
And I think that might be the end of a batch.
We haven't got any flags down here.
I've just we've had a whistle.
Well, yes, we are end of the batch. Yes,
setting off back down.
Yes, we've got red flags down here now. So definitely the end of the batch.
There's a couple of cars. There's one car that we certainly haven't seen, Andy Fraser in the Aston Martin Vantage.
I didn't see that car in the paddock, but maybe I just missed it.
It's tucked up in the, as you come in through the gate, immediately to the left, there's a raised up area. It's in there.
Oh, okay.
He may be running in the all sheeted up this morning when I came in.
Looking at it, I think he might be in the next batch, because I think we've just had Class C1, and I didn't see Stuart Stelling either in the Escort, so I think maybe C2 is in the next batch, and C3, so I think he might be running up next.
I'm not quite sure, but we've got a couple of times on the computer showing in italics.
Dual driven, maybe?
Could be.
Yeah, 767 Richard Price.
Oh no,
that
but Timothy Higgins is in italics, and neither of the cars have broken the class record, so I'm not quite sure what's going on.
It definitely means something, that we can be sure of.
Well, it'll mean something to a timekeeper.
If you can hear us, timekeepers, and you could send someone up to Triangle Box to tell us what an italic time means, we'd much appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Let us into the trade secret.
Yes. It may just be that the timekeeper likes that font on certain names. We don't know, but we'll find out, I'm sure. So yes, that little Ginetta, I remember from very early days of me going hill climbing.
Yes, it's one of those cars that you instantly think of hill climbing when you see it.
Yes.
It's been around so long, as has the driver, and neither the car or the driver have got any slower. I
was just about to say, he clearly knows his way up here, but it's such a nimble car, it's so light.
Oh yeah.
Through the bottom of the hill, especially here, just dances through, it's very quick.
Well, we had an interesting little car at Harewood last week, a Biota.
Never heard of that.
Yes, it's one of the many sort of little sporty cars that was made using mini running gear.
Oh, okay. Yes, I know the kind of thing you mean.
But this is a front engine car, 2-seater sports with a big rollover hoop.
Okay.
All built into the bodywork.
Right.
So it's quite a nice little car, and they're hoping to get all the Biotas in Great Britain to Harewood next year to celebrate the anniversary of when a Biota won the Harewood Championship.
Okay. When was that?
And they're going to have all 3 cars there.
There's only 3 of them.
There's only 3 in Britain.
Oh, wow.
Apparently, they go bananas for them in Japan.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you know, I can't remember who told me this, Japan loves the old classic Mini. It was a gentleman who makes historic Mini parts and things like that, and it's one of their biggest markets. They go absolutely nuts for it. They love it.
Mm. Yeah, well, there was a Mini Gem, a Mini Marcos, the Biota.
Yeah, I knew the Mini Marcos. Yeah, I've seen that quite a few times.
Lots of oddball BMC A-Series propelled little sports cars.
Mm. It's quite a good base, really, quite a nice starting point. And also it means that you don't have to bother with all those complex things like chassis and engines and stuff, gearboxes.
Yeah, but it's all been done, so it's all available.
Yes,
There's
exactly.
so many people who tune them and sell parts for them, you can't go wrong.
No. So we already have that batch cleared away. That was very quick, and flags are back in at the start line. Our start marshal is beckoning the first car to the line, and it is, as I thought, the Escort. So Stuart Stelling in his Ford Escort RS 2000, and very lovely little car. This, I think it's running on full slicks, I think, because he's in the modified production class. And he's on the line now, just getting ready to go. And he's away. Good start, 2.3 seconds for 64 feet. And he's accelerating up into the first corner now. Turns nicely through the left-hander there and accelerates down towards Hall. Nice and smoothly through there and down towards Loggerheads and into my sight. Very quick through Loggerheads. Accelerates now down towards Triangle. Hard on the anchors, nice and smoothly, not even a lock-up through there. Little bit of a wiggle as he came out, but only very slight, and accelerates. It's almost, don't know if he lifted through the first part of Keepers. Already through Keepers 2. Nice and smooth, very quick run this, accelerating out onto the straight. Through the kink and into your side now, with an approach speed coming up at 82 miles an hour.
Yeah, Stuart Stelling, 81, that's a bit slow. He's usually around about 85. So here comes Stuart in the Escort RS 2000, beige. 59.42.
Next up, and you're right, we do seem to have not had the Aston run, because we now have on the hill the very highly modified Vauxhall VX 220 of Mike Turpin. Very, very quick car this. He's already through Triangle up into Keepers 1 and Keepers 2. This is a really, really fast car, this, very, very light. Accelerates up over along the straight, through the kink very, very quickly, and braking towards you at 83.
Yeah, the 5 times Midland Hill Climb champion and class record holder in C3, of course, Mike Turpin in the VX 220, charging to the finish and over the finishing line, 55.85.
Next up on the hill is Mark Honey in the 205 GTI 1900cc naturally aspirated car. Ooh, clips the grass a little bit as he comes out of Keepers and onto the Cedar Straight, but I don't think it cost him much time. He's already through the kink and braking towards you now.
Yeah, here he comes into Fallow, the 205 GTI, running in Class C2, of course, with Stuart Stelling. And Mark charging for the finish, over the finish line in 63.8.
Next up, Richard Jones in a very rapidly driven 911. Hustles the car through Triangle, power down as he goes up towards Keepers, through Keepers 1 and into Keepers 2. Accelerates through Keepers 2 now, nice and smooth. You don't want to lose any time here because you'll carry that all the way up the straight if you lose momentum at the bottom of the straight. Accelerates through the kink and braking now at 78 miles an hour.
Yeah, here comes Richard into and out of fallow. Through Museum. Charging through the finish line in 61.88.
The good news is the Aston Martin is running because it's in front of me now. Andy Fraser's on the hill in the 4.3 litre Aston Martin Vantage GT4 he's nice and smoothly through here. They've been hill climbing a long time as teammates, have Andy and Tim. Now running this Aston Martin very, very successfully, and he's already up and through the kink, accelerating towards you now, braking at 79.
Yeah, here comes the Aston Vantage GT4. Andy Fraser at the wheel. Bobbles its way around the corner just to run to the finish, and over the finish line 62.52.
Now in front of me is Peter Turnbull in the 997 Cup car, already accelerating down. Oh, little lock as he turned into Triangle, but hustles it through there nicely, quickly away. Dabber brakes as he turns into the right-hander at Keepers, already into the left-hander, nice and smoothly through there, doesn't let the tail get away from him. Accelerating up the straight, through the kink now and braking towards you at 82 miles an hour.
Yeah, Peter Turnbull third in class in the Midland Championship with the 997 Cup GT3 Porsche. Through Museum, and now the run to the finish, and over the finishing line 58.33 goes into second place.
Now on the hill is Paul Howells driving this 911 very, very quickly. This is a 911 RSR, very quickly through Triangle, pops and bangs as he takes a gear between Triangle and Keepers. He's already into Keepers, nice and smoothly through the right and through the left. This is going to be a quick time. He's already accelerating up the straight, through the kink and into your sight now, approaching you at 79 miles an hour, sorry.
Yeah, so the time to beat, 55.85, set by Mike Turpin. Paul, popping and banging, and over the finish, 54.83.
Thought that was going to be quick. Behind him is Stephen Moore in this Mitsubishi Evo 6 2.3 litre turbocharged 4-cylinder engine in the front. Pops and bangs as it accelerates out through Triangle and into Keepers and up onto the Cedar Straight. He's already up, brakes a little bit as he turns into the kink just to settle the car, and towards you now at 67.
Yeah, into and out of fallow, up towards Museum. Stephen Moore, former Gerston Down champion, second in class in the Midland Championship. That's Class C4.
Already on the hill now is Phil Cook in his Caterham Superlight R. Very, very quick through the bottom of the hill, and it popped and bangs and took some gears past me, but it's already up through the kink and braking towards you at 84.
Stephen Moore's time was a 58.98. And we've got Phil Cook, Caterham Superlight, Suzuki powered, charging towards the top of the hill and through the finish, 55.36.
Good time. Next on the hill is Becky Manton in the Westfield 1800cc car, and she's just appeared into my sight now. She's braking down into Triangle, turns nice and smoothly through Triangle. I think it fallen off the camera slightly there as it went from Triangle up towards Keepers, but she's into Keepers now.
Yes,
through
it did
Keepers.
Exactly that when her father Graham was driving it on his first run.
Yes, I remember you saying. I think you might have a bit of a gearbox issue there, but she's towards you now at 73.
Yeah, into fallow. Doesn't sound quite as bad, but it seems to be firing every other lamppost sort of thing. Graham Manson did a 70.1. Becky over the finish 69.15.
Ray Lure on the hill now in the Caterham 7 Super Sprint 2-litre car. He's already through triangle into keepers 1, through keepers 2, just disappearing out of my sight now. On the screen in front of me I can see him accelerating up the straight, through the kink, nice and smooth through there, uses all the road, and brakes towards you at 86 miles an hour.
Yeah, here comes the Professor. Caterham 7 Super Sprint, Vauxhall powered. Ray Law into an outer museum, charging to the finish, over the finish line, 56.61.
In front of me, Steve Garner in the Westfield, another 2-litre Westfield, nice and smooth through triangle, big squirt of power and takes a gear before he turns into keepers, through keepers, nice and smoothly, keeps the rear of the car under control nicely as he accelerates out onto the straight, already up and through the kick. I think again this will be a quick time as he brakes towards you at 84.
Yeah, here comes Steve Garner, Vauxhall powered Westfield, charges into museum, very quickly into the corner, past the commentary box, over the finish, 54.34.
In front of me, Tom Price in his Caterham. This one a Hayabusa powered version, 1450cc engine. Had a bit of a pop and bang on the as it passed me as he was using his traction control, but he's already through the kink. Wow, he took a bit of grass as he came towards you. Big lock up as well.
Yeah, going well at the top part of the hill. Tom Price, third in class in the Midland Hill Climb Championship. Time to beat set by Richard, 53.57. 52.19 into the lead.
Quick time behind him, Ash Mason in this monstrous 1300cc supercharged Westfield. Phenomenally quick car in a straight line this. He's already up the straight, through the kink and braking towards you at 87.
Here comes Ash Mason, leading the Midland Hill Climb Championship, or joint leader I should say, in the Suzuki powered Westie. Ooh, a little bit of a tail slide on the exit of museum, but Ash Mason through the finish, 51.31.
It's a great time. Behind him, Simon Jenks. This is a phenomenal car. This is Caterham Super Sport 1167cc car. He's already in front of me into my sight as he brakes down towards triangle. As he turns through triangle nice and smoothly, uses a bit of the traction control on exit, takes a gear and turns nicely into the right-hander at keepers and into the left, nice and smoothly as he gets onto the straight. Just clips the grass on the inside of keepers as he accelerates up the straight, through the kick now and into your sight at 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, Simon Jenks into and out of fallow, going very well indeed at the top part of the hill. Time to beat, 51.31. Pushing on, charging to the finish, 52.24, goes third.
In front of me now is Neville Thompson in the Pell Genesis, a little 1000cc car this, nice little sports car. He's already through the right-hander at keepers and into the left-hander, nice and smoothly through keepers, accelerating up and through the kink, and he's towards you now, through the kink and braking to you at 75.
Yeah, the little Pell Genesis track day cars originally run a Honda Fireblade engine. Neville's second in class in the Midland Championship, and he's heading to the finish, through the finish in 63.89.
Derek Kessel on the hill now in the Maguire Mini Cooper S 1400cc car. I don't think there's much Mini left in this car. Very, very quick little hill climb car though. He's already up through the kink and he'll be braking towards you now at 78 miles an hour.
Yeah, this is the ex-Ginger Marshall chassis, Maguire Mini Cooper S. Derek from Saltash in Cornwall. We saw his son Lee driving that Mini earlier today. And Derek charging for the finish line, through it in 59.74.
Next on the hill is Martin Watts in the Silver Riot. Coincidentally, one of my favourite names for a car ever. Silver Riot. Sounds brilliant.
I predict a riot.
Sounds like a fight in an old people's home, but it's already towards me here. 1000cc car, braking into triangle, nice and smoothly through there. On the power as it screams away into keepers, through the right-hander, turning into the left-hander. Nice and smooth this. He's accelerating up the straight already. Keeps the car nicely under control through the kink.
A little Yamaha R1 engine screaming away in the back of the Riot. Already into and out of fallow. Museum, no problem at all. Time to beat 59.74. And Martin Watts through the finish, 56.61.
Good time. Next on the hill, Mark Puddle in this very interesting Red Cloud Motec Lakota, 1340cc, so that would be a Hayabusa in that car. Kind of looks like a combination of a bit of Radical with a bit of Clubman's car. It's a very interesting looking thing. I've never seen one before I saw it at Shelsley for the first time last weekend, but it's through the kink already. Sorry, through keepers already, up onto the Cedar Straight, accelerating now towards the kink.
Yes, this car was campaigned in Scotland for many years.
Okay, I didn't. Well, it's braking towards you at 78.
Yes, came south of the border, and it is Hayabusa powered. Already passing the commentary box to Mark Puddle over the finish line, 59.08.
In front of me now, Graham Lokes in the Lola T492 sports car with the 3.2 litre flat 6 Porsche engine in the back. Lovely sounding car this. Graham has been campaigning this for quite a while now, and he's very, very quick in it. He's already up onto the straight, through the kink, and braking towards you now at 82 miles an hour.
Yeah, this is Graham Lokes, and the Lola T492 started life as a Sports 2000. Then it became a special saloon with a Carman gear body. And the Lola T492 Porsche through the finish, 56.47.
Next on the hill, the first of our single-seaters. So this is Robert Penrose in the OMS CFO 4000cc car. He's already into my sight now. It sounds like a slight slipping clutch, actually. Yes, I think they've got a slight... But he's already up past me, definitely got a bit of a slipping clutch as he goes through the right-hander at keepers and into the left. Accelerating up the straight now. Will be just through the kink and then braking towards you. A approach speed of 79.
Yeah, this is Robert Penrose in the CFO4. We'll see his dad Bob in the car a little bit later. Ooh, and sort of outbraked himself into Museum. Robert Penrose through the finish, 59.81.
Next on the hill, Simon Andrews in the Van Diemen. So the first of the Formula Ford class now. So this is for 1600cc engines in the back of this, in the Van Diemen RF90. Van Diemen, very much the sort of dominating name of Formula Ford in the late 90s, early noughties. He's through the speed trap at 85.
Yeah, Simon Andrews in the 1990 Van Diemen. Of course, the Formula Fords run the ubiquitous Kent 1600 engine, heel and gearbox, Avon control tyres, space frame chassis, and Simon Andrews through the finish, 59.95.
Next on the hill, Tom Weaver in the slightly later Van Diemen, the RF91. Again, same 1600cc Kent engine. He's already up and through keepers, nice and smoothly. Up onto the straight, through the kink now, and into your sight at an approach speed. Isn't coming up on the screen, sorry.
Tom Weaver in the 91 Van Diemen, third in class in the Midland Championship. Enjoyed a class win at Shelter the other week, I believe, and over the finish, 58.76.
Into my sight now, Caroline Ryder in the Empire. In the Wraith, 1600cc Hayabusa in the back of this. She's very quick in this car. She had a sub 2 second start there, 1.98 second start. She's already up onto the straight, where the aero of this car really starts to make a difference, and she brakes towards you at 95.
Yeah, Caroline Ryder in the Empire Wraith with the ex-Simon Fido chassis, and going very well indeed. Caroline charges over the finish in 52.26.
Next up, Alan Walton in the Gould GR59, again 1600cc Hayabusa in the back of this. Very, very quick and smooth through the bottom half of the hill, especially the amount of speed he could carry through loggerheads, but he's already up the straight, through the kink, and braking towards you now at 104.
Yeah, Alan Warburton in the ex-Sean Gould GR59, third in class in the Midland Hill Climb Championship. And Alan over the finish, 48.79.
Good time. That could be the first of our qualifiers for this afternoon's runoff, but we shall see. Next on the hill is Kevin Creven in the little Swallow DR14, 2 litre a naturally aspirated car, very pretty little car this. Already 3 keepers up the straight, braking to you at 82 miles an hour.
Yeah, the Swallow DR14X Formula 3 chassis running a 2-litre Ford engine, and Kevin heading to the finish. And through the finish in 56.12.
Next on the hill, Trisha Davis in the Reynard. Beautiful sounding TKD engine in the back of this 2-litre Yamaha-based V8. Absolutely wonderful sounding car. She's already up onto the straight through the kink and approaching you at 90 miles an hour.
Yes, Trisha Davis in the ex-Formula 3 Reynard into and out of museum. Currently lying 3rd in class in the Midland Championship, and Trisha over the finish 51.98.
Next on the hill is Nicola Dearden, but she's had a problem because she's coasting towards me. Yeah, the engine is cut out, so she's pulled straight off at Triangle, straight back into the paddock, so that will be a failed run there for Nicola, which is a shame in the ex Butterfield Bachelier Delara Gould. Unfortunately won't be.
It should really be Gould Delara.
Gould Delara.
Because it's been so highly modified by Goulds back in the day. It was bought by Leon Bachelier as a Formula 3 car, then fully modified by the Goulds. It was a 1994 F3 chassis underneath.
Yes, I remember Ben went very quickly in that car.
Ben Butterfield in that
Had
car.
a couple of runoff wins actually in that.
Yeah, 2. I think he got 2 at Doon.
Yeah.
So yeah,
but unfortunately, yes, the car something happened on the first half of the hill, so that would be a failed run. But hopefully, it wasn't too much major.
That's the end of the batch. So we will be seeing the Aston Martin again, because we haven't seen Tim Painter in the car. That's I think going to be the first car down the hill. So we'll see that quite quickly in the next batch.
So I just wanted to say also we are now live on the stream as well online. So welcome everybody who's joining us online. It's fantastic to have you join us here at Loton Park for rounds 9 and 10 of the BMTR Tyres Midland Hill Climb Championship. We just got a message from a gentleman from Brazil, joining us from Brazil. So
is that where the nuts come from?
Something like that, yes, I think so. But yes, so welcome. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for watching. It's great to have you here. It's a shame, real shame, that we cannot have fans here at Loton Park today. But we're looking forward to the fans being back soon. Oh, I got a message here from a Chris A, watching from Melbourne, Australia. Used to be a regular at Loton in the 70s and early 80s in clubman's cars. Happy days, great to have access to live events from the other side of the planet. It's great to have you on board, Chris. It's great to have so many people joining from around the world. I couldn't believe how far and wide people join us from to watch these streams. It's really fantastic. So welcome along. It's a lovely day here at Loton. It's slightly overcast, but very much dry, so great hill climbing conditions. And we've just had, was that our 3rd batch we've just had, Steve? Or was it our 4th? I lose count. 3rd or 4th? About that. Anyway, so we've just had the first of our single seaters. Next up, we expect the last remaining production cars to run, and then into the single seaters proper, which will be good. And then just before lunchtime today, the first of our top 12 runoffs. So the car's just coming back past me now. If you do have any questions, do send us a message on the stream, and we will very much try to answer them for you.
If we can broadcast the answer.
Well, if we can broadcast the question, that's the other thing. But yes, so yes, it's great to even though we can't have spectators here today, it's great to be able to share this event with you, and we're looking forward to having people back here with us as soon as we can.
Yeah, the Midland, the British Hill Climb Championship round here in May. I think in the 4 or 5 days after the event, there were another 10,000
Phenomenal.
people watched the videos.
Amazing. Yeah.
So yeah, it's fantastic.
And Rich Danby does such a fantastic job with the camera angles and getting all the equipment ready. So thank you very much, Rich, so that we can share this with everybody around the world. When we're doing we did the stream last weekend at Shelsley, we had someone join us from an oil rig, which was a first. And it's unfortunately because of the fog, they couldn't get off the rig, so they were stuck on their oil rig watching hill climbing.
I can remember there's about 4 or 5 guys who work on the rigs who hill climb and sprint up in Scotland.
Oh, really?
Yes, and in fact, I think that little Red Cloud Motec Lakota S1 was run by one of them.
I mean, the piece of A4 of our entry list has to go landscape just to get that whole name on, doesn't it?
Yes, it goes over 2 lines on my
quite a name. Yeah, it's just coming back past me now, actually. Yes, I was just looking at the badge on the back. It's the whole width of the rear wing, so that's look at that. Pretty little car, though.
Yeah,
interesting.
It reminds me a little bit of the late Can-Am cars, which were built around single-seater chassis.
Yes, I know the ones you mean.
It's got almost like a vestigial single-seater chassis with bits attached to make it a sports car.
Yes, yeah, I know what you mean.
But yeah, the Lola T492, very interesting little car, that of Graham Lokes'. Started life as a Sports 2000, then went into special saloons, of all things.
Sounds fantastic as well, doesn't it?
Oh, that Porsche engine is just superb, yeah.
So, we got the batch back down. For those that are watching on the stream, thinking, why can't I see the cars coming back down to the start line? Here at Loton, the return road peels off at Triangle, which is sort of a third of the way along the course, which means it's much quicker to get the cars back into the paddock. And coming to the line now, as you can see, is number 79, which is Richard Walker in the 600cc Jedi Mark IV. Very popular hill climb car, the Jedi, and circuit racer as well. They have a championship for them in circuit racing. Very, very light.
I did once compete in one.
Really? Whereabouts?
Anglesey racetrack.
Oh wow, okay.
And you didn't want to run a curb.
No,
they were that twitchy.
Oh really?
Yeah,
well,
I made the mistake of running a curb on my first run, and I spent the rest of the run trying to catch the back end.
Right. Well, he's already through into my sight now in front of me in the commentary box, braking into Triangle. Takes a nice bit of curve on the inside of Triangle, gets the power down as he accelerates up towards Keepers. Nicely through the first part of Keepers and through the left-hander as well. Nice and smooth onto the straight. Accelerating up towards you now. He's probably flat through the kink almost in a little car like this. And he's braking towards you now at 83 miles an hour.
Yeah, Richard Walker, he's the class leader in the Midland Hill Climb Championship with his little car. Already into and out of museum. Sounded like a demented wasp as he heads towards the finish and through it in 56.97.
Next on the hill, Tim Painter, and the second driver in the Aston Martin Vantage GT4, 4.3 litre naturally aspirated V8. It's quite a big car for hill climbing this, but they hill climb it really well. He's already braking into Triangle in front of me. Nice tight line into Triangle, and lovely sounding engine as it accelerates away from me through into Keepers, through the first part of Keepers, a little bit wide through the second part of Keepers. Stayed off the curb, but is accelerating up the straight now, through the kink, and braking towards you at a speed of 83.
Ooh, goes very deep into the corner, almost comes to a halt. Now heading up into museum. Tim Painter looking to beat Andy Fraser's 62.52. Looks like he's going to do it with a 59.75.
Quick time. Next up, Mark Schlanker in the Force HC, 1100cc engine in the back of this. He's already up and through all the complex and up onto the straight. very, very quickly through the kink, braking at 99.
Yeah, here comes Mark at the moment with the Force HC. All the 1100s in this class powered by Suzuki engines. And Mark, bar one. And Mark Shalanka through the finish, 51.66 goes into the lead.
Next on the hill, Jim Spence in the Reynard 1000cc car, very, very quickly through Triangle, carried loads of speed through there, and he did turned in so fast into the left-hander into the right-hander and to the left at keepers, but he did take out a bollard there as he turned to the left. So there'll be a flag to recover that, but he's into your sight now at 90.
Yeah, this is the one that doesn't have the Suzuki engine. It's Kawasaki powered. And Jim charging past the commentary box on his way to the finish, through the finish in 49.12 goes into the lead.
He was very, very quick through the bottom part of the hill, carried loads of speed through Triangle into keepers. We just got a red flag on the hill briefly to retrieve the marker board that he didn't like the look of. So did a good job at removing that there.
He's got a thing about zebras.
I don't know. I need to find out. I think the timekeepers will probably be able to tell. Oh, Bob Penrose did set off, by the way, but he was red flagged.
Yes,
so
we've got a 1 next to Jim Spencer, which says penalty.
Yes, so he might be receiving another one for that, actually, for the same, for taking out a marker board, but we'll see.
No, that'll be the penalty for taking a marker board out.
Sorry, on your timing screen. Sorry, yes. Sorry.
I'm not sure how much time gets added.
A second, I think.
Is it? Oh, right.
So yesterday, I've got a time from him yesterday for his third run at 49.13 plus 1.
Oh,
so
right.
I think he did the same yesterday. So maybe he has a company that makes marker boards. I don't know, but he's doing a good job at removing them.
But he's still in the lead.
Yes, he is.
Check out the markers.
I've just had it confirmed by Phil that it is indeed a deputy clerk of the course, that it is a 1 second penalty for taking out a marker board. So that will be a 1 second penalty added to his time.
50.12.
Still a good time.
Yeah,
but I reckon he can easily find a second.
Just don't hit him.
Bernie Kevil off the line now, and here in the Formula Ford. He's accelerating up now into the first corner in the Van Diemen RF90. So I think we saw this car a moment ago, as it's a dual-driven car. He's already through the first part of the course, and he's just turning through loggerheads now and accelerating down into Triangle. Oh, he's locked up the left front, but he's still got round there nicely through Triangle. Accelerates through the right-hander at keepers and turns into the left-hander now. Gives the bollards a wider berth, and he's up onto the straight. Through the kink, great car to hill climbing forwards, very, very popular, and he's already braking towards you at 82.
Here comes Bernie the Bolt Kevil in the 1990 Van Diemen. Time to beat 59.95, set by co-driver Simon Andrews. And Bernie over the finish, 59.77.
Next up, number 96, Steve Morgan in a slightly earlier Van Diemen, an RF 89. Again, a very, very immaculate car. Very, very nicely prepared. He's already up and onto the straight, accelerating through the kink and braking towards you now at a speed of 81.
Yeah, Steve Morgan from Ellesmere, just down the road, 1989 Van Diemen. Nice steady run over the finish, 62.15.
Next up, Nicky Cottrell in the Lotus 61. Slightly earlier car this. Very, very nicely driven. She's already through Triangle, up through the right-hander at keepers and turning into the left.
I think
nice and smooth. Go ahead, sorry.
I think it's 1969 when it came out.
Wow, it's a very early car then this. But she's driving it really well, and she's already up towards you at a speed of 57.
Yes, here comes Nicky into and out of fallow. Very pretty little cars, the 61s. Quite a lot of them campaigned in the Paul Matty Championship that visits Loton Park. And Nicky over the finish, 66.66.
Next up, Bob Penrose in the OMS, so sharing with son Robert, already through triangle and into keepers, but they are definitely having gearbox problems with this car. You can hear it as it accelerated towards me. It's slipping clutch, so a little bit of a problem there, but he's already towards you at 83.
Yeah, Bob Penrose already through fallow in the OMS CF04 carbon fibre tub, of course. Holding the gear a lot longer than he would normally do, and over the finish 58.35.
Carol Nichols on the hill now in the Night Mark 4, another Formula Ford, quite an early one I think this. Nice and smooth, taking it nice and steady through triangle and through keepers. Accelerating up onto the straight now, up onto Cedar Straight, through the kink, nice and smooth using all the road, and braking towards you at 68.
Yeah, here comes Carol in the Nike Mark IV, a car designed and built by her father. And Carol into and out of museum. Just the run to the finish and through the finish in 68.86.
Next up, Les Buck in the Pringgit Mistral, another Formula Ford. I think this may be the oldest Formula Ford in the class, but you may correct me on that one. Already up and through keepers and up onto the Cedar Straight, through the kink of the Cedar Straight now and towards you at 81.
Yeah, Les Buck in the Pringgit Mistral. I think this also dates from 1969. It's around about that time. Les already out of museum, charging to the top of the hill and through the finish in 60.51.
Next up, Richard Weaver in the Van Diemen RF91, so the dual-driven car. Nice line through the bottom half of the hill, through the left-hander and the right at keepers. Accelerating up the straight, through the kink. Nice smooth run this, and braking towards you at 84.
Yeah, Richard Weaver in the 91 Van Diemen. Class leader in the Midland Championship with this car. Past me at museum. Time to beat set by his son Tom on a 58.76, and it's a 59.06.
Next up, Matt Ryder in the Empire Wraith, already accelerating down towards me, brakes hard into triangle, clobbers the curve on the inside as he turns right, and up towards the right-hander, and already into the left at keepers. Nice and smooth run this. It was a 1.58 second start, so a very, very quick start. 26.7 at keepers, so this is going to be a quick time. He's already through the kink at 109, braking towards you.
Yeah, here comes Matthew Ryder. We saw his mum in the car earlier. Matt going very well indeed, charging towards the top of the hill and through the finish, 47.2. 47.2,
a good time. That should qualify him. Next up is Neil Coles in the OMS 28, another 1600cc Hayabusa, Suzuki Hayabusa car this. He's already through past me at triangle and into keepers. He's out of keepers, nice and smoothly up onto the straight, through the kink, and accelerating towards you at a speed of 99.
Yeah, here comes Neil Coles in the RMS 28. Up into museum. Little hesitation as he accelerated away, and Neil's through the finish, 50.09.
Next up, John Stockley, very, very smooth in his Force HC at the bottom half of the hill. Quite an early Force this one. Sorry, it's a Force SF, I do apologise. He's already up onto the straight, through the kink, and accelerating towards you now at a speed of 99.
Yes, John Stockley from Cardiff. Neat and tidy through the top part of the hill, run to the finish, and through the finish 49.09.
Next up, Iron Price. Iron Price comes very quickly into my sight, and he's already through triangle. Little bit of a hesitation as it understeered through the exit of triangle. He carries so much speed through the right-hander. He's clobbered a marker board though, so he's going to get a second penalty as he comes through keepers. There'll be a flag. I think they'll hold Dave Walton on the line to recover that. He's into your sight, 104.
Very, very quick approach to fallow, up into museum already. The Welsh Wizard charging for the line, leads the class in the Midland Championship. 46.16 leads the class.
But with a penalty. So I think they'll be they're definitely going to be adding a second to that. I think he might still just be ahead of Matt Ryder by about 400ths.
He will.
But, he actually took out 2 marker boards. I'm looking towards the deputy clerk of the course to see if that's a 2-second penalty, and I'm getting a 2 sign from the ambulance driver. So that could
maybe that was the gear he was in when he hit the boards.
Yes, he's either saying 2 or he's giving me peace. I'm not really sure, but it's nice either way. But yes, I think that's a 2-second penalty, unfortunately, there for Einan. So that'd be a 47.16.
No, it'll be a 48 if it's 2.
Well, it 48. Sorry, 16.
46.16.
You are exactly right. So. Hopefully Einan will still qualify on that. Very, very quick up to that point.
We've got a 2.
But he's very, very quick up to that point. But I think, yes, that's he'll be a bit disappointed with that.
To say the least.
Yeah. Next up, and on the line, is David Warburton. David in the Gould GR59 that he shares with Father Alan.
You'll remember them.
They ring a bell. Yes, yes.
Ever so slightly.
Yes. But I think Dave was 3rd quickest overall yesterday in practice.
Oh, right.
Behind Trevor Willis and Sean Gould. So really, really happy with how the car was going yesterday. So this should be a quick time. He's already off the line. You can hear him in the launch control, and he's into 3rd gear before he gets to the first corner. What was that? 2.03 start. So quite a quick start. Already through and already into my sight now. Carries so much speed, and the thing is, changes direction brilliantly. He breaks into triangle through the right-hander, nice and smooth. A little bit of traction control as it came out of there. Hardly lifts through the right-hander of Keepers, and he's already through the left up onto the straight, and he'll be flat knacker from here all the way through the kink into your sight. Speed of 116.
Yeah, Dave Warburton runs the curb on the inside of Fallow, already up into Museum. Time to beat 47.2. 45.71.
Great time. Yes, that will do it. Very, very quick time. Next up is John Cottrell in the Pilbeam MP82, 2-litre Vauxhall powered X-Works Pilbeam this. Nice and smoothly through the right-hander. It says for sale on the side, so this car is for sale. Nice and smoothly through the right-hander as well at Keepers and into the left. Avoids the markers as John accelerates up onto the straight, through the kink there, and braking towards you at a speed of 93.
Ah, right. Well, this is not the Dallara, obviously.
No, it's definitely
the Pilbeam.
Next up, Jonathan Evans in the Swallow. DR14 2-litre car this. Sorry, time for John Cottrell, by the way, was a 55.868. Jonathan Evans is already on the hill in the Swallow, through Keepers, up through the kink on the straight, and braking towards you at 70 miles an hour.
Right, so we're back with Jonathan Evans in the Swallow DR14. Co-driver Kevin Creven with a 56.12, and Jonathan 57.53.
Next up, Terry Davis in the Reynard with the engine that bears his name, the 2-litre TKD Yamaha-based V8. Beautiful sounding car this. He's accelerating up the straight, through the kink, and braking towards you at a speed of, not come up, so TBC.
Yeah, Terry Davis, very quick in the Reynard 913, but will he be quick enough to beat wife Trisha? And Terry charging for the finish, 51.12.
Next up, Joshua Moss in the Dallara F399 2-litre, I believe it's a Vauxhall power in the back of this.
Yes,
already it is. Up through the right-hander, went a little bit wide at the left-hander at Keepers, kicked up the dust a little bit, but he's already through the kink and accelerating towards you.
Yeah, Joshua Moss, class leader in the Midland Hill Climb Championship with the Dallara. Up into Museum, neat and tidy run. And Joshua charging for the finish line through the finish, 49.44 goes into the lead.
Next up, Richard Summers in the DJ Firestorm 2.6-litre Cosworth V8X IndyCar engine in the back of this. This is actually the first time he's driven this car in anger apart from a test, Alex was telling me earlier, so he's going really well in it, and he's braking towards you at 98.
Yeah, Richard already out of fallow up to museum. This is the Cosworth XD V8 powered Firestorm, and he's to the finish 48.18.
Great time. Good time. Yeah, first time he's driven this car in competition, which is phenomenal to be that quick straight out the box. Off the line is Mark Coley in the Coley family Gould GR55, 2.6 litre Cosworth V6X DTM engine in the back of this. Really lovely sounding car, and they go really well in this car around here. Already through the left-hander at Loggerheads and down to Triangle. Bit of pop of a bang as he changes down and turns right through Triangle. Burst of power as he accelerates away into the right-hander at Keepers and into the left. Nice and smooth this from Mark. Accelerating up the straight through the kink towards you as it howls into your side at a speed of 105.
Yeah, Mark Coley going well in the GR55, already up into museum. Little spout of flame out of the back of the car as he puts the loud pedal down, and Mark over the finish 48.03.
48.03 on the hill now. Sandra Tomlin in the Pilbeam MP97 with the big 4-litre Judd in the back of this. Loads of power on tap here. She really knows how to drive this car, does Sandra. She's already up and through the right and left at Keepers, onto the straight, through the kink of the straight and accelerating towards you at 87 miles an hour.
Yes, Sandra interview with the big Pilbeam, already into museum. Onto the loud pedal and over the finish 53.23.
Next on the hill, Andrew Henson in the Delara. Good to see that the problem that was suffered in the last batch wasn't terminal, because he's on the hill now in the Delara, in the Gould Delara. I do apologise. Already through the kink on the straight and braking towards you at 105.
Yeah, here comes Andrew Henson, second in class in the Midland Hill Climb Championship. Highly modified Formula 3 chassis. Andrew Henson through the finish 48.94, goes into the lead of the class.
And that concludes the batch. So those cars will return down towards us. We didn't see Jonathan Varley in that batch.
Well, we didn't see quite a lot. No Tim Elmer either.
No, No, we didn't, did we?
No Darren Gumbley.
No Darren Gumbley, you're right.
No, that's
interesting.
That's a statement. No, Darren Gumbley.
Tim Elmer, you're right. We didn't see him. Tim has the. Does Tim have the TKD in the back of his?
Yes.
The blue Delara.
Yes, the blue Delara, 1999 Formula 3 car.
I have a feeling he is a withdrawal because he didn't set a time yesterday, and they had a problem at Shelsley, and I'm not. I believe it was an engine problem because unfortunately he did the first runs, but I don't think he did the afternoon run. So I think that is a poorly car. Not sure about Jonathan Varley. Apparently it says he did 2 runs yesterday, and then had a fail on the 3rd run.
Yeah, that's the been switched over to a TKD YV8.
It sounds phenomenal, but yes. Oh, we've got a message on our streaming, Guzzi Hero. Can I also say it's great to see quite a few ladies involved with the sport, including the Marshall staff. Hear, hear. Well said.
Right, well, I have it from an inside source that Mr. Varley went agricultural and damaged the under tray. Which is why he's a non-starter. That
is a shame.
And I suspect that might have been the only one they had.
Well, yes, they've. I think he shook it down before last weekend at
Kerborough.
Thank you. And then that was his first meeting. So you're right. They probably don't have a spare floor, but that's a real shame because I think with a 40, he did a 47.52 yesterday. So he was going very, very quickly. So it would have been nice to see how quick he could have gone today. I mean, he found best part of a second between his first 2 runs. But hopefully that isn't too much damage, and therefore he'll be out soon. Do you know where he went agricultural?
I haven't got that information.
In the grass.
Yes, it would be on the green stuff.
Ah, yes, the bits either side of the black bit.
Yes.
Yes, right. Yes, I'm familiar with that. Hello from the USA on our stream. Hello. Sorry, say again.
So was your dad.
Yes, yes. Mean.
I have a fantastic photograph of your father going through the final corner at Harewood, completely broadside in a gravel trap.
Oh, really? Did he stop the clock?
No, I don't think he did.
Ah.
I think it dug in before he got to the finish line.
Yes, he always tells me the story, and I can't remember if it's... I always get Guernsey and Jersey mixed up. The one with the very fast left and right over the finish.
Oh, right.
And
that's one of the Channel Islands.
Yeah, I always get them the wrong way around. And the right was a corner he did struggle with somewhat. And one meeting, he would have won the runoff, but unfortunately the front wheels crossed the timing beam above the timing beam. So the back of the car stopped the timing beam, which was a terrible shame.
I once took out the timing beam going backwards over the finish line. But I actually took it out by running over the cable.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
So I'd gone through the finish line, got a time, ran over the cable, and they lost the signal.
Is that a way of trying to win the class, that if you eliminate any sense of timing after that?
It annoyed the next guy on the start line because his car overheated.
Oh.
While they plugged it back in. And he was he admonished me as only he could. It was the Reverend Barry Whitehead. And it was a Sunday, and he did use quite a lot of expletive deletives. Which I thought was pretty bad for a cleric. Right, red flag's coming in.
Did you get the same message? Was your inside source Mr. Danby by any chance?
No.
Oh, I've just got a message. Jonathan's on the way to Aberdeen for floor repairs off at Keepers.
Very good.
So, yes. That's a shame.
Yeah, I think it may well have to be a new floor for the car.
Oh. That is a shame.
If the damage is too severe, it's. I think it's still a one-off.
Well, the car itself is unique, isn't it? It's the only Predator.
Correct.
Right, so we've got flags back in down here. So I think the next car we should expect on the line is Pete Tatham in the OMS 25. I will go and see if I can do some digging later on what happened to Darren, but again, looking at my timing sheet from yesterday, he had a fail in the first run and didn't then run in the afternoon, so it may be that he's unfortunately a withdrawal, which is a shame because he goes very well here. So yes, I can hear the familiar popping and banging of a supercharged OMS coming to the line.
Right, I've just been told that Mr. Gumbley had problems with the motive generator.
Okay.
So some engine problem or other.
Yes, that's a shame. That's another withdrawal. But on the line now is Pete Tatham in the supercharged 1300cc Suzuki Hayabusa powered OMS 25. And he's off the line. I can hear it popping and banging as it accelerates up to the first corner and turns in nicely. Nice and smooth. Oh, he's gone off at the first corner, but he's got it back on. He went very wide there, but he's a bit of grass tracking and managed to get it back on the track and carried on his run. He's already into my sight now, accelerating quickly down through Triangle, nice and smoothly through Triangle, and now accelerating up towards Keepers, into the right-hander and into the left. Gives the bollards a miss on the inside, accelerating up the straight towards you. Through the kink there, very nice and smooth, and braking at 106.
Right, Pete Tatham in the OMS 25, 1300cc supercharged booster engine. Huge amounts of lock as he came out of museum over the finish. 50.55.
Off the line now, Kelvin Broad in the supercharged 1300cc Force TA, the latest car from the Force stable, through the right-hander at the top, the left-hander at the top of the hill, and braking down through towards me now. Accelerating down towards Triangle and through Triangle, nice and smoothly through Triangle, and puts the power on and takes a gear up towards Keepers. Through Keepers, again gives the bollards a miss on the left-hander of Keepers, accelerating up the straight now, loads of power on tap in this car. He's through the kink very quickly indeed and braking towards you at 109.
Yeah, here comes Kelvin Broad, currently lying in third place in the class, and goes almost straight on, rotates, comes to a halt, having taken out 2 cones.
A bit of a pirouette there, so they're going to...
that'll be a failed run, as he's going the wrong way down the track.
Well, that's we've got a red flag down here for that. Yeah. Didn't touch anything from what I can see from the stream.
Well, apart from
the cones.
Sorry, 3 cones. He didn't touch a thing. I just think he approached the corner sort of 10 kph too quickly.
Right.
And then hit the brakes, and the whole thing sort of got out of control.
So they've red flagged John Chalmers in his turbocharged Solara, so he will go round and get to run again. They will either, I'm guessing, pull Kelvin into the return road, or they might send him simply all the way back down the hill.
Yes, he's currently out of the car. They're going to have to push it back from where it's ended up. And I think the first thing to do is get it into neutral.
Yes, he's put it in gear, I think.
He's climbing aboard. No, it's still in gear, I think. There we go. So Marshall's rolling it back. That should be about right now.
Just got a message from John Dunn, who said, I think your dad is responsible for the top corner at Val d'Isère being a foot wider than it used to be. Well, thank you, John. I'll pass that on when I speak to him later.
Yeah.
Yes, a tricky corner, that. So what happened, Steve? Just carried a bit too much speed into the right-hander.
He approached the corner a little bit too quickly, and as you start to go to the brakes, the track slightly flattens, so the back end goes light.
Yeah.
And it started to come round on him and ended up pointing the wrong way down the track. But he was at one stage heading straight on.
You don't want to do that.
No, you don't. No, definitely not.
Well, the good news is a couple of cones, but apart from that, no, didn't touch anything. So should be
he got all 3 cones.
Wow, that's good.
So that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, but should live to fight another day.
Oh yeah. In fact, he's heading all the way back down to the paddock.
I suppose it's just as easy as putting him into the return road, isn't it? Really?
Well, yeah. They'll have to push him from Fallow. It's uphill into the return road, so it's almost as quick to let him roll down.
Yeah. So a small stoppage for that, but should be getting going again any minute. And I reckon next on the hill, we're likely to have
Mr. Moyes.
Yes, I think John will be a couple of cars back. He'll run again, but I don't think he'll be at the front of the queue. Simon's going very well in this Gould this year.
Yes.
Had a.
Well, he's leading the class in the Midland Hill Climb Championship with the car. So.
Yes. Oh, we've got Kelvin back past me now. Back into the paddock. So we have got flags in. So we should be going racing again any moment now. with who we expect to be Simon Moyes. Yes, he's been going very well so far, in that he's did very well at Gersten as well a couple of weeks ago.
I think this might have been the first of the 59s to actually appear on track.
Yes, it was. Almost 10 years ago now. It's been around a while. But this one and then the Hames car after that.
Yeah, I think Paul Hames' car was chassis 1.
Right.
And Simon chassis 2, but Simon's car was ready first.
So he's on the line now in the 1300cc supercharged Suzuki Hayabusa powered Gould, and he's off the line, popping and banging as he accelerates up towards Hall. Ferocious car this, really. Turns left into Hall, nice and smoothly through Hall, and then through the second left-hander quickly and down into Loggerheads and into my sight. So much speed carried through there, and accelerating down into Triangle, brakes nice and smoothly and turns right into Triangle. A little bit of understeer on exit as he tried to get into the power, but no problem there, and nice and smoothly through the right-hander and through the left of Keepers, accelerating up onto the Cedar Straight now, building speed through the kink, nice and smoothly through there and braking towards you at 114.
Yep, here we go. Simon Moyes heading up into Museum. Nice tidy run, charging for the finish, and through the finish in 46.92.
Good time. Next on the hill is Ian Tucker in the OMS 28 1700cc engine in the back of this. He's already through the kink, accelerating towards you, braking now at 79.
Yes, Ian Tucker, OMS 28. He's leading Class K3 in the Midland Championship with the OMS 28. Little bit slow getting on the power coming out of Museum over the finish. 55.91.
On the hill now, John Chalmers in the 1400cc turbocharged Route X Formula 3 car, already through Loggerheads and accelerating down towards Triangle, slightly slower than I expected. It's been a slight problem, but it's cleared its throat now, and he's accelerating through the right-hander at Keepers and into the left, and he's up onto the straight now.
Yes, there is a
slight
problem.
representative. I think there may be a minor problem with this car, but he's through the trap at 87.
Yes, he's into fallow. That sounds as rough as old boots as he goes round Museum over the finish. Not firing at all well. 56.66.
Next on the hill, Graham Wynn in the Gould GR59 4-litre Judd powered engine in the back of this. Graham driving solo today. Gosh, that car is so fast and turns in so nicely into the right-hander of Keepers. He's already up onto the straight and accelerating up through the kink. So much speed carried through there, 117 miles an hour as he brakes towards you.
Yeah, already out of fallow, charging up into Museum. Graham Wynn slides the back end out nicely on exit and over the finish. 46.51.
46.51 on the hill now, just accelerating past me is Lindsay Summers in the DJ Firestorm. Again, what a phenomenal sounding car this is, and she's already up onto it. It sort of whistles as it accelerates up through onto the straight, through the kink already, and braking towards you at 94.
Yes, Lindsay Summers into and out of fallow, no problems at all. Up to Museum. Neat tidy run, powers for the finish, and 49.92.
Good time now on the hill. Paul Crute in the OMS 28 3-litre Jaguar V6 powered car. It really does howl, and it's already into your sight at 91.
Yes, another competitor from Saltash in Cornwall. Paul with the OMS 28 Jaguar V6. He's been in his last couple of cars, and he's over the finish. 52.1.
Next up, Andy Coley in the Gould GR55, the 2.5-litre V6 Cosworth powered car, already through Triangle into the right-hander at Keepers and into the left, nice and smoothly as he goes through there, accelerating up through Keepers onto the straight, through the kink, carries so much speed, and he's braking at 110.
Yeah, big cut going into fallow, back on the power, up into Museum already. Heading for the finish and stops the clocks at 48.1.
Now on the hill is Terry Graves in the Gould GR37 3.5-litre DFR Cosworth in the back of this car, very close to my heart, and it's braking into your sight at 93.
Yeah, this is the ex-Tim Painter car. Terry from Lawston in Cornwall. And over the finish, 50.45.
In front of me now, and actually to the right of me now, is Oliver Tomlin in the big Pilbeam MP97. The car was misfiring terribly as it came down towards Triangle, and he signalled to the marshals that he was going to turn left into the paddock. So a fail run there for Oliver, but no point taking the car all the way to the top of the hill when he knows there's a problem, so sensibly just pulled off the course at Triangle. So they're holding Sean Gould on the line. I'm sure that will be just for a moment as Oliver is off the hill, and Sean has stalled, but fortunately he put his foot straight on the brake and didn't cross the start line. So in hill climbing, for those watching for the first time, if your rear wheels cross the start line, that would be a failed run, but because only his front wheels did, he can line up and go again. That's better. He's off the line now. 64 feet in 2 seconds flat, so quick 64 feet time, and he's already up to the left-hander at Hall. Nice and smoothly through Hall, and accelerates through the second left-hander, carries so much speed through there, and he's into my sight at Loggerheads. Powers down the straight towards me. So much speed this car can carry. Nice and neatly through Triangle. Big squirt of power again up towards Keepers, and carries so much speed through the right-hander at Keepers. Nice and smooth through the left-hander and accelerating up the straight now. This will be the fastest car we've seen all day through the trap, braking at 118 miles an hour.
Sean Gould, neat and tidy through Fallow, up into Museum already. No problems at all. Back on the power, charging through the finish. 44.66.
Quick time on the hill in front of me. Trevor Willis in the OMS 28, or 3.2 litre V8 in the back of this. He's popping and banging. He's already past me in Triangle and into Keepers. Through the left-hander at Keepers, carries lots of speed, nice and smooth as he accelerates up the hill. Little puff of dust as he caught the grass on the outside of the straight, braking to you at 123.
Trevor Willis, former British Hill Climb champion, into and out of Museum. A little bit of a hesitation as he went in a little bit too deep. Over the finish, 44.7.
44.70. So Sean currently leads the class by a mammoth 400ths of a second on that run. Phenomenal, really.
Mammoth?
Tiny. I was being sarcastic.
Minuscule.
Yes, I was being sarcastic. It's phenomenal how close they are. Really, such different cars. But anyway, on the hill now, Joe McCrell in the Tiga. He's into your sight.
This is the 1983 Super Ford, the Formula Ford 2000 car with the Peugeot engine. And Joe through the finish, 58.36.
On the hill now, John Morris in the Mini Cooper S. 1600cc turbocharged engine in this. He's already up and nice and neatly through Keepers and up onto the Cedar Straight, accelerating through the kink and towards you now, braking at 68.
Yes, we have the first of the All-Swage Loton Park Championship Class 1 on the hill. John Morris with the BMW Mini Cooper S Works, and he's heading for the finish through it in 68.97.
On the hill now is Graham Griffith in the Golf R, VW Golf R, 2 litre turbocharged car this. Nicely done up the straight, through the kink and braking at 61 into your sight.
Yeah, he's almost come to a halt at the exit of Fallow. So Graham Griffiths into and out of Museum. Just the run to the finish. And he's through the finish in 70.06.
Now on the hill, Piers Cartwright in the Vauxhall Corsa, 1400cc engine in the front of this.
Yes, he's running in Class A1.
Yes, I think we're back to the
I think this is
back to the start.
This is still his first run, though.
Yes. Ooh, sorry to interrupt. A little wiggle from the Porsche on the hill behind him. That's David Hilton in the 996. I think this is his first timed run, as he did his practice run the first thing this morning. But a bit of a wiggle as he came through loggerhead and headed down towards Triangle, but he collected it nicely, and he's already through keepers and up towards you.
Piers Cartwright's time 74.38.
David Hilton appearing into your sight now at 83.
We've got David. So David Hilton in the 996 GT3, heading over the finish in a 56.72.
Next on the hilly in Wadsworth in the 911 SCRS 3.2 litre flat 6 in the back of this. I think these were the two runners that did their practice run this morning first thing. He's braking at 86.
Ooh, big lock up, almost went straight on, gathered it all together, lost a lot of time though. So what can Ian Wadsworth do? Still scrabbling for grip as he went through Museum, and he's over the finishing line. Ian Wadsworth's time 60.80.
He did go through the speed trap at 86 miles an hour, so I think he carried a lot of speed but couldn't quite scrub it back off again. Anyway, that's the end of the batch. So
yes, I'm assuming we'll see John Cartwright in the next batch, number 15, who didn't take his first run with the rest of A1, but seems to be taking late runs.
Ah, okie doke.
So
we might see them again in the next batch then.
So the next batch we should get the final runners in the classic and historic classes, and in the two Allswage Loton Park championship classes, and then the Porsches.
Yes, the Porsches ran first thing this morning, so did they not run yesterday at all?
Yes, they did. They had practice and timed runs yesterday, and that first run this morning was their practice run for the second round.
I see.
And I think this is their first timed run.
Right. Giorgio Falias, sorry if I've pronounced that wrong, Giorgio, on the stream has tweeted in to say good morning from Greece. Thank you for streaming the Hill Climb Championship. You're very welcome. Glad you're enjoying it. And another customer from Melbourne, Australia, someone watching in Melbourne, so it's quite late there actually. Thank you for staying up. And someone from the Netherlands as well, so we really are being watched from
Holland, the home of hill climbing.
Yes, that and downhill skiing.
That's true. Yes.
Brett Johnson from New Brunswick, Canada as well. We really have gone global today. This is fantastic to see. So, yes, we should be expecting, as you said, the Allswage Loton Park Championship classes. Just take this opportunity to say thank you to a couple of our sponsors for the day. So, Will Hire of Stourbridge, thank you so much for your support. They specialise in delivery of plant, tool and access hire in the West Midlands. Westwood Cylinder Liners, we know that name well. Specialist distributors and manufacturers of engine cylinder liners. Allswage, as we've just discussed, based in the West Midlands, specialises in swaging and industrial hose machinery and van racking. And then also Dave Newell Leisure Vehicle Services, and also ACD Auto Car Detailing. So thank you for all your support. Thank you for supporting us here today. It's great to have your support. We couldn't go racing without you.
Interestingly enough, the two drivers who got penalties for hitting cones are going to be in the first runoff.
Wow, so that shows how quick they'd have been if they'd not. But just so you know, we're going to have a church break now. So we will be stopping running for the church service that takes place just across the road. So we'll be getting going again about 11:15. So in about half an hour's time. So I will switch off for that, and I will be back with you in about half an hour's time.
Right, we'll see you later, Billy.
PC now. So what we've just done is the equivalent of what we did last time.
Granddad, bring her. Wait, so I'll take a picture.
So, good morning everybody, welcome back on the live stream here from Loton Park for rounds 9 and 10 of the BMTR Tyres Midland Hill Climb Championship. We have just had our mandatory church break and we're just about to get up and running and underway here for the last of the morning's running before the first of our 2 runoffs of the day. As soon as I have confirmed the runners and riders for the runoff, I will of course let you know. But I believe we're waiting for batch 7 is going to be the next batch that runs. So the final cars in the all-swage Loton Park Championship, as well as some final Porsche runners in their championship before we then have the runoff, and then we do it all again this afternoon. So the flags are coming back in here at bottom at Triangle, which means we'll be going running any minute now, and we have a Brabham on the line. I believe this should be, just waiting to see who that is. I can't quite see the number. It's Andy Tippett.
This is the Brabham BT30X.
Hi Steve, welcome back.
I've never been away. Yes, it's called the BT30X, but we believe it was built quite a few years before the first BT30.
Well, it's already off the line and into Hall, driven by Andy Tippett with it's a 3.5 litre Rover V8 in the back of this. Nice line through loggerheads and already down towards Triangle. Changes down nicely as he turns in Triangle. Sounds fantastic, this car. Really lovely sounding traditional Rover V8 engine through Keepers. First part and the second part nice and smoothly there, and already powering up the straight through the kink, nice and tidily into your sight at 77.
Yeah, Andy Tippett in the BT30X heading up into Museum. Oh, looks absolutely superb, very much like I first saw it in 1971. And Andy Tippett charging over the finish line 56.46.
On the hill behind him, Robin Johnson in the Tiga SF83. Put my teeth in to say that one. already up through Keepers and on the straight, nice and quickly towards you at 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, he's currently first in his class in the Midland Championship with the Tiga. Robin Johnson into Museum already. Little 1.6 litre Peugeot engine in the back, and over the finish 58.34.
Good time. On the hill now, Joe Feekins in the 1600cc Ford Fiesta. So this is part of the all-swage Loton Park Championship. He is in class 1. He's already passed in front of me in number 130. Nicely through Triangle and up through Keepers. Turning nicely now into, taking it nice and steady through Keepers, up onto the straight that isn't straight, and through the kink, and heading towards you now before he brakes as he turns into fallow at a speed of 59.
Yeah, the little Fiesta comes into view. Around fallow already, heading up to Museum.
Just whilst we wait for the time for him, next on the hill is Michael Crutchley. He's already passed me in the little Alfa Romeo Giulia 1300cc. Oh, sorry, 1600cc car. Beautiful little car this. Reminds me of the policeman in the Italian Job.
83.03 for Joe Feekins in the Fiesta.
Michael's into your sight now.
Yes, it was originally a Giulia 1300, but it's now got a 1600 units in it, which will be the twin cam, and looking every bit the classic saloon car. Michael Crutchley heading for the finish line And through there, 83.84.
Beautiful car that. And then we've got on the hill now Ian Winnie in the Mazda MX-5, and rapidly behind him Michael Griffith in the VW Golf R, both of which are already past me. Ian should be into your sight now in the Mazda.
Yep. He's already heading up into Museum Bend in the Mazda MX-5, 1.8.
Now, not far behind him, Michael Griffith should be appearing in the Golf R 2-litre turbocharged Golf into your sight now at 66. So they're coming thick and fast.
78.9 for Ian Winnie. Michael Griffiths in the Golf R heading into Museum. Graham set a 70.06 in this same car earlier. And Michael through the finish 69.61.
Already past me, David Lee in the Lotus Elise, 1.8 litre Toyota based engine in the back of this, 4 cylinders. Very pretty little car. They're just about to stop making the Elise actually after a very long time. But he's already into your sight now at 64.
Yes, we've got the little yellow Elise. I think that's the 111, the model on that one, judging by the bodywork. And past the commentary box, David Lee charging to the finish line through it in 67.16.
Behind him on the hill now, Daniel Morris in the Mini Cooper S Works, already up and towards you, and rapidly coming up behind him is Michael Harriman in the Renault Clio, number 137, 2-litre Mark 1 Clio, going very, very quickly. He's already up and, he's got his left rear wheel off the ground there as he accelerates up through keepers onto the straight. Sorry, you were going to give a time for Daniel Morris.
Yes, Daniel Morris has been outbraking himself up the hill, 70.27.
Michael into your sight now in the little Clio, going very nicely indeed.
Yes, this is the Mod Prod Clio, onto 3 wheels, obligatory round Museum. Michael Harriman charging towards the finish, through it in 62.97.
It's a quick time. Next up, Roy Holder in the Renault Clio X85, another 2-litre car this. He's already down into triangle, braking nicely, turns into triangle in front of me. Again, right rear wheel off the ground as he braked into triangle there, and he's already up and into keepers. Turning nicely through keepers, nice tidy line, just misses the bollards on the inside, and he's accelerating up the straight. Little dab of brakes just before the kink, through the kink, and into your view now at 70.
Yeah, Roy Holder, neat and tidy as always, ex-drag racer. And Roy, just the run to the finish. Through the finish in 66.84.
Nice time. And next up is John Cartwright in the Vauxhall Corsa, 1400cc car this. He's already through the bottom half of the course. He's already up onto the straight, but not far behind him, and just coming into my view now at triangle is Paul Watson in the Porsche Boxster. So they're on their second runs of the day. Squeal of tyres as he goes through triangle and up towards keepers and through keepers.
Yes, we've got the little Corsa, John Cartwright at the wheel, rounding Museum, running in Class A1. This is his first timed run, and he's through the finish in 75.69.
Paul Watson coming into your sight now at 70 in the Boxster. And behind him, just coming into my sight, is Richard Snow in the Cayman GT4, this beautiful dark blue with golden wheels. It's a lovely spec car and sounds very nice as well, as he's already up and through keepers and onto the straight. So he is really pushing on in his second run. I think, as you said, their first timed run of the day.
This is their first timed run.
Yes.
Paul Watson, 66.18. Richard Snow into and out of fallow already in the Cayman GT4.
Next up, Tim Barber in the 996 GT3. Again, he's going really well in this car, pushing on really quickly through the bottom half of the course, and really nice lines. Just clipped the grass as he came onto the straight. He's already through the kink, and he's up into your sight any moment now at 91.
61.36 for Richard Snow. We've got 844 Tim Barber, 996 GT3, charging towards the top of the hill, through it in 55.1.
Nice. Next up is Howard Cressy in the Boxster. 981, so the latest of the Boxster crop. He's got his roof down. What a lovely thing to be able to do on a day like today, go hill climbing with the roof down. So he's already up and through keepers.
Trouble is, it might not be aerodynamic.
No, but you look great, so that's a bonus. But he's up to you.
Yes, round fallow. Looking resplendent in the sunshine. Brown Museum as well. Howard Creasy heading for the finish.
Next up behind him is David Watson in the Porsche Cayman S, 3.4 litre flat 6. He had a little bit of understeer as he came through Triangle, but nothing much to worry about. And he's already up the straight, clipping the grass as he brakes towards you at 71.
67.51 for Howard Creasy. David Watson in the Porsche Cayman S into Museum already. Neat and tidy run. The finish to pass, and he's through that in 66.48.
Next up, Nicholas Wadsworth in the 911. He's already well past me. He's going very quickly. Nice lines up the straight and braking at 80 miles an hour to you.
So looking at Nicholas Wadsworth in the 911 SCRS. Nice quick line through Museum. Just to run to the finish. He's through the finish in 59.86.
Next up, Josh Sadler in the Porsche RS 3 litre replica. 3.5 litre engine in the back of this. Another flat 6 911 as you'd expect. Going very, very quickly in the bottom half of the course. Nice lines up the straight. Brakes to you at fallow.
So Josh Sadler in the RS 3 litre. Charging over the finish line, 61.83.
Next up, Grant Evans. He's already up past me. Very nice line through the bottom half of the hill, especially through keepers. Just touched one of the bollards, but didn't knock it over. And just coming past me now, so they're coming thick and fast, is Mel Spear in the 911 Carrera 2, so the first generation 911 Cup car from the One Lake Racing.
Grant Evans charging towards the finish and through it in 62.17.
Right behind him, Mel Spear. So he's already on the straight, and he should be going through the kink now and appearing into your sight any moment now. It's at 80.
Yeah, Mel Spear, neat and tidy through fallow, no problems at all, up into Museum. Tyres squealing in protest as he rounds the corner. And over the finish, 61.94.
Good time. Martin Leach is next up in the 911E 3 litre. He's already past me and up towards you. The next on the hill is Stephen Jury in the 944, who's already through Triangle and up towards Loggerheads. But how's Martin getting on?
Martin Leach getting a little bit leery coming through Museum, and over the finish eventually 61.84.
Good time, but Stephen Jury is now on the hill in the 944. He should be into your view at 82.
Yeah, here he comes in the 3 litre 944. Heavily modified interior and charging towards the top of the hill. Stephen Jury through the finish in 61.26.
Next up is Graham Rose in the Boxster. He's already up and right, nice and tidy through Triangle and up through keepers. He's already on to the straight, and he's through the kink now, heading towards you at a speed of 62.
Yeah, Graham Rose in the Porsche Boxster, 3.2 litre. Nice and tidy.
Next on the hill, Wayne Eason. He's already through the kink on the straight, and he's appearing into your view now.
66.34 for Graham Rose. Wayne Eason already up into Museum in the hardtop Boxster.
Next.
Wayne through the finish, 61.3.
Good time. Carl Lupton is next up now, coming thick and fast. Carl is already on the straight as well, going very, very nicely in this 944. Very, very quickly. Little squirrelies he got on the brakes for keepers, but he's into your view.
Yeah, Carl Lupton in the supercharged 944. Out of Museum, just the charge for the finish, and he's through it in 59.66.
Next up, Andy Fagan in this lovely Porsche Boxster with the golf coloured stripes. Really quick up through the straight. The controlled the rear as it tried to step out to you. Ooh, big wiggle.
Back end almost got away from Andy Fagan as he came out of fallow. Taking it a little bit steadier through Museum, just the run to the finish. And through the finish in 60.89.
Justin Mather next on the hill. I think this is the last car of the batch in the 924, 2.7 litre supercharged car, and he's already breaking into your view.
Yes, this is winding away as it heads into Museum. Charging towards the finish, and he's through the finish line, 58.59.
I think that concludes the batch. They didn't waste any time there, did they? They were.
No, they don't hang around, the Porsche lads.
Got to move on. Got through that batch very quickly.
Now, do we have the top 12 running gear order yet?
I don't have it yet.
Well, I've got something displayed on my screen, which seems to indicate that we don't have any dual-driven cars.
Which, yes, thinking about it, I don't think there was any. Looking at it, because we don't have the Greenans aren't here who would normally qualify, and Scott is not driving. Graham's driving solo. So
I think there's one or two people here today who are not registered who would have got in if they had been.
Really?
Because on this list I've got Alan Warburton, but I haven't got David.
Oh, I think that may be no, he's definitely registered. David's definitely registered.
What, for the Midland?
Oh, good question. I think he is, but that's a very good question. That may be a timing glitch, but we will find out. Yes, I was speaking to David yesterday, and he did seem. I would be surprised if he wasn't registered. Let's put it that way. But we shall see. So they're coming back down towards us. I don't know if they're going to run another. No, I don't think so. That's the same class again. So yes, I think that might be now us. Oh, there we go. So we've got the runners and riders on the screen now in front of me, so I shall go through them. We've got fastest qualifier was Sean Gould. Second fastest Trevor Willis in the OMS 28. Third fastest qualifier David Warburton in the GR59 Gould. Fourth fastest qualifier Graham Wynne in the GR59 Gould. Fifth fastest qualifier was Simon Moyes in the GR59 Gould. Sixth fastest qualifier Matthew Ryder in the Empire Wraith. Mark Coley was 7th in the GR55. Ian Price 8th in the Force TA 1600. Richard Summers, great job to qualify 9th in his first run in the car in the Firestorm. Andrew Henson 10th in the Dallara. Andy Coley 11th in the Gould GR55. And 12th Alan Warburton in the Gould GR59. So I think Alan and Andy will be running first to and they will have to return down the hill because there are two dual driven cars. So they will run and then come back down to be handed over to their respective co-drivers. Now I don't know if that means that Ian Price isn't registered, but he must. Ian's registered, isn't he, Steve? Do you know?
I think he is, but
he touched two bollards, so I think that means, unfortunately, he's just missed out.
The slowest qualifying time is 48.94 on my list. That's Andrew Henson. He was the slowest qualifier. And let me just check with Mr. Price. He did a 48.16, so he's probably not registered.
Right.
For the Midland, anyway.
I'll do a little bit of investigating over that one at lunchtime.
Sleuthing.
So we got flags back in here at Triangle, which means we'll be going running any moment now. And as we alluded to, even though they weren't the slowest qualifiers, the first two runners will be Alan Warburton and Andy Coley, so that the cars can return down the hill so that their co-drivers can have a go. So this is going to be good. I'm looking forward to this. So flags are all back in, and we are just waiting for the BMTR Wind Developments Midland Hill Climb Championship runoff, and I can hear a car warming its tyres, which should be Alan Warburton coming to the line now, and it is. And it is a beautifully sunny day here now. The earlier morning clouds have burnt off and we've got perfect conditions, so this should be very exciting. So Alan on the line in the Gould GR59, and he's away. Good start time, 1.97 seconds off the line. Fantastic start time there from Alan Warburton. He's already up and into Hall, nice and smoothly through Hall and through the second left-hander, carrying lots of speed as he breaks down into loggerheads. Nice and tidy through loggerheads, accelerating down towards me now in triangle, stops it nicely into triangle, little bit of curve on the inside, very smooth on exit, and he accelerates away towards keepers, nicely and tidy through the right-hander and through the left-hander as well. Accelerating up towards the straight now, he'll be flat from here till he gets into your sight and he's braking.
Here he comes into Fallow, and very neat line, takes lots of curb on the inside. Alan Warburton already up into Museum Bend, super smooth through Museum, charging towards the finish. Through the finish, 47.62.
Good time. That's a big improvement from his qualifying time, so that's great to see. 47.62 is the marker for Andy Coley, who's on the line in the Gould GR55 2.5 litre V6 Cosworth powered car, ex DTM engine in the back of this. He's off the line, start time of 2.12, so slightly slow, 10.5 down on Alan Warburton, but he's up and into Hall, nice and tidy through Hall and the second left-hander, tidily through there as he comes down towards my sight in loggerheads, carries lots of speed through loggerheads, accelerating down into triangle, stops it nicely and turns it in, nice and smooth on the exit. Sounds slightly like it might be misfiring. I think it could have, doesn't quite sound as healthy as it did earlier, but he's accelerating up through keepers, up the straight towards you. He's about 4/10 down as he accelerates towards you.
Here comes Andy Coley into Fallow. Almost onto the grass on the outside, but just avoids it. Now into Museum. Sounding glorious as he hammers it towards the finish. 48.94.
48.94.
Slightly slower than he was in qualifying.
I don't know if it had cleared its throat by the time it got up to you. Definitely sounded like it had a slight misfire as it came past me. So that might have just impacted him slightly. How did it sound towards you, Steve?
Superb as it came out of Museum.
Maybe it had sorted itself out by the time it got to you. But 48.94, so slots into second place in the runoff so far. So those two cars will now come back down the hill, and there'll be a quick changeover for Mark and Dave to take over. Lovely and sunny down here now, bathed in sunshine, perfect conditions. So here comes Alan back down the hill. He said he was very much hoping to get into the 46s today, so let's see if he can do that this afternoon. So next up we should have Andrew Henson. Yes, in the, I'll say it the right way round, Gould de Lara.
Yes. You're doing very well.
Well, thank you. Yes, this is a lovely car, this. Been hill climbing, mid-90s, I think this car debuted. Maybe late 90s.
Wow. Formula 3.
So really, really, it knows its way up here, does this chassis.
Yeah, I think it was about 2 years old when it was sent to Gould's.
Okay.
So Dalara's at that stage, although the number changed, the design didn't change very much. And shortly after this one was built, there was a big design change for the next generation.
Oh right, with the higher nose, etc.
Yeah.
Make a great hill, the very good hill climb car.
Well, it was, as I used to say, Romanised.
Yes, to have the side pods removed.
And it just looked like one of the Romans.
Yes. Yes, which Ray Rowan used to drive so well. If Romanised, yeah.
But Leon Bachelier still competing. I've seen him a couple of times back in 2019. And he's got a couple of very nice cars, an early Elva sports car.
Oh, lovely. So well, it's great to see this car still being competitive. 2-litre car, Vauxhall engine in the back, and it runs on methanol. So as you can see on the stream, that little orange sticker on the rear wing end plate, for those that don't know, means that it runs on methanol. So Andrew on the line now, just being wheeled up, getting lined up, visor down. Getting ready for his run. I think just waiting for a light. She's got now. I can hear the revs building out of my commentary box. And he's off the line. Oh, he stalled it. Oh, he's put his foot on the brake though, thankfully. So he stopped before the rear wheels cross the line, so they'll push him back and restart him, and he'll get another go. Good reactions there from Andrew to stop the car before it rolled over the start line. Fastest start time we've had in the runoff so far was Alan Warburton on a 1.97. Oh, Andrew's getting out of the car. I do hope that's not a mechanical. I think he was just checking drive shafts. Yes, I think that's going to be a failed run. Yes, I think we're pushing that. That's a real shame, but I think it's done a drive shaft on the line. What a shame. Hopefully they've got a spare with them and they'll be able to get that out this afternoon for another go. But he is, correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, leading his class. Am I right in thinking that from this morning's runs? Is Andrew leading? He's leading the class, isn't he? So that's a shame that he didn't get to run in the runoff, but hopefully they will be able to get that car fixed. Yeah, change the drive shaft.
He's currently second in the class in the Midland Hill Climb Championship behind Josh Morris, and he's outscoring Joshua today, but he'll obviously need to get that second round score after lunch.
Yes, let's hope it's just a quick drive shaft change, but I shall go and do some investigating over lunch, see what I can find out.
Put it on your list.
It's getting longer, isn't it? Andrew.
Quelle surprise.
Yeah. There you go. I will go and find that out after lunch, but I can hear a car has fired up in the paddock. I believe we should be expecting Richard Summers to the line, and that unfortunate failed run from Andrew means Alan Warburton is guaranteed at least a point, because you score points for the top 10 runners in the runoff out of the 12. On the line now is Richard Summers. And as I said earlier, this is the first competitive outing he's actually had in this car. Wrestled the keys back from son Alex for this weekend. And it sounds absolutely brilliant, this car. Really howls. And it's going very, very quickly as well, with Alex taking the 2 runoff wins last weekend at Chelsley. Anyway, this weekend, Rich is in the car and he's launch control off the line in, oh wow, 1.89 seconds. Fantastic 0 to 64 feet time. He's up and through Hall, nice and tidily through Hall. Carries lots of speeds into the first part of Loggerheads, and he's now down into the second part. Nicely through the second part of Loggerheads, and he accelerates down towards me now. Brakes through, nice and tidily through Triangle. Loads of power on exit to explode up towards Keepers. Nice and tidily through the first part of Keepers and through the second part. At Keepers, he's a 1/10.5 behind Alan, but he's got a lot more power to play with up this straight. He's coming into your sight now.
Yeah, into Fallow. Nice, neat, tidy run. Richard already up into Museum Bend. Now the charge to the line. And Richard Summers, 47.66, goes second.
Good time there from Richard, just 0.04 of a second down on Alan Warburton. He was about 0.2 down as he arrived at the end of the Cedar Straight, so he made up some time through the complex to bring that gap back down to just 0.04. On the line now, Iron and Price in the 1600cc Force TA, and he's off the line already. Good start there from Iron, very good start, 1.78. I thought it sounded good out of the commentary box. Nice and tidily through, carries loads of speed through Hall and into Loggerheads. Nice and tidy through the first part of Loggerheads, into my sight now. Carries lots of speed onto the straight down to Triangle. Brakes really late, big sliding moment. The rear got away from a huge oversteer, and unfortunately he has clobbered a bollard, so that will be a time penalty there for Einan, but he's already up onto the straight. He's about a second down as he came through Keepers, but he's up onto the straight through the Cedar Straight kink now and into your side of the 100.
Yeah, here he through Fallow, flicks the tail out as he comes through the corner, up into Museum already, charging towards the finish line. Einan Price, 46.48. But will there be time penalties?
Well, I think that, he definitely took a marker out here because the marshal is just putting it back into place now. So I think that's at least 1 second. So I think that will be a 47.48, which, as it stands, still puts him in the lead. That was a good time.
Yes, we've got a 1 appearing.
Yes.
So that becomes 47.48 with the penalty.
Yeah, so that still puts him in the lead. Now this will be interesting if Richard Danby's timing wizardry can take that into account when it's doing the split sectors. So I'm sure it will.
It shouldn't count them in the splits. It's just the overall time has been extended. The split should still stand as the quickest split. I mean, that 1.78 start was electrifying.
It was. It sounded like it almost stalled. It was a fantastic start, get loads of traction and just set off. So I think it was 1.78, very, very good start.
I think it was a 1.85 in his class run.
Yeah, so he's got that down.
Fastest.
Yes. On the line next, Mark Coley in the GR55. So this is the 2.5 litre Ghoul again. Another great start, 2.14, but that engine is definitely misfiring. I can hear it from here off the line. So it's 0.36 adrift at the 64 feet, and he's already up through Hall and into Loggerheads into my sight now, accelerating down to Triangle. Yes, it's on 5 cylinders, which is a shame. Yes, it's already through Triangle and up towards Keepers, nice and tidily through Keepers, but he's down by 1.9 seconds at this point, so he's just not quite got the power as he normally would expect. Up the straight, nice and tidy through the kink and braking into your view.
Yeah, here he comes into Fallow. Mark Coley, 48.03 in qualifying. Yeah, seems to be a high-end misfire, 50.34.
Yes, he'll be disappointed with that.
I suspect may see him finish 11th.
Yes, I think it will, yes. I think yes, unfortunately so. But hopefully that is a fixable issue, and they will come back stronger this afternoon. So Iron Price still leads the runoff on a 47.48 from Alan Warburton on a 47.62, and Richard Summers on a 47.66. So very close. Next to the line is Matt Ryder in the 1600cc Empire Wraith. Matt is building up the revs and he's off the line now. Good start, 1.87 start, so a very strong start up into Hall. Nice and tidily through Hall, keeps it nicely on the track and through the the first part of Loggerheads, and then into my view now. Carries lots of speed through Loggerheads, accelerates down the hill towards Triangle, brakes nicely in the middle of the road and turns it into Triangle. Uses all the road on exit, but nice and neat and tidy. Very quick through the first part of Keepers to carry the speed. Just nibbles at the curve on the left-hander of Keepers. He's accelerating up the straight towards you. He's 4/10 down as he leaves Keepers. But remember, there's a second penalty for Ryan Price into your sight.
Yeah, no problems at all for Matt as he goes round Fallow up into Museum already. Little bit of a hesitation getting on the power. Now charging towards the finish, through the finish line in 47.16.
47.16 takes the lead in the runoff. Takes the lead with a 47.16. If you are watching the stream, Einan has a 1 second time penalty to be applied to his time, as he just touched a bollard here at Triangle. So that would make his time a 47.48, and Matt Ryder takes the lead there on a 47.16. Next on the line, Simon Moyes, going as well as I've ever seen him go in this car this year. He's driving it brilliantly well. I spoke to him a minute ago and he's really happy with how the car's going. A launch time of 1.95 and it pops and bangs as it hits the rev limiter into Hall. Turns nice and tidily through Hall and already into Loggerheads. Carries loads of speed through Loggerheads and into my view now, nicely through the second part of Loggerheads and down towards Triangle. Hits the brakes nice and tidily as he turns into Triangle. A little bit of understeer on exit, but he collects it nicely and up towards Keepers. As he comes to Keepers, he is, I reckon he's 3/10 down on Einan as he leaves Keepers, but he powers up the straight towards you now through the kink and into your view at 112.
Yeah, no problems at all through Fallow, neat and tidy as ever. Simon into Museum. He was the quickest to Loggerheads. Can he take the lead? And he's over the line, 46.55 into first place.
Great time, 46.55.
Yes, so over half a second quicker than his qualifying time. Sorry, 4/10.
That's a really good time, really good time. As I was saying, he's going very well in his car at the moment, driving it really nicely. Coming to the line next is Graham Wynn, but it's gone a little quiet, so I think he might have just stalled it. So they'll fire it back up again and bring the big 4-litre Gould GR59 to the line.
They don't seem that big, the engines.
No, they don't, do they? I mean, the whole car is tiny, and yet sort of not too much north of 400 kilos for one of these, and yet about 700 horsepower. So just phenomenal. So Graham's on the line now in the Gould, bringing up, just raising the revs, and he leaves the line now. A start time of 2 seconds dead as he accelerates up into Hall, nice and smooth and tidy through Hall. Accelerates through towards Loggerheads, through the first part of Loggerheads and down towards my site at the second part of Loggerheads. Massive spurt of power down between Loggerheads and Triangle. It's so fast, this car, and away from Triangle through towards Keepers again. So quick, but lovely and neat and tidy run this from Graham. He's about 2/10 down at Keepers, but he'll make this up on the top half of the hill up the straight. He's through the kink and towards you at 114 miles an hour.
Yeah, no problems at all through Fallow, up to Museum. Oh, runs a bit wide on the exit, lost a bit of time over the finish. 46.45 goes into the lead. 46.45.
Yes, as he came into Museum, he was 100th down and went a little bit wide, as you said, and made it up on the the run to the finish, just to show how fast that car is in the straight line. Next up is David Warburton in the little 1600cc Suzuki powered Gould GR59. He's in the launch control and he's off the line now. Launch time of 1.85. Good launch time there from David, and he's already up into Hall. Brakes and turns left into Hall. Nice and tight through Hall. A little bit of oversteer as he came out through Hall, but controlled nicely, and it changes direction so quickly through loggerheads. It's already into my sight and carries so much speed. Down into Triangle, brakes hard into Triangle, turns it nicely into Triangle. A little bit of traction control on the exit, but he's already up and through the first part of Keepers, where I don't think he brakes, just lifted, and he's already through the second part. He's 6/10 up as he leaves Keepers onto the straight, powers through the kink. It'll be flat through there, braking towards you at 115 miles an hour.
Big amount of curb on at Fallow that he took, already out of Museum, charging to the finish line, over the finish, 45.46.
45.46, great time. Takes the lead by just shy of a second, so that is a fantastic run there from David. Really, really good. He was so fast in the bottom half of the hill, Steve. It's where that car really makes the time.
Well, it was very, very rapid into Fallow. You know, it just loses out on the brute top end speed.
Yes. Yeah. Sort of recalibrate your brain when you watch hill climbing. He says it sort of runs out of puff at 120 miles an hour, which is quite fast up such a narrow circuit. It's phenomenal. Trevor is off the line in front of me. Trevor Willis in the OMS 28, 3.2 litre V8 powered OMS. A little bit slower off the line than David, but again, I think this car will make it up in the second half of the hill. He's already nicely through loggerheads and into my sight now. Powers down towards Triangle, hard on the brakes into Triangle, gives little twitches on exit, but all under control, carries so much speed into the first part of Keepers. He turned in really early there, clips the grass on the exit of Keepers, half a second up as he left Keepers. He's through the kink already and into view at 121.
Yeah, so here comes Trevor Willis in the OMS 28. Oh, gets a little bit sideways going into the corner, out of Museum, over the finish, 44.44 to take the lead.
0.44, so just a second there ahead of David Warburton. Really good time there for Trevor, and puts it all, lays down quite a marker for Sean Gould, who's off the line in front of me in the Gould GR59, another 4 litre, the sister car to the car you saw earlier. Good start time though, and he's already through Hall. A little bit of a grassy moment as he came out of Hall. He had 2 wheels on the grass, so yes, he's a 1/10.5 down as he goes through loggerhead, accelerates down to Triangle, turns through Triangle now, uses the curve on the inside, he accelerates towards loggerheads, carries lots of speed into the entry of loggerheads, pops and bangs as it turns through the left-hander. He's 3.3 down at Keepers, but he'll make some of this up on the straight as he's towards you through the kink, 120 miles an hour on Cedar approach.
On the grass on the exit of Fallow, but just kicking up the dust into Museum. Sean Gould en route to the finish, stops the clocks at 44.45.
44.45, 1/100th of a second slower there from Trevor Willis. That was so close.
Yeah, I think it was all down at the bottom of the hill where it went wrong.
I think he lost a little bit as he came through Cedar as well. He was really wide on the exit. He kicked up some dust and chalk on the outside. So those two moments, sorry, just watching on the stream, you could see here on the stream. So yes, I think, that moment at Fallow and that moment at Hall, I think just cost Sean the win there. So it's Trevor Willis takes the first runoff win here at Loton Park on a 44.44. Miles back on a 44.45 is Sean Gould in the Gould GR59. So 100th of a second separates the two. Quite phenomenal. Third place, David Warburton. Great result there in the little Gould GR59, the little 1600. Fourth, Graham Wynn in the Gould GR59 Judd. Fifth, Simon Moyes in the Gould GR59. Good day for the Goulds. Sixth, Matthew Ryder in the Empire Wraith. Seventh, Einan Price in the Force TA. He'll be disappointed about the mistake he made that got him a 1 second penalty there. 8th, Alan Warburton, 47.62 in the Gould GR59. 9th, Richard Summers, great to score points in his debut in the car on a 47.66. Sorry, his competition debut in the car. 10th, Andy Coley on a 48.94. 11th, Mark Coley on a 50.34, but I think both of those drivers were struggling with a misfire. And 12th, unfortunately, having a problem at the start line, was Andrew Henson.
Do we have a time for the restart?
That's a good question. 1:15, apparently. A little voice in my head just told me. Thank you to the marshal here at Triangle. 1:15, so that is an hour and 15 minutes. So we will see you. That was a great run-off, wasn't it? So close.
Excellent.
Fantastic. So I'm looking forward to seeing if Sean can repay the favour this afternoon. Yes, restart time at 1:15. I will speak to you then.
Absolutely, and I have to say, David Warburton in the 1600 to come third in a run.
Amazing. Brilliant.
Fantastic effort from David.
Yes.
Well done indeed.
Yes, fantastic.
So we'll be back after lunch then.
And then I had to go up there with Richard in his big Ford and tow the thing back like, yeah. But
So good afternoon everybody, and welcome back to a very sunny Loton Park for rounds 9 and 10 of the BMTR Motorsport Tyres Midland Hill Climb Championship. We had a fantastic runoff just before lunch, which was won by the slimmest of margins, 1/100th of a second for Trevor Willis there to take the win from Sean Gould. So a fantastic runoff and a great afternoon in store when those two do battle again in the runoff this afternoon. So the red flags are in here at Triangle, which means we are about to get underway for the afternoon's activities. And I think the next batch should be the Porsches. Yes, it is. So coming to the line, number 144, which is the Porsche 996 of David Hilton. He was going very quickly in this car this morning. It's a dual-driven car, I believe, but both of them are going quickly this morning. He's off the line already in a sub-2 second start, so great traction there from the rear-engine Porsche. Up into the first corner and nicely through that, nice and smooth, and coming down towards us into Loggerheads. Nicely through the second part of Loggerheads and onto the straight down to Triangle. Brakes hard into Triangle and turns in nicely. Just clips the curb on exit. Nice line through there, nice and smooth, and he's already carries lots of speed into keepers. Just clips the grass on entry and nicely out of keepers as well onto the Cedar Straight, where he's through the kink now, and he's approaching Fallow at a speed of 82 miles an hour.
Yeah, well, we've got David Hilton in the 996 already up into Museum Bend. Neat, tidy run. And over the finish in a 57.02.
Ian Wadsworth following David up the hill in his Porsche 911 SCRS 3.2 litre car. Going very quickly all the way up the Cedar Straight and into your view at 84 miles an hour.
Yeah, Ian Wadsworth already into Museum, rolling a little bit as he goes through the corner, on the run to the top of the hill, and 60.03.
Just over the 1 minute mark for that run. I think these two will come back down. That's what they did this morning.
Yeah,
so they're dual-driven
cars.
Out
at Fallow, so he should be straight through the holding area. Oh, and he seems to be waiting for his friend to join him.
So that very small batch is returning to the paddock. Steve, I did my investigating over lunch, so I have lots of pieces of news if you'd like me to share them with you.
Oh, goody.
So, where did we start? Yes, the Dallara that unfortunately didn't make the runoff. Unfortunately, in the first run, it did the drive shaft on one side. And you'll never guess what happened in the second run.
They did the other one.
They did, yes. So, yes, poor old Nicola Deirdre was victim to a broken drive shaft in her practice run, but they got it fixed phenomenally quickly. Great work by the guys down there to get Andrew out to qualify for the runoff, and then in his runoff run, the other side went. So they fixed that now over lunch. A Dallara with some very low mileage drive shafts will be joining us this afternoon, which is great. The misfiring Gould V6, I spoke to the Coleys and they've tried a few things over lunch. Hopefully they've fixed it, and if not, they've got a few other things to check, but hopefully that car will be running better this afternoon. And yes, that's the main two bits of news that I had. Oh, and also the Tomlin car, so that did have a misfire as well, so they've changed the looked into the spark plugs, changed some spark plugs over lunch, and they're also, I think, looking at the fuel pump, I think was the other thing we're looking at, but again, confident that they'll be out this afternoon. So hopefully that will that means that everybody will be running nicely this afternoon.
Yeah, I think we're We're looking forward to seeing how that pill beam goes, actually, with Oliver at the wheel.
Yes. Yeah.
That'll be interesting.
It will. Oh, and the other car was the Route. John Chalmers' Route had no turbo boost, no turbo pressure, so it was running at 110 horsepower or something like that. So he had a lovely poodle up the hill, and it was very nice, but unfortunately no boost. So hopefully they fixed that to be out this afternoon as well.
Right.
So that was my reporting done, my
Thank you very
investigating.
much.
No problem. Right, we're back running on the hill. So we've got Paul Watson on the hill now in his Porsche Boxster, 3.2 litre flat six, naturally aspirated car. And he's already nicely through the first corner, through Hall and through into Loggerheads, and appearing into my sight. Now nice and smoothly through the last part of Loggerheads and powering his way down the straight to Triangle. Hard on the anchors into Triangle, turns it in nicely and clips the curb very nicely, doesn't run wide on exit. Had to get out the throttle just to manage the understeer, but all good there. And into Keepers, into the left-hander Keepers now, and accelerating nicely out onto the straight, onto Cedar Straight, through the kink. And nice and neat through the kink, and accelerating up to you now at a speed of 70.
Yeah, into and out of fallow. Plenty of track to play with on the exit. Watson just museum to negotiate. He's through there, on the run to the finish, and over the finishing line, 65.78.
On the hill behind him, David Watson in the Cayman S, 3.4 litre. Was hustling the car nicely through the bottom part of the hill. He's already up the straight and into your sight now.
Yep, here he comes. It's a very nice looking Cayman S. Ooh, started to run a little bit deep, had to come off the throttle. That will affect his time. No, it's a 65.57.
Following him up the hill is Josh Sadler in the Porsche RS 3 litre replica. Very nice and quick up the straight and into your sight now at the speed's not coming up, but into your sight.
Yeah, Josh. A lot of body roll as he goes through museum. Can he get into the 60-second bracket? No, it's a 61 dead.
Good time there. Brian Evans is next up. He's already away and through Keepers and up the Cedar Straight, and just leaving the line is now Richard Snow in the Porsche Cayman GT4. Beautiful car this, and sounds fantastic with a very raughty exhaust note. But I think Richard is into your sight. Sorry, Geraint.
Geraint Evans passed the commentary box on his route to the finish, 61.26. Okay.
Just past me is Richard Snow then in that Cayman. He's going very nicely at the bottom of the hill. He's already through Keepers, accelerating up the Cedar Straight now, accelerating up towards the kink, nice and fast and smooth through the kink, and into your sight now at 84.
Yes, this is the Cayman S, GT4, sorry, the Cayman GT4. Very nice looking car. Ooh, heavy braking going into museum for Richard Snow. Will that affect his time over the finish? 60.19.
Some tyre squeal in the background here as Howard Cressy goes through Keepers in the Porsche Boxster. Very pedalling that car very nicely this afternoon. He's already up through the kink on the straight, and just coming down behind him very quickly indeed is Mel Spear in the 911 Carrera 2 Cup car. He's already through Triangle and into Keepers, but what's happening at the top of the hill with Howard?
Well, he missed the apex at Fallow. A lot better through museum, and Howard's over the finishing line in 68.01.
Behind,
slower than in practice.
Oh, okay. Well, Mel Spear is already should be into your sight any moment now, and I've got Tim Barber going very quickly in the bottom part of the hill in this 996 GT3. How's Mel getting on?
Ooh, it's a little bit tyre squealy and rolling through museum, but he's over the finish, 62.07. Again, slower than in practice.
Interesting. Tim Barber here, he should be into your sight now at 90. I think this will be a quick time.
Well, this sounds absolutely glorious when it's on power. Past the commentary box, Tim Barber charging to the finish in the GT3, and it's a 55.66. Again, slower than in practice.
Interesting, and maybe just almost getting a bit hot, the track almost too hot, maybe getting a bit slippery. But Martin Leach is on the hill now in his 911E, 3 litre, lovely white Porsche. He's into your sight at 78 miles an hour.
Yeah, the 911Es were originally 2 litres, so this has obviously been re-engined. And the back end does get a little bit lively. Nice slide coming out of Museum. And Martin over the finish, 61.02. Nice improvement from his practice time.
Stephen Jory on the hill now in his 9.44. He's already into your sight at 81 mile an hour. And then into my view here at Triangle is Graham Rose in his Porsche Boxster. He's already neatly through Triangle and up through Loggerheads. But how is Stephen getting on at the top of the hill?
Well, Stephen Jury, no problem at all through the top part, 61.68. Again, slower than he was in practice.
Into my sight now as Graham Rose disappears towards the top of the hill. Wayne Eason comes into view at the bottom in his Porsche Boxster, 2.5 litre flat 6 in this, very neat and tidy, and carries a lot of speed into keepers there, but he's already through keepers and disappearing up the straight.
Meanwhile, Graham Rose, just the run to the finish. Through the finish line, 65.14, handy improvement over his practice time.
Wayne should be appearing with you in a moment.
We've got Wayne Eason in the hardtop Boxster. He did a 61.3 in the second practice run. And charging to the top of the hill, 60.58.
Good time. Carl Lupton in the 9.44. He's already up and through Triangle and keepers and up the straight. He had a bit of a lock up into Triangle, but didn't seem to miss the apex, which is great. Following him up the hill and already into my sight here at Triangle is Nicholas Wadsworth in the 911S CRS.
Carl Lupton through fallow was a good 2 foot away from the apex. Charging up towards the top of the hill and through the finish, 59.7.
59.70, so under the minute. Good time. Nicholas Wadsworth, meanwhile, in his 911 is braking hard to you now at 85 miles an hour.
Yeah. There comes Nicholas. He should be inside the 60-second bracket. Charging towards the finish. Over the finish line, 59.36.
Braking hard into Triangle now is Andy Fagan in the Porsche Boxster. Had a little wiggle as he came through Loggerheads, but all under control. He's now up into keepers, kissing the curb nicely on the inside of the left-hand part of keepers. And he's already up the Cedar Straight. Nice and tidy through the kink, using all the road there, and into your sight now at 84.
Ooh, a little bit of a lock-up going into fallow, but all under control. Andy Fagan now up into Museum. Neat and tidy. And over the finishing line.
61 dead. Justin Mather in the 924, last of the Porsches in this class. 2.7 litre supercharged at 924, 82 miles an hour as he comes into your sight.
Yes, this is supercharger whining away. And Justin Mather heading towards the finish. And over the finish line, 58.62.
Good time on the hill now is David Garnett in the Renault Clio Cup Sport 182. He's already passed me here in Triangle. He's up through keepers and onto the Cedar Straight, and leaving the line in the background is Dave Wilson, who is well known from Caterhams and also helping the Morans look after their single-seaters for many years.
Yes, we're having a little bit of a grassy moment for David Garnett on the outside of fallow. Not only on the grass, but doing a very good impression of Skippy. Well, David Garnett through the finish, 67.63.
Meanwhile, Dave Wilson doing a very good job of warming the tyres for his son in the next batch. He's already up and through keepers and onto the Cedar Straight, powering up the Cedar Straight now. Uses all the road nicely through there, braking towards you at 78 miles an hour.
Yeah, Dave Wilson. Nice clip of the curb on the inside of fallow, already up into Museum Bend. Cocks the rear wheel in the air. Now the run to the finish. 61.13 on his first run, 60.39.
That's a very good time. Very quick, those little Peugeot 205s, aren't they? So nimble up here.
Puts him into third in flats.
Very well done. Next on the hill, Mike Reed in the Westfield, 2 litre Westfield here. He's already through Loggerheads and powering down the straight towards me now at Triangle. Brakes nicely, nice line through Triangle. Bit of a squeal of tyres, but all under control. And he's already through the right-hander at Keepers, nicely into the left-hander as well, just nibbles the curve on the inside, powers nicely up the straight, up Cedar Straight through the kink. It was a just under 36 second to Keepers, and he's into your sight now at 72.
Yeah, Mike did a 65.93 on his first run, so that'll be the time he's looking to better. He's into museum already. Again, tyre squealing. Just the run to the finish. And it's a 64.14.
On the screen now is John Maycock having a bit of a Larry moment as he went through the first part of Keepers, but he also touched a marker, but I don't think it fell over, so that won't be a penalty as long as it didn't come out of its hole. But he's already quickly up the Cedar Straight, braking to you at 81 miles an hour.
Yes, John Maycock switched into the Class A1, sharing Robin Holden's MX-5. He was lying in third place, needs to better 60.39, and 60.08 takes him into second.
Very nice, good time. It's really close, that class.
Yeah, he's actually only 400ths behind Rob Wilson, who still leads the class with a 60.04. So that's getting very tight at the top.
Yeah. So that's the end of the batch. That's wow. They really. That was again thick and fast, wasn't it? They 3 cars on the course at once.
Now I couldn't comment about the thick bit, but the fast bit was certainly fast.
Yes.
A little bit too fast for Dave Garnett, though. Went straight on, as it were, at fallow onto the grass.
Yes, but no harm done, did you say? Just a bit grassy.
No, he sort of bounced around and skipped and loped and got back on again and carried on. It's a Renault Clio, they're meant to do that.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, it's in the fine 2CV tradition of being able to drive across a ploughed field.
Yes, yes.
These French and their cars.
So, batch are coming back down the hill now towards us, and then we should have next up should be the rest of Class A1, 4 road going series production cars up to 2 litres, supported by Mill Garage Hereford. Class A2, which is road going series production cars over 2 litres, supported by Fisher Restoration and DES. And then Class A3, road going production cars 4-wheel drive of any engine capacity, which I think makes up the next batch. Porsche's just coming back past me now.
We should also get a few dual-driven cars tagged on the back end of that batch.
Yes,
well.
we probably will get a few, maybe from
Which
class.
Is, one of the wonders of British Speed events. You can actually share a car between 2 people.
Yes, it's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, fantastic. That's how I started. I shared various cars for the first year.
Yeah. Yes, that's how Dad had a co-driver pretty much his entire time, actually. Alan Warburton, who's here today. Jim Robinson.
Jim Robinson was sort of the guru of hill climbing, because most of the guys who went and shared Jim's car went on to great things.
Yes.
Your dad, for one.
Yes, he taught them the secret of how to do it. Noel Letitia, Dad shared with him for a while. Then
Yes, right, yes.
Alan Thompson, Richard Brown, of course, in the Pilbeam, and then the Gould.
Yeah, wasn't the Gould? Didn't Richard acquire that car?
Yes.
As a Formula 3 Ralt, and then it was converted to 37 spec.
Yes, it was a Gould. It became a Gould route,
That's right.
and it was an RT37 in route form, and hence
That's
the
right.
37.
I can remember seeing it as an RT37 with Richard driving it before the conversion.
Yes, Dad owned the DFR, which he had in the back of the Pilgrim MU58 before that.
Yeah, that car went to Mr. Newton.
The
Alan-
58 did, yes
Alan.
it did, yes. The GR37 is in Australia now, apparently. Anyway, we're back running, so the flags are back in, and we've got Sebastian Cartwright on the hill in his 1600cc Mazda MX-5. Great little hill climb car this, great way to get started in the sport, and he's accelerating down towards Triangle now, brakes nicely for Triangle, nice and smoothly through there, and accelerating now up towards Keepers, through the right-hander at Keepers and into the left-hander, nice and smooth, gives the curve and the bollards a nice bit of respect there to not risk a penalty. And he's up the Cedar Straight now through the kink, nice and smooth through there and into your sight.
Yep, here he comes, Sebastian Cartwright in the MX-5, did a 74.96 on his first run. This is one of the MX-5s fitted with the factory hard top. Just the run to the finish, through the finish in 75.14, fractionally slower than he was earlier.
Up behind him is Dave Warner in the Renault Clio 197 into your sight, but into my sight is Lee Kessel in the Austin Mini 1300, driving very nicely, hustling the car through Triangle, and he's already up and through Keepers and onto the Cedar Straight. How's Dave Warner getting on in the Renault?
Yes, Dave Warner very quick through the top part of the hill, over the finish, 64.56, fractionally slower than he was on his first run.
Quick time. On the hill now in front of me is Simon Curtin in the Lotus Exige, 1800cc Toyota engine. He brakes hard into Triangle, squealer tyres as he turns through there, and off and away up into Keepers. But at the top of the hill you've got Lee Kessel.
Lee Kessel past the commentary box, en route to the finish. And stops the clock, 64.77, nice improvement.
Good time. Into your sight now in the moment will be Simon Curtin in 82 miles an hour.
Well, Simon Curtin was lying in second place with the Lotus Exige and dumped down to third. And Simon charging for the finish, through the finish in 60.65, so slower than he was earlier, so will remain in third place using his first run time.
On the hill, Richard York in his 997 Gen 2 GT3, 3.8 litre flat 6, powering his way up towards you. He braked hard into Triangle when he got here, but he's into your sight at 79.
Yeah, he's rapidly heading into Museum. Ooh, bit of heavy braking though. 65.15 on his first run. Looks like he may well just beat that. He does with a 63.73.
Good time. On the hill, Ian Richards in the Clio Cup, the Renault Clio Cup 182, 2 litre car this. And then leaving the line behind him is Rob Wilson in the Peugeot 205, tyres nicely warmed by Dad Dave. Rob is already into my sight, skipping his way over the curbs at loggerheads, and it brakes hard into Triangle, nice and smoothly through Triangle, and it accelerates away. It fell off the camera slightly there, but he's already away to Keepers. How's Ian getting on?
Going very nicely, no problems with off-track excursions, 64.99, slightly slower than on his first run.
Meanwhile, Rob Wilson already on the straight and into your sight.
Yes, he was leading the class, and still is, with a 60.04. He's up into Museum, cocks the back inside wheel, as always, with his little front wheel drive 205s, and over the finish, slightly slower than earlier, with a 61.82.
Meanwhile, Rob Holden on the hill in his in the little Mazda Roadster again, the MX-5, already past me up through Keepers, up the Cedar Straight at 77 miles an hour, and then appearing as if by magic through loggerheads into Triangle is Ross McDonald in the 911 3.3 litre flat 6 car. He accelerates away.
Holden, meanwhile, heading for the finish line, over the finish 63.45, about half a second quicker than he was earlier.
Good time. Meanwhile, Ross McDonald in the 911 3.3 litre car, this nice and smoothly up the straight into your view at 75.
Yeah, we've got Ross McDonald in this glorious 911 Carrera. Beautiful car. Sounds even better as it goes past the commentary box. And over the finish, 61.85.
Robert Lancaster Gay on the hill now in his 997 GT3. 3.8 litre car this. Already up and through Keepers. Nice and neat and tidy. Nice, neat, tidy run this from Robert. And he's through the kink and into your sight at 84.
Yeah, he was lying in second place with a 59.35, heading up to Museum already. Needs to find about 1.3 seconds to go into the lead. Can he do that? Charge for the finish, over the finish, 58.32.
Meanwhile on the hill, meanwhile on the hill behind him, Rodney Ailes in the Alfa Romeo 4C went really quickly through past me, used all the road through Loggerheads and through Triangle and on the exit of Keepers, so he's trying hard. He's into your view.
Well, he led the class with a 58.09, which is still the class leading time. So what can Rodders do? Can he improve on that? Yes, he can with a 57.6.
Wow, good time. Meanwhile, Dave Meek on the hill in his VX220 turbocharged 2-litre car. This already up and through Keepers, and he's up the Cedar Straight now through the kink, nice and smoothly through there. He's got quite a time to beat if he can catch the little Alpha into your view.
Yes, I don't think he's going to do it. Dave Meek with the VX220 Turbo. He's looking to be a little bit down on time at the moment. Over the finish, 61.43. It is an improvement.
Not quite enough though, but meanwhile on the hill, Phil James in his Porsche Cayman 3.4-litre car, and coming through and into Triangle now is Simon Tarling in the 996 GT3 3.6-litre car. Nice and smoothly from Simon there as he disappears up through Keepers, but how's Phil getting on at the top of the hill?
Phil James going very well with the Porsche Cayman S. Heading for the finish, and it's a 62.47, a little bit quicker than he was earlier.
Into my view, Simon Hutchinson in the BMW M2 competition. Quick car this, already accelerating away, put a burp, loads of power, a barbel and a kick of dust as he breaks into Keepers. He's already through Keepers and out along the finish, up down the finishing straight. Sorry, finishing straight? Cedar Straight. Into your view now.
61.37 for Simon Tarling, no improvement on his time. Simon Hutchinson, meanwhile, big cut at Fallow, up into Museum already. BMW M2 competition, 61.02 on his first run. Looks like he's going to be quicker, 59.15.
Great time, found a lot of time on that second run. Now we're into Class A3 for road-going series production cars that are four-wheel drive, and we've got Andrew Coleman on the hill in the Subaru Impreza. Already accelerating into your view, but I think 31 miles an hour speed trap may be a slight error.
Yeah, unfortunately we have a rotation. He got very wide on the exit, got a wheel on the grass, and then as he came up towards Museum, it bit him.
Yes, you could see he just put two wheels off on the outside and he couldn't quite catch it.
Well, just at one particular point where the old road comes in, the outside of the track drops away, and that just caught him and dragged him in. And it just kicked up a lot of dust.
Good news is no harm done from what I could see.
And eventually over the finish, 90.61.
Well, why not finish? You know, you've paid your entry fee, you may as well get to the finish.
Absolutely.
So we've got a quick red flag on the hill, which means that the Golf R of Gordon Hick will have to come back and have another go. But will, of course, get to redo his run. And then on the line is Rick Leddy in his Audi TT RS.
Yeah, Rick.
We've got a replay now on the stream, and as you can see, yes, just went a little wide on the exit. Dropped two wheels into the dirt, as you said, where that old road sort of, the tarmac's wider and then comes in tighter all of a sudden. He just dropped two wheels off the edge of the tarmac and a harmless spin.
As they say, good night is all she wrote.
Yes.
So Rick Leddy in the Audi TT RS leading the class with a 59.25. Quite a substantial lead. Yes,
and I think that will be tough to beat. We do have a couple of cars to come in that class, but including Gordon Hick being able to have another go. But on the line now is Rick Leddy in the TTRS, just waiting for the flags to come back in. There might be a little bit of sweeping to do at the top of the hill. Oh, no, flags are in.
It all blew away.
That's useful, isn't it?
The dust he kicked up all sort of landed in the spectator area.
Well, very handy for us. Sorry for those spectators now
Well,
covered in dust.
There's just a couple of people at the top, and they weren't down that part.
Okay.
Thankfully.
Good. Well, the flags are in down here, and the Audi TTRS 2.5 litre 5-cylinder, unmistakable sort of howl of a 5-cylinder TTRS. Sounds fantastic, this car. So looking forward to hearing this go past. On the start line now, just waiting for the get-go. I think they're just not sure what they're waiting for at the moment, just a small delay.
Well, at the moment, there's a lot of people crowding round Rodney Iles' car.
Where did the Subaru go? It did get to the top of the hill, didn't it?
Yes, 90.61. A sedate.
Yes, didn't quite take the lead in the class with that one.
No.
But yes, we're just they're just waiting to give the Audi the green light. Flags are in here, so I'm not sure why, what the delay is. Could be further up the hill, or down the hill, should I say. No, we're sending the course car up. Oh, there's deer at the top of the hill, apparently. Right. It's funny, you don't get that at many racing venues, but here we have to deal with deer and pheasants, which you definitely wouldn't want to come across, would you, on one of these runs?
There's about 20 deer.
Right.
Decided to spectate at the top of the hill.
We should probably tell them that spectators aren't allowed at this meeting, unfortunately.
Yeah, but they live here. So
well, yes, true. That's a good point.
They've got residential privileges.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got a course car coming up.
Yeah, I think that's
Chief Marshal, isn't
yeah,
it?
to come and take 20 entry tickets.
Chiefy.
Got a message here from Andrew Clough. In position post 7, Loton Park, ready for the afternoon runs, and a very nice photo at position 7, which is the end of the return road. Hello, Andrew, if you can hear us up there. Thank you for sending us your message. Great job, great opportunity to thank all the marshals for all their efforts and for all their hard work that they put in to allow us to go racing. All volunteers. It's fantastic to have you all here. Thank you. And if you are watching the stream and you want to get involved in hill climbing and motorsport in general, marshalling is a fantastic way to do that, to be right at the centre of the action. And we couldn't do it without...
I always advise people to join your local motor club as well.
Yes, that's another great piece of advice.
Get in your local motor club. They'll point you in the right direction if you want to compete or if you want to become a marshal. And they'll be only too pleased to help.
Yes, exactly. So some deer shoeing is going on, and whilst we've got that, we've actually got some results I can bring you from Class Z, which is the Porsche class. Currently taking the win in that class is Tim Barber on a 55.66 in his 996 GT3. Fantastic time there from Tim. Second in another 996 is David Hilton on a 57.02. Third, Justin Mather in the Porsche 924 on a 58.62. Fourth, Nicholas Wadsworth in the Porsche 911 SCRS, 59.36. Just behind him in fifth, Carl Lupton in the Porsche 944 on a 59.70. Next up, Ian Wadsworth. So they set the second driver in that car on a 60.03. Then Richard Snow, the first of the Caymans, the GT4 Cayman on a 60.19. Eighth is Ray Neeson in the Porsche Boxster, 60.58. And then ninth, equal Josh Sadler in his Porsche RS 3 litre replica, and Andy Fagan in the Boxster both on 61 seconds dead. And 11th on a 61.02 was Martin Leach, so really close between those three. So congratulations to all the Porsche runners. So we have the flags in, and they are bringing the Audi back to the line. The course car has stayed up with you, I believe, Steve. So the Audi is on the line, just engaging its launch control, I believe, and off the line now. Four-wheel drive, 5-cylinder, 2.5 litre turbocharged engine, driven by Rick Leddy. He's already up and through Hall, the first corner, nice and smoothly through there. Carries a good amount of speed into the first part of Loggerheads. Oh, the tail snaps slightly on him through the Loggerheads, but he's already down and towards Triangle. Turning right nicely through Triangle now, applying the power. Sounds fantastic as it drives away from me, and it's already through Keepers, through the left-hander, gives the curb a wide berth as he comes through there, accelerating up onto the Cedar Straight, through the kink, using all the road through there, and braking towards you now.
Yeah, Rick Leddy, good run through Fallow, up towards the top of the hill, leads the class with a 59.25 on his first. Charging towards the top of the hill, looks like it's going to be out of 60 seconds. No, it's a 59.16, nice improvement.
Pretty consistent as well there, within a tenth of himself, very good time. So Dave Nixon is now on the line in Impreza. He was held on a red briefly, but they've brought that in now. So he's got a 59.16 to beat, which I think is going to be a bit of a tough ask. He did a 67.20 in practice yesterday. We'll see how he gets on. And he's off the line in this lovely Impreza, in the famous rally colours of the Naughties. He's already through the first corner at Hall, and going through Loggerheads now. Yeah, runs a little wide as he comes through Loggerheads, but gets it back under control, and now down towards me at Triangle. Turns through Triangle there, nice and neat and tidy through Triangle. Sounds great, that familiar flat four warble of the Subaru Impreza, famous and loved by World Rally fans all around the world. And
yes,
he's
modelled on the Jowett Jupiter.
Was it?
Well, Jowett's got a flat.
That's true. And he's up into your view.
Mentioning that, by the way. And the Impreza, neat and tidy through Fallow, heading up into Museum, and looking like he's going to be about the same sort of time as 68. But it's an improvement, 66.99.
Good time. On the hill behind him and already up with you almost is Jonathan Reed in the Westfield, 2 litre Westfield, into your view now.
Yep. Currently lying in second place in the class, Jonathan, with a 60.34. He's already hustling the car into and out of Museum. Just the run to the line now for the 2 litre Westie. And Jonathan through the finish, 59.14.
On the hill now, Gordon Hick in the VW Golf R. This is his second attempt after he got red flagged on the first one due to the spin of the Subaru, and he's already up into your sight now.
Yeah, we've got Gordon taking it nice and steady through Fallow into Museum, leaning over quite dramatically. Just the run to the line, 63.79 earlier, and 64.13.
Then on the next on the hill is Timothy Higgins in his Westfield, and behind him and into my view is Sean Toms in the KTM Superlight. Squeal of tyres as he understeers through Triangle, and he's already up and dab a brake as he turns into Keepers and into the left-hander of Keepers. Meanwhile, how's Timothy Higgins got on?
Tim the Taxi does a 60.25 and still leads the class on his first run time.
Sean should be into your sight any moment now.
Yeah, we've got Sean Toms lying in third place in the class with a 62.52 his first run.
Meanwhile, behind him, Barry Holt in the Rover Mini. He's already through Triangle, braked really late into Triangle here, but he's already up and through Keepers and onto the Cedar Straight.
62.43 for Sean Toms, so a marginal improvement.
Yes, Barry is up towards you now and breaking into your view.
Yeah, Barry Holt in the little mini. 65.47 on his first run to lie in third place in the class. And rattling the door handles as he heads towards the finish. 64.55. And the improvement doesn't improve his position.
Phil Tucker's on the hill behind him in the Vauxhall Nova, came tearing down the hill towards me into Triangle. A little bit of understeer as he went through Triangle before he could get on the power towards Keepers, but he kept it all nicely on the road, and he's already up and through along the Cedar Straight, through the kink, breaking into fallow now.
Yeah, and leading the class from his first run with a 59.30. Phil Tucker already into an outer museum. The Vauxhall Nova charging towards the finish, and through the finish line 59.25, marginal improvement.
Good time. Martin Rutter on the hill now in his Fiat X19 1400cc car, already into my view, brakes nicely into Triangle, turns it in very neat and tidy for this from Martin, and he's away and didn't actually see any braking at all into fallow. I think just the slightest lift, sorry, into Keepers. He's onto the Cedar Straight now, heading up through the kink, and following up the hill will be Andrew Russell, but Martin Rutter into your view now.
Yeah, Martin Rutter has a part-time job as a school bus driver, and I bet the kids love it when he puts his foot down. Martin already up into Museum Bend with a pretty little Fiat X19.
Andrew Russell's just passed me in the Ginetta, had a bit of a lovely wiggle through loggerheads, but held it nicely, and then very quick through Triangle and Keepers and up the Cedar Straight into your view now.
Yeah, time for Martin Rutter 70.42, slight improvement. Andrew Russell lying in second place, now has to beat 59.25 to take the class win. And Andrew charging to the finish, over the finish line, 59.24.
Oh, wow. Well done, that's pretty impressive. Wow, he went a hundredth of a second.
He does know the hill very, very well.
You couldn't get two more different cars, could you? A bit hundredth of a second apart at the top.
Oh. We had almost an excursion onto the grass for Andy Fraser in the Aston Martin GT4. Now charging towards the top of the hill, he outbrakes himself into fallow, and it's 60.93. Handy improvement of over a second for Andy Fraser.
Good time. On the hill behind him is Graham Manton in the Westfield. Still seems to be struggling with the gearbox on that. They didn't seem to take a gear as he came through Triangle, and therefore it fell off the cam. I think they must be having issues with gear changes, because he's into your sight now. Already into my view is Richard Price in the Caterham 7, hustling that car very quickly through the bottom of the hill, a pop and a bang as he takes a gear between Triangle and Keepers, and he's already onto the Cedar Straight, rocketing up the Cedar Straight towards the kink, through the kink now and into your sight momentarily.
Yeah, Graham Manton's time 71.10. They didn't get any better on the hill. Richard Price now breaking into Museum in the Suzuki Hayabusa powered Caterham 7, charging to the top and through the finish in 54.99, slower than he was on the first run. That's the end of the batch.
Yes, so they will be returning down the hill, and we will move on to the main batch of locator fields and the class C2, so the next class as we can expect. Oh, I've got some results for you. So class A1, road going series production cars up to 2 litres, sponsored by Mill Garage in Hereford. This was a really close class. Taking the win on a 60.04 was Rob Wilson in the Peugeot 205. Second in class on a 60.08, so just 0.04 of a second behind, was John Maycock in the Mazda Roadster. Third in class, Simon Curtin in the Lotus Exige on a 60.31. Dave Wilson fourth on a 60.39 in the Peugeot 205. Robin Holden 63.45, so he slots into fifth. Dave Warner into 6th in the Renault Clio, 64.45. Lee Castle in the Little Mini, 64.77 in 7th place. In 8th place, Ian Richards in the Renault Clio, 64.85. 9th was David Garnett in another Renault Clio, 66.15. 10th, Piers Cartwright in the Vauxhall Corsa. 11th, Sebastian Cartwright in the Mazda MX-5. And 12th, John Cartwright in the Vauxhall Corsa again. So really close, 0.04 of a second separating the finishers in that class.
We actually haven't seen 715 and 15 take their second runs yet.
You're right, sorry, you are correct.
I'm just wondering if they've actually been moved into Mod Prod, because they ran out of sequence this morning.
Right.
So they may have been moved to a different class, I'm not sure.
Okay. In the meantime, we've got the results for Class A2. Road going series production cars over 2 litres, sponsored by Fisher Restoration with Dowell Engineering Services. And it's a win here for Rodney Ailes in the Alfa Romeo 4C. Fantastic time of 57.60, taking the win there by almost a second. Robert Lancaster Gay finishes up in 2nd place in the 997 GT3, with Simon Hutchinson in 3rd in the BMW M2 competition on a 59.15. 4th, Simon Tarling, Porsche 996 on a 61.09. 5th, Dave Meek in the Vauxhall, 61.43. Ross McDonald slots into 7th place in the 911 in a 61.79. Philip James 8th in the Cayman in a 62.47. And 9th, Richard York in the 997 GT3, 63.73. So a great win there for Rodney Ailes in the Alfa Romeo. Class A3, that next, road going series production cars which are 4-wheel drive of any engine capacity. And it's a win there for Rick Leddy in the Audi TTRS, quite a convincing win on a 59.25. 2nd, Andrew Coleman in the Subaru Impreza, 62.45, even though he didn't quite finish his 2nd run. 3rd in the Golf R, 63.79, is Gordon Hick. And 4th, rounding out the class, Dave Nixon in the Subaru Impreza, 66.99. So some results there for you. And just like clockwork, the flags are in.
Tick tock, tick tock.
Yes, I love it when a plan comes together. So we have...
It's the 18 today.
Yes. One of the marshals just managed to try and lock himself into the Hilux pickup truck there and set the alarm off, which is if you could hear that in the background, but he's escaped that now. On the line is Stuart Stelling in this lovely little Ford Escort RS2000, and he's off the line now. 2.21 start time as he accelerates up towards Hall. Turns nicely through Hall, uses all the road on exit, but nice and neat and tidy, and turns into the first part of Loggerheads. Nicely through Loggerheads, little wiggle as he came through there, no problem at all. And accelerating down, braking hard into Triangle, flings it into Triangle. That car turns in very nicely indeed. And away towards Keepers, nicely through Keepers and into the left-hand part of Keepers using the curve on the inside. Accelerating up the finishing straight now, through the kink and into your sight now.
Finishing straight.
Did I say finishing straight? Cedar Straight.
That's better. Right, so Stuart Stelling in the Escort. Was an RS2000 till the nose dropped off, and Stuart through Museum, 59.42 on his first run, 59.32.
Meanwhile, in front of me, Mike Turpin in this phenomenally powerful supercharged Vauxhall VX220 had a big wiggle as he came out of the out of Triangle, but gathered it all up nicely, and he's already up onto the Cedar Straight, not the finishing straight, through the kink and towards you now, Steve. Little lock up as he braked as well.
No, everything was fine. Mike Turpin, man on a mission, needs to beat Paul Howells. Time to beat and he's gone straight on at Museum. I think he missed a gear going into the corner and went straight on into the tyre wall. He's reversing back. Just seems to have disturbed the front clamshell.
Is he? You said he was reversing it out of the tyres, did you?
Well, he's reversed away from the tyres, but he's stopped now to take a look at the damage he's created. It was relatively slow speed impact, but it seemed that he missed a gear going into the corner. I could hear a lot of grating noise, and trying to get the gear in, I think it distracted him and he went straight on.
Well, it was looking good up to that point. It was very quick down the bottom half of the hill. You'll have a course car coming up towards you. Unfortunately, it's caught up the back of the Aston, so it's just going to have to pop onto the grass to get past Tim Painter. Tim, of course, will get to return to the bottom and run again. And yes, we've now got on screen we had on the screen the VX220. Oh, thank you, Rich. Back on screen now. So yes, you can see, just unfortunately, a little too much speed carried into Museum there. You might know the answer to this. Why is Museum called Museum? Steve? I've rendered him speechless with my question. We'll come back to that. So the clerk of the course has gone to the top of the hill just to have a look at what's happened. And I believe that means we can actually bring you the results of Class B road going specialist production cars, sponsored by Vernon Print and Design. That's a win then for Timothy Higgins in the Westfield on a 58.96. Jonathan Reed second in his Westfield, 59.14. Sean Toms is third on a 62.43 in his Caterham. Mike Reed fourth in the Westfield, 64.14. And Bruce Bosley, who we haven't seen run for the second time yet, so either has had an issue or may be still to run, currently on a 70.51. I can also bring you the results of Class C1 modified series production cars up to 1400cc, sponsored by Malvern Motorsport Timing Services. And it's a win for Andrew Russell in the Ginetta G15 on a 59.24. As close as you like behind him, Phil Tucker in the Vauxhall Nova, 59.25. What a fantastic battle those two have had today. Really, really close times there. Barry Holt, third in the Rover Mini on a 64.55. And fourth, Martin Rutter in the Fiat X19, 70.42. Class C2 now, modified series production cars. We're still waiting for a few cars to run after this stoppage. Unfortunately, Mike Turpin, that means second in class is as good as he will be getting today. But currently leading the class and yet to run for a second time, Paul Howells on a 54.83. Mike Turpin is on a 55.85, but as we discussed, won't be running again. Third and yet to run for the second time is Peter Turnbull on a 58.33. Fourth, Stephen Moore on a 58.98. But as I said, we still have quite a few of those runners to come. So I believe they've just sent the course car pickup truck up to the top of the hill as well to have a little look. Maybe a little bit of barrier maintenance that needs to be done here. Got a lovely message here from Phil Memory. Thank you. Great coverage, guys. Thank you, HillClimb.TV. It's very kind. Thank you. And thanks again to Rich and the team for putting these fantastic streams together and allowing us to bring the action here from Loton to you all around the world. So thank you for watching. If you've just joined us, we've just had a minor off at the top of the hill. So we're just recovering a car. Just as you can see on screen now, need to recover the stricken Vauxhall and just make sure that the tyres that were slightly dislodged are all back in place and are safe.
Yeah, some of the banding has snapped where he went in. So that it's designed to do that, but it then has to be rebanded once the car's out of the way.
Mm.
But, certainly the front splitter was off, and the front clamshell, as you can probably see from the images, is sort of hanging forward. It's gone forward about 3 or 4 inches.
Yes, they're showing that on screen now.
Yeah. So it's looking a little bit second-hand.
Tyres did their job though and cushioned the impact very nicely.
It didn't go in that hard, really, considering, because he was out of gear.
Yes.
So it wasn't driving, it was just sort of half coasting.
Mm. I don't know if you heard my question I asked you a moment ago. Do you know why a museum is called museum?
In the answer to that question is I have no idea, other than I think there might have been a Nissan hut up here,
right,
which had a lot of stuff in it.
Right, because I always thought the one thing missing from Museum Corner was a museum.
Yes, well, maybe it's where they put all the museum pieces.
It could be, yeah.
Hence the reason I'm up here.
Yes. It's where we keep our priceless relics, that's what it is.
Now.
I said priceless.
No need to get personal. Yes, well, the recovery truck's having to come to pick up the
Vauxhall. It's
Vauxhall.
Not okay. Where was that? Because that hasn't passed me. So was that at the return road?
That hangs out as you come back down the hill at Keepers. There's a road that goes off to the left.
Okay.
It's parked up in there, which is sort of like halfway from the start to the top of the hill, sort of thing.
Okay.
So it's handy to get to either Hall or up here to Museum.
I see. Okay.
But it's just going to turn round. You'll probably see it on the
yes, we can see it on the screen.
It's just turning round so it can back up and approach from a slightly different angle.
Yes, I think it's going to have to pull the car out backwards, isn't it?
Well, I'm not sure whether it's one of these with a tilt and slide bed. I've not actually seen this particular one in operation, but
we're about to find out.
Well, that's it. You know,
we've got it on our screens.
We've got a grandstand seat up here.
Yes.
Yeah,
we've got it on.
Jeff Robinson stood here taking photographs with his invisible box brownie.
Yes, I'm trying to work out if he's trying to get it to drag it onto the bed or if he's going to try and pick it up. I think he's trying to work out the same thing.
I'm not sure, but I think it might be one of these tilt and slide back ends.
Yeah, I would expect so. Can I see Mike out of the car there? He's standing by the car, isn't he? Yeah, so he's perfectly okay, which is good to see. And on the line behind this, when we get going again, we've got another Peugeot 205 by the looks of things. So this will be Mark Honey in his 205 GTI, I believe.
Yeah, I think he's running in Class C2.
Yes, he is.
5cc. So he's in with Stuart Stelling in C2. The rest of the people in the class are in C3, with the exception of Stephen Moore, who's in C4. And this is all amalgamated into one huge mob prod mess.
Festival.
Festival.
We've got the Aston back past me.
Where do you think you are? Goodwood?
Yeah, true. We've got the Aston Martin's just coming back past, so he will get to run again.
It's a tilt and slide.
Oh, good.
Or a slide and tilt, whichever way you want to look at it.
It depends on your outlook on life, I suppose.
That's true.
Some of us like to tilt and slide, some of us like to slide and tilt. We just got a few messages on the stream saying football or hill climbing, definitely hill climbing, which is great to see. Thank you very much for that.
I've got a photographer up here who has insisted that we don't give out the results of the football.
I won't. No, I have been told the same. So,
good.
Yeah, leave that shock 15-0 result as a surprise for people to get home. Yes. No, we won't be doing that. No results here apart from hill climb results. We will be broadcasting those.
I wouldn't give out the results of a Grand Prix, and why I would give out the results of 22 blokes kicking a bag of wind round, I'm not sure.
We're actually getting I think they're sending the class back down whilst they do this. So, yes, we've just had an escort's just gone past. So,
a class of one.
Got to catch.
Well, he is a bit like that, is Stuart. He is unique.
I don't know if he needs to catch the bus home or what, but he's back down. So I'm guessing they'll be saving a little bit of time by.
Perhaps he wants to go home and watch it on the live feed.
Yes. I'm guessing that they'll combine the rest of this batch and the next batch, I would presume, to catch up a little bit of time whilst they recover this Vauxhall. So,
well, they've got the tow rope on it now, and it's moving slowly backwards. I remember I was up at Doom one year, and a single-seater went off up in the tunnel. He's been up there, and it went flying in, and it sort of calmly went over the top of all the debris in there, missed every tree, and the recovery got up there, and the driver said, well, it went in easy enough, just tow it out. By the time it came out, there were no front wings, no rear wing, and one side pad was ripped off. So, you've got to be very careful what you say to these recovery people.
Yes, you need to be very careful with not causing more damage as you get the car back out again. So I see they are getting the car. We have only got the Escort back.
Well, there was only the Escort at the top of the hill.
Oh, yes, of course. Of course it was.
That's why I said a batch of one.
Yes, sorry. So sorry. I for some reason thought I'd seen more cars.
It's quite all right, Bill. Just keep awake.
Say again. Yeah,
oh, hello.
Where are we?
It's on.
Well done. That's.
So they now got to slide it back on. I suppose strap it down of some sort. Yeah, they're going to put some straps on it just to make sure everything is okay. It's not going to move. Mike Turpin, perfectly okay, just supervising proceedings.
Nigel Elliott just sent us a message. Mike Turpin was half a second up on Paul Howe's at Cedar Straight, so unfortunately he went off. Best wishes, Mike. Hope the car is not too badly damaged. Very nice message there from Nigel, and yes, exactly. He was on a very good run there, so that was a shame. But hopefully the car
he was very, very quick into and out of fallow, and as I say, just as he was coming into Museum, I could hear the graunching of missing a gear, and the car, I think it probably distracted Mike, and by the time he worked out what was happening, he was already heading for the tyre wall.
Yes, there's no time really in hill climbing. He's got to be to rectify that really, straight off that he came in very quickly into there, so that was a shame. But the main thing is that he's perfectly all right.
Oh yeah.
And
he
I'm
was
sure
given
the car
once over.
Yeah.
Or is it the twice over? I can never remember.
Could be both.
Yes. So the car heading back down the hill on the recovery wagon. I assume that will be going straight back down into the paddock.
Yes.
Clark of the course reversing back and turning round, so he'll follow it down the hill.
And then I'm not sure if they might leave the recovery truck down here whilst we get going again.
What
we'll
they'll
see.
do is they'll continue with the meeting until they've got the car off the truck, and then at an appropriate time at a batch end, either before the cars come down or after, they'll send it up to its normal place. That's what usually happens.
Right.
So it'll all happen seamlessly.
Yes, so a short delay there.
There's a bit of paparazzi nonsense going up at the top of the hill. People taking photographs of one another in their high-vis jackets. Yeah, they're acting their age. They're all about 2.5. Yeah, everybody's got a picture of Jeff now. Yes, everything from wide angle to telephoto.
So I'm just waiting for a recovery truck to appear in my view, which hasn't quite done yet, and then we can get going. I think Rich is trying to find it on the cameras, but oh, here it comes.
He's got too many out there. You see, if you only have 2 cameras, you know, it's either yes or no, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you've got 8 or 9 cameras, it's like, ooh, where could it be?
Into my view now.
Oof.
Not easy to drive this truck up and down here. It's quite big for the track. It's about as wide as the circuit. But yes, here we go. The Vauxhall's back. Mike in the cab of the truck. Yes, hopefully that's relatively straightforward to fix. Fingers crossed. Some splitter damage from the looks of things. Yes, and as you said, a front clam. So yes, flag's coming back in down here, and then hopefully we shall be getting going again.
Yes, we've had a fair bit of excitement over the years at the top of the hill at Museum.
Yes, tricky corner that.
Yeah, and since they put the tyre barrier in, I think we've actually had fewer. Not very many people go on and hit it.
Oh really? What used to be there?
Over the period of a season, you'll probably get 1 or 2. That's all.
Yes.
Whereas before, you would get quite a lot of people would go flying into the greenery that was on the outside of the hill.
Oh right.
And disappear into the ferns.
Ah.
Because the ferns were about sort of hip high.
Well, also that road, doesn't it, comes back into the paddock. So then they arrive back at the paddock a bit quicker than was expected.
Well, it arrives at the back of your commentary box.
Yes.
Which is a bit alarming.
Yes, it is. Right, we're off. We're running again. Mark Honey has left the line in the Peugeot 205 GTI.
Is he buzzing?
Yeah, sounds fantastic as it sings its way off the line. It's already up and through Hall and towards Loggerheads. Appearing into my sight now through the trees at Loggerheads. Oh, just clipped a marker post on the way in through Loggerheads, but it didn't come out of its post, so that will be fine. Turns his way through Triangle now, gets the power down on the short shoot to Keepers, through keepers and through the left-hander as well. Uses the curb on the inside nicely. Accelerating up the straight now and through the kink. And approaching you now in
here
at
he comes.
fallow.
And into fallow on the curbing. Nice line through there for Mark Honey in the Peugeot 205 GTI. Safely through Museum, just a run to the line. 63.8 on his first run. It's going to be slower. It's a 65.64.
Next on the hill, Richard Jones in his Porsche 911 3-litre car. Already up and tidily through the first corner at Hall and speeds his way down towards Loggerheads. Into my view now, takes a nice little, just a nibble of curb on the inside as he comes through there, accelerates down and brakes hard into Triangle. Turns it nicely through Triangle, using all the road nice and neat and tidy. Takes a gear before braking into Keepers, through the right and through the left of Keepers, and disappears out of my sight now onto the straight. Up the straight now and through the kink, accelerating towards you, an approach speed on, not showing on the screen, but in your sight.
Yep, already through fallow. Richard Jones from Stroud in the Porsche 911, 61.88 on his first run. Charging towards the finish, slightly slower, 62.44.
Off the line down here is Peter Turnbull in the 997 Cup car, 3.6 litre flat 6 engine in this. He's already up through Hall and into Loggerheads. Nice and tidy through Loggerheads and accelerating down towards me now. Brakes hard into Triangle and turns his way through Triangle. Has to sort of have a couple of stabs at the throttle through Triangle before he can get fully on the power. Up towards Keepers. Takes a bit of curb through Keepers and accelerating up the straight now. Up towards the kink, nice and quickly through the kink, and nice and smooth and into your sight.
Yep, going well into fallow. Probably the perfect line through fallow. Peter Turnbull third in the class at the moment with a 58.33, heading for the finish, and through the finish in 57.6.
Already past me is Tim Painter in the Aston Martin Vantage. He obviously got red flagged on his first attempt at this run due to the mystery off from the Vauxhall, so he's running again now and he's up into your view.
Yes, we have Tim Painter in the Aston Martin GT4, 59.75 on his first run. So glorious when it powers out to the museum. Over the finish, 59.75, identical time.
Already past me is Paul Howells in the 911, was really pushing on through the bottom half of the hill, so I think this will be a quick time. And then into my view is Stephen Moore in the Mitsubishi Evo 6, braking now hard into Triangle, but how's Paul getting on at the top of the hill?
Going very, very well indeed. A little bit of a lurch going through museum. Charging for the line over the finish in 55.02.
Stephen Moore in the Mitsubishi popping and bang as it came past me here at Triangle, but he's already accelerating up the straight, nice and neat and tidy through the kink, braking towards you now.
Yes, we've got Stephen Moore in view with the Mitsubishi Evo 6. He's running in Class C4. 58.98 on his first run, and this looks like it's going to be a little bit quicker. Stephen charging for the finish line and through it in 58.99.
Phil, almost identical. Phil Cook's already on the hill. He had a bit of a wiggle as he came through Triangle. He had to catch a moment, Loggerheads, he had to catch a moment of oversteer, but very tidy through the bottom half of the hill apart from that into your view.
Yes. Phil already into Museum Bend. Caterham Superlight with the booster engine charges for the finish and through the finish in 54.08.
Becky Manton now on the hill in the Westfield, I believe. Yes, these guys are really struggling with their gearbox today. She's not taking a gear change when she arrives at Triangle, which means it falls off the cam as she leaves Triangle, so I think they must have gearbox issues. She's gingerly making her way up the straight towards you now. Unfortunately, I don't think this will be representative, but meanwhile Ray Lur is on the hill in the Caterham 7 Super Sprint, who's powering down towards me now, brakes nicely and turns it in through Triangle, powers his way up towards Loggerheads, through the right at Loggerheads and through the left-hander, and will be up the straight towards you momentarily.
Becky Manton heading for the finish, going to be slower than earlier, 72.13 for the misfiring Westie. Ray Law, the professor, through Fallow, up into Museum already. 2-litre Vauxhall engine powering the Caterham to the finish and stops the clocks 56.36.
Steve Garner on the hill now in his Westfield 2-litre car. Had a bit of a wiggle and a dive into the traction control as it came out of triangle, but very tidy apart from that and very quickly up the straight into your view.
Yes, going very quickly indeed. Good run from Steve into Museum. Now on the power, 54.34 on his first run, 53.79. Good improvement.
Wow, Tom Price is on the hill now. Had a big wiggle as he came into the right-hander of keepers. He carried a lot of speed in there, and the back just got away from him. Apart from that, very tidy. Ash Mason following up the hill in the supercharged version of this the Caterham.
Tom was second with a 52.19. Already charging to the finish. It's going to be a 51.77. 51.77.
Ash Mason.
Time, no improvement in place.
Excuse me, Ash Mason into your view.
Ash Mason, big cut at Fallow. Up to Museum, did a 51.31 on his first run. Just a run to the finish, and it's a 51.9.
Wow, that's really close then. Really close in that class. Simon Jenks on the line now. I think he stalled it on his first attempt to get off the line, so he's just re-attempting that. He's on the line now, looking down at his dash, and he's away. Pops and bangs. It's got launch control, this car, I believe, as it left the line. Braking up into Hall. Turns nicely through Hall, nice and tidy through Hall, and accelerating up through Loggerheads. Coming down the hill into my sight now, carries lots of apex speed through Loggerheads and accelerates, takes a gear before he brakes and down 2 gears into Triangle. Bit of a squeeze, tries a little bit of oversteer and a bit of traction control to get him out of Triangle and through Keepers. Carried a lot of speed through the first part of Keepers, accelerating his way up the straight now, up Cedar Straight towards the kink, through the kink now and into your view.
Yeah, here he comes, heading into Fallow. Good tight line through the corner up into Museum. Goes a little bit deep, misses the gear change at the corner. Now heading for the finish. It's not going to be a 51. It's 53.04, slower than he was on the first run.
Neville Thompson's on the hill in the Pell Genesis, but he's had a problem. He hasn't yet appeared to me. He's just crawling around Loggerheads now, so I believe he had a problem somewhere on the bottom of the hill out of our sight, but he is crawling his way down the straight to Triangle. Now puts his arm in the air to notify the marshals that he will be turning left, or going straight on, should I say, for coming back into the paddock. So unfortunately that is a failed run for Neville Thompson. The engine is running, so the engine is running, which would suggest some sort of drivetrain based problem rather than powertrain. But the marshals have just pushed him over the brow and he'll roll back into the paddock. So we shouldn't be much of a delay there. Meanwhile, the Maguire Mini is on the start line. They're just flags have come in, so we should be getting going again any moment. This is Derek Kessel in the Maguire Mini Cooper S, 1400cc engine. So we're just waiting for him to, building up the revs now, and leaves the line. Accelerates up the hill through the right-hander, up to Hall. Turns it nicely into Hall now. Uses all the road on exit, nice tidy line through the first part of Loggerheads, and then down the hill and into my view. Carries lots of speed through Loggerheads, really nice through there. Brakes hard down his Triangle, down a gear, little nibble of the curve on the inside as he comes through there. Powers his way up towards Keepers, nice and neat and tidy through the first part of Keepers, and carries quite a lot of speed into the second part. On the power, nice and early as he came out of Keepers, he's already accelerating up the Cedar Straight, through the kink, uses all the road through there, and he's braking into your sight now, Steve.
Here comes Derek, through Fallow already, into Museum. A little special saloon, Maguire Mini Cooper S charging for the line, and over it is 59.69.
Behind him, Martin Watts in the Silver Riot, the little 1000cc Silver Riot, already up and through keepers, driving nice and neat and tidily through there, and he's already through the kink and into your sight now, braking for fallow.
Yeah, Martin Watts leading the class with a second place overall in this combined class, but fastest in Class F, 56.61 from the first run. And I think we have a problem here, because it's got a finishing time for Martin Watts of 33.36.
Yes. Oh, unfortunately, sorry to cut across you, we've had a bit of a mistake there from the Red Cloud Motec. Mark Puddle has lost it on the exit of Loggerheads and ended up in the grass and the ferns on the inside of the left-hand part of Loggerheads. So just tried to put the power down too early, and you heard the tyre squeal as the rear let go, and he couldn't quite catch it. So he's spun off, and he's on the inside of the left-hand part of Loggerheads, but absolutely fine. Thumbs up to the marshals, say he's fine, and just surveying the grass cutting that he's done. So I think that... Go ahead, sorry.
We've got a couple of oddball times here. Martin Watts is credited with a 33.36. That came up before he even got halfway to the finishing line. And Mark Puddle, who went off down at the bottom of the hill, he's given a 22.79 as his finishing time. Which
would be very impressive.
So I suspect they may well be no time recorded. NTR.
Well, yes, I think Mark Puddle is, we're just about to see a replay actually. So he went through the right-hander into the left on the curb and just lost the rear, and it spun it round and off into the grass on the inside. All fine, hand up says fine, just a bit frustrated. But
well, I think he might get a rerun.
I don't think he will. He calls the red flag.
Even but he'd got a finishing time before he went off.
That could be an interesting nuance, couldn't it?
Hello, we're suddenly getting some corrections. Martin Watts is now coming up as 57.09.
That sounds a bit more like it. So, and Mark Puddle has come up as a fail. Yeah. So he's rolling back down towards me now. Perfectly all right. The car looks a little grassy, and I think it's lost a front wing left end plate and gained some foliage. But apart from that, should be absolutely fine. So good to see. Just unfortunate mistake, but perfectly all right. So there might be a little bit of sweeping. There was, but that's now done. The marshals have returned to their post. Flags are coming back in here at Triangle. So we should be up and running any moment, and we will be awaiting soon Graham Lokes in the Lola, but he had started his run. So he came through past me at Triangle, and we'll go back and have another go, which means on the line is Robert Penrose in the OMS. No sign of Richard Walker in the Jedi, which is a shame. He went very nicely this morning. Was actually...
That will be in the next batch.
Because it's a dual-driven car.
We've got some dual-driven cars now.
Thank you.
It should be Robert Penrose, Simon Andrews, Tom Weaver up next.
Yes.
I'm not sure whether... I think Caroline Ryder.
And probably Alan Warburton. Yeah.
I think they'll be tagged on to the end of this.
Good, well spotted. Thank you. So...
That's all right. Just keeping an eye on you, Billy.
So Robert Penrose is off the line. I didn't get a chance to talk to them over the lunch break, but they do have a slipping clutch problem. Accelerating down towards me now, and through Triangle, accelerating away from Triangle up towards Keepers, through the left part, the right-hander at Keepers and into the left. Nice and smooth and tidy through there, and now accelerating up the straight towards you through the kink.
Next on the hill is Simon Andrews, but you should have Robert Penrose in your view.
Yeah.
And Rob Penrose and the OMS are really heading up into the museum. And struggling to get that gear coming out of the corner. And over the finish, 59.98, and the revs suddenly raise.
Yes, Simon Andrews is now on the hill in the Van Diemen. He had a bit of a wiggle as he came past me in triangle, but collected up nicely. He's already up Cedar Straight.
Ooh, big lock up coming into Fallow. Uses all the curve on the inside, but manages to keep it out of the grass. Already up into Museum. Simon Andrews on a charge, 59.95 on his first run. Over the finish, 58.79.
Wow, found over a second. That's a great time. Tom Weaver's next up. Tom was actually quicker to Cedars by about 3/4 of a second. Sorry, to Keepers. He's up the Cedar Straight now and into your view, but this could take the class. This could take the lead back from Simon Andrews.
Yeah, well, Tom Weaver still leading on a 58.76. And what can Tom do this time? 58.05.
Goes quicker again. Wow, fabulous. 3/4 of a second. Meanwhile, Graham Lokes is on the hill for the second attempt at his run. Very neat and tidy as the bottom of the hill, as you can expect from Graham, and he's into your view now.
Yeah, he's already through Fallow, bringing the big Lola up into an outer museum.
Meanwhile, at the bottom of the hill, we've got Caroline Ryder already in my view, already through triangle, nice and neat and tidy from Caroline, accelerates away and through Keepers, disappears out of my sight onto the Cedar Straight. How did the little Lola get on the timing?
56.56 for Graham Lokes. We look out for Caroline Ryder. Here she comes with the Empire Wraith. 52.26 on her first run, already into museum.
Meanwhile, in front of me, Alan Walkerson, nice and tidy through the bottom half of the hill. Bit of a dig into the traction control as it came out of triangle. He'd really love to do a 46 this today if he can. He's already up onto the Cedar Straight, flat through the kink and into your view as he comes into Fallow.
Yeah, going well indeed. It's Alan Warburton. Time for Caroline Ryder was 51.55. Her best time today. Alan Warburton, meanwhile, already out of museum, charging to the line, 47.26.
47.26. It's the quickest he's gone today, so he's getting quicker and quicker. Good time there. Meanwhile, on the hill is Kevin Creven in the Little Swallow. This was an ex-Formula Ford 2000 chassis. I found that earlier today. He's already breaking into your view. Kevin's with you now.
Kevin Creven heading up into and out of museum. 56.12 on his first run. 54.83.
Meanwhile, into my view comes Trisha Davis in the Reynard. Had a bit of a wiggle as she came through Loggerheads, but tied it up nicely. Already popping and banging out of triangle and into Keepers. Nice and tidy through Keepers onto the finishing straight and
finishing straight.
Cedar Straight. I'll get that right eventually. Accelerating up towards you now.
We have the Reynard 913 into and out of Fallow. Trisha in fourth place in the class with a 51.98 after the first run. Heading for the finish, over the finish line, 51.14.
Meanwhile, Nicola Dearden's off the line in the Delara after having to change one drive shaft when it failed on her this morning, and the other side failed on her co-driver in the runoff, which was very unfortunate, but Nicola's going a lot better now as she brakes towards me down here at Triangle. A little stab of the throttle, a couple of stabs as she came through Triangle, up into Keepers, through the right hand around through the left of Keepers. Nice and neat and tidy this for Nicola as she accelerates up the Cedar Straight, through the kink and appearing into your view now.
Yeah, Nicola down a gear, through Fallow, up into museum. Back on the power. Heading to the finish. This will be her only time to count today, and it's a 56.6.
And that concludes the batch.
Very good.
I love the sound of that TKD engine. Doesn't it sound wonderful?
Superb. Yes.
Yeah, we should have had three of them, but unfortunately one had an issue at last weekend at Shelsley, and then also one had a slight problem here, which is with a grassy moment. It was a grassy moment for Jonathan Varley yesterday.
Yes, I believe the under tray is second hand.
It's on the way to Aberdeen for some TLC. So in the meantime, I've got a result for you here for Class C2 Modified Series production cars up to 2 litres. Also combined into this, by the looks of things, is over 2 litres.
Yeah, I think C2, C3 and C4 are all one class.
Right, okay, so the winner in that class is Paul Howes in the 911 RSR on a 44.83. Second, go ahead,
54.
Sorry. 54.83, yeah, 44.83 would be very impressive. 54.83, please excuse me. Second, Mike Turpin in the Vauxhall PX220 on a 55.85. Third, Pete Turnbull in the 997 Cup car, 57.60. Fourth, Stephen Moore in the Mitsubishi Evo 6, 58.98. Just a hundredth slower in his second run than he was in his first run. Then Stuart Stelling is fifth in the Ford Escort, 59.32. Sixth, Tim Painter in the Aston Martin Vantage, 59.35. Seventh, Andy Fraser sharing with Tim, 60.93. Eighth, Richard Jones in the 911, 61.88. And ninth, Mark Honey in the 205 GTI, 63.80. Next, Class D for modified specialist production class cars, and the winner there is that. Class is brought to us by Wilden Industrial Estates. Ash Mason takes the class win on a 51.31. Second, Tom Price in the Caterham, 51.77. So really close between those two. Simon Jenks third in the Caterham, 52.24. Followed by Richard Price in another Caterham, 53.57. Steve Garner took fifth in the Westfield, 53.79. Followed by Phil Cook in a Caterham, 54.08. Then Ray Lure in his Caterham, 56.36. Followed up by Becky Manton and Graham Manton with 69.15 and 70.10 respectively. But as we've been discussing, they seem to have a slight car issue, so they weren't representative times. Class G, Sports Libra cars over 2 litres. A little bit of a story of survival here. Graham Lokes takes the win in that beautiful little Lola T492 with a 56.47. Just behind in the Silver Riot, Martin Watts in a 56.61 in second place. Third, Mark Puddle. So unfortunately didn't make it to the top in his second run, but his first run was good enough for third place with a 59.08. Fourth, Derek Kessel in the Maguire Mini Cooper on a 59.69. And fifth, Neville Thompson in the Pell Genesis, 63.89.
Of course, that was a combined class for cars up to and cars over 2 litres.
Yes.
Graham Lokes there taking the combined class win. And he was second in his class in the Midland Championship. And, but I'm not quite sure how many points you get if you win your class and you're the only runner. So I'm not au fait with the exact point scoring system.
Yes, I'm not sure if there's a minimum number of competitors.
I think what happens is you get the fewer the entries, the less points you get. So I think you might only get a couple of points for that. But the other 4 were all in the same class, Class F, so they should score well.
Yes. So the cars have all returned to the paddock. The paddock gate is being closed. And we're just waiting for the flags to come in. At which point, so the flag is in here at Triangle. And is in at the start line. And a can hear an engine firing up down there in the paddock. So we should be into the rest of the runners now in Class I for racing cars up to 1100cc, but also with one under 600cc class car, which would normally be in Class H. But as there's only one runner, that is combined into Class I. So on the line now we have Richard Walker in the Jedi. Little 600cc in the back of this, and he's off the line now. Sings its way up towards the first corner at Hall. Turns through Hall, nice and tidy through there from Richard. And powering down towards Loggerheads, through the first part of Loggerheads. Into view now, carries lots of speed, but nice and neat and tidy through Loggerheads. Braking hard down into Triangle. Turns it nicely through Triangle. Little bit of wheel spin on the exit, but all controlled nicely as he heads up towards Keepers. Through the second part of Keepers. Nice, neat and tidy line through there. Powering his way up onto the Cedar Straight. Through the Kink and into your view now.
Yeah, here comes the little Jedi. Neat line through Fallow, up to Museum already. And the Demented Wasp flies past the commentary box, heading for the finish, and it's a 54.53. Good improvement.
Meanwhile, in my view, Mark Schlanker in the Porsche HC, the 1000cc Kawasaki in the back of this, already turns his way through the left-hander at Loggerheads, at Keepers, was very neat and tidy here at the bottom of the hill, is through the Kink and into your view.
Yeah, Mark, neat and tidy through Fallow, as always, into Museum and rotates onto the grass on the inside. Makes his way along, doing a great impression of a fly-mo until he loses traction.
I think he might have run aground.
He's run aground.
Looking at the camera.
He's not a yacht, is he?
I think he's... yes, I think it's on the bank. So we're just getting a replay of that now. So he came rocketing up the hill and just a bit of oversteering, couldn't quite catch it. Oversteered off onto the bank on the inside and was just trying to accelerate back onto the circuit and got a little bit beached on the bank. Yeah, that's on the bank. Looking at the marshals there, trying to push it off. Unfortunately, I think, the bottom of the car is on the floor. So, also looking at the start line camera that I have here in my box that they're now showing on screen. Thanks, Rich. There's something going on at the back of Jim Spencer's Reynard, because he's actually got out of the car. Oh, chain's come off, broken a chain. So whether they will be rolling that back and be able to replace it, or whether that be a failed run, I will wait to see. Hopefully they'll be able to roll him back and allow him to run slightly later, but unfortunately Jim Spencer has broken a chain. Meanwhile, the Schlanker car is back on terra firma.
Sort of.
Ish. And also the recovery truck is just passing me to return to... I don't know where he's going. To return to wherever he lives as well. So yes, a bit of car manoeuvring going on at the museum.
We're just waiting for the decision as to whether or not the car is going to go all the way back to the paddock, I suspect.
Right. I think they'll be waiting whilst the recovery truck goes back into its spot, because the recovery truck is currently here. You wouldn't want to meet that coming the other way.
I know which should win.
Yes. So the recovery truck's actually going the wrong way up between Triangle and Loggerheads. So maybe it's off to wait. Can it turn left at Loggerheads?
Yes, it turns left there.
Yes.
There's another little road that runs back down to near
to the other side of Keepers. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he's doing now.
There's actually a cottage up at the back in the trees.
I didn't know that.
Hence Keepers.
I mean, you say that, but we're still waiting to find the museum at the top of the hill, as we proved earlier.
It could be one of those invisible museums.
It could be, yes. Never get many visitors.
Yes, it's going to be about a 6-point turn, I think, for the little force. Oh, this might do it.
Meanwhile, we've got Bob Penrose waiting on the line in the little OMS CFO4 with the slipping clutch. So, yes, we have Robert on the line, sitting patiently in his car, getting rather warm, I suspect, in this heat.
It's getting warm at the top of the hill as well.
Yeah. I think they've now got Mark back in the little force.
Yeah.
Putting his seatbelts back on, probably.
Just fitting his steering wheel back on.
That's important. Yes, you need those.
Oh, it is important. Yes. Yeah, you could run aground if you didn't have a steering wheel.
You could.
Oh,
he definitely ran aground.
He did run aground, though, didn't he?
Yeah. A very kind fire marshal has just brought me a bottle of water, which is very kind of him. Thank you, sir. Very kind. Thank you.
Right. Well, I suspect that the Force HC is going to roll all the way back down to the paddock. And it is. There he goes. So red flags, once they're in at the top of the hill, will follow him down. And as soon as he's safely back in the paddock, we should be underway again.
Good, good. That's a shame. I thought he was going well up until that point. Was Mark? He was.
So it's your fault.
I thought it.
Oh, you thought it. Oh well, that's all right.
I didn't say. No, he was. He did a music. The time split at museum was a 42.26. So he was on for a very good run there. But the car looks perfectly okay, which is good. So we'll live to fight another day. Here he is, back with me now. Just coming back past Triangle and back into the paddock with some distinctly grassy tyres.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Yes.
When they get all hot and sticky and you run across the grass. Takes ages to clean them up.
Flags are still out here. I think there may be a bit of... Is there some sweeping going on with you?
No, everything's fine.
Okay.
There is a little bit of grass on, but it's negligible. It's not going to cause anybody any problems.
Fair enough. Yep, flags. I just heard a whistle. Yep, flags in at Keepers, flags in here at Triangle. So we should be ready to go any minute now with Robert Penrose. So I think fastest this afternoon so far, with some runners still to come back, Alan Warburton on 47.26, which is a quarter of a second faster than you went in the runoff this morning.
Yeah, he's the fastest qualifier at the moment. Trish Davis is second, 51.14. Caroline Wright third, 51.55.
And what's mightily impressive, yes, that he's found a second from this morning is Alan Warburton, so he's going really well. Meanwhile, Bob Penrose is off the line quite slowly, actually, so it may be that the slipping clutch is finally a bit too much, because he's got his hand up.
Yeah,
this is going well. Yeah, so I think he will appear at loggerheads and turn straight back into the paddock. So yes, unfortunately, I think the slipping clutch has cried enough.
Yeah, it sounded very, very bad when Robert went up the hill previously.
Yes, it sounds like a jet ski.
Particularly just after the finish, it sounded like a bag of bolts. Really.
Yes, so he's returned straight back into the top of the paddock. So, yes.
So just Jim Spencer to see in that class.
But already very good job there. We're already racing again with Bernie Kevell in the Van Diemen RF90 Formula Ford. Nice and tidy through first corner at Hall and through Loggerheads, and then down the short chute to the second part of Loggerheads, through there and accelerating down towards Triangle, hard on the brakes into Triangle, nice and neat and tidy through there from Bernard, and already through Keepers into the second part of Keepers, just touching the curb, just missing the curb, sorry, on the inside of there. Very neat and tidy line up onto the Cedar Straight, through the kink and into your view now.
Yes, here he comes, Bernie the Bolt, 1990 Van Diemen, takes lots of curve on the inside of Fallow, up into Museum.
Already past me, by the way.
Nice run through Museum, 59.77 earlier, 59.91 on that run, slightly slower.
Already past me is Steve Morgan in the Van Diemen and RF89, the very pretty electric blue car, already into your sight.
Yep, already through. Fallow kicked up a little bit of dust as he came through the corner. A little bit sluggish coming out of Museum, 62.15 earlier, 62.12 on that run.
Already through my past me at Triangle is Nicky Cottrell in the Lotus 61. We're trying to decide if it's this or the Pringgit that's the oldest car in the class, but already accelerating up the straight through the kink and into your view. In the meantime, Carol Nichols in the Nike Mark IV is down, accelerating and down through Triangle, now turning through Triangle. How's Nikki getting on at the top of the hill?
A little bit of a problem, I think, for Nikki. She's going quite slowly at the moment. And definitely an issue, a lot slower than on her previous run, which was a 66.66. Seemed to be on the downshift going into Fallow, and it all fell apart. 72.49.
That's a shame. Anyway,
Carol Nichols in the Mark IV Nike, 68.86 on her first run.
Meanwhile, Les Buck is on the hill in Pringgit Mistral. He is already through and through Keepers and onto the Cedar Straight and into your view now.
68.85 for Carol Nichols, 100th quicker. Les Buck up into Museum in the Pringgit Mistral Formula Ford. Did a 60.51 on his first run, and Les through the finish, 60.33.
On the hill now, Richard Weaver in his Van Diemen RF91, very quickly up the Cedar Straight into your view.
A little bit of a squeal of brakes going into Fallow. Time to beat, set by his son Tom, 58.05. So Richard Weaver charging to the line, 58.79.
Just to draw your attention to the bottom of the hill, Matt Ryder on the hill now. Oh, smoking something coming out the back of that car. Yes, he has. That's a shame. He has lifted off. There was a problem with the car. It's a shame. 1.87 second start, but then I could see something coming out the back of it. Some sort of haze. On the left-hand side, by the looks of things, he has turned the engine off and pulled straight into the paddock. So some of the cars will make it to the top of the hill on this in this batch, but unfortunately we've had another mechanical problem there, which is a real shame. He was going very nicely up until that point. On the hill now, or on the line, Neil Coles uses his launch control to launch himself off 1.84 second start, so there's a lot of grip on the start today. The drivers were saying that over lunch. Bit of a squirrely moment as he came through Hall and through Loggerheads, carrying lots of speed downhill through the second part of Loggerheads, accelerates down towards me at Triangle, turns in quite early for Triangle, but a little bit of traction control on the exit, and he's up and through the right-hander and into the left-hander at Keepers. Nice and neat and tidy through Keepers, gets the power down nice and early onto the Cedar Straight, already through the kink, very fast through there, carries lots of speed into your view.
Neil Coles did a 50.09 on the first run with the IMS 28. Looking to go into the 49 second bracket, which in fact he does a 48.96.
Great run there. Now John Stockley on the hill in his Force SF 1600cc. We're in the 1600cc class now. He's already up and through keepers in front of me and already up onto the Cedar Straight very quickly through the kink and into your sight.
John Stockley, Holmes interview. The Force SF 49.09 on his first run through Museum. Just the charge to the line and over the line in 48.36.
Just leaving the line now is Einan Price in the Force TA. Went really well this morning, but got 2 penalties, one in his practice run, one in his run-off run for tapping bollards, so hopefully he keeps away from those. He's already into my sight now at keepers and rockets down the hill towards Triangle, brakes nicely and turns it very neatly into Triangle. Already accelerates away, carries loads of speed into the first part of keepers. That's better, not much more tidily through keepers than he was on his qualifying run. It avoids the bollards as he accelerates up the straight through the kink and into your view.
Yeah, into follow already. Threateningly bitting his way around the corner, taking 2 or 3 bites to get it through. No problem at Museum. The charge to the line, Einan Price, 46.72.
Next on the hill, David Warburton, 2-second start, but he's so fast. Wow, into my sight, so fast through loggerheads and through Triangle, carries lots of speed through there, back on the power already as he rockets towards keepers and carries so much speed through the right-hander, nice and neat and tidy through the left-hander, out onto the straight, onto Cedar Straight, through the kink, absolutely flat through there, and he's accelerating towards you now.
Yeah, big cut at fallow, takes all the curb he can. Now into Museum. This is a quick run, heading for the finish. 45.71 earlier, 45.61 is his qualifying time.
Great time there, very good time. So that also, I think, guarantees him the class win for the day in the 1600cc class. Meanwhile, on the hill, Jonathan Evans in the Swallow DR14. He is already up and through keepers, up onto the Cedar Straight. Nice smooth run this from Jonathan into your view.
Yeah, the little Swallow. Heading up towards Museum. Jonathan, 57.53 on his first run. And up and through the finish, 55.56, nice improvement.
John Cottrell on the hill now in front of me, not in the Delara, but in the Pilbeam MP82. Unfortunately, they've had a few problems with their Delara this year, so it's not out this weekend. Instead, they're resorting to the Pilbeam. Already up onto the Cedar Straight, nice and neat and tidy through the kink and into your view.
Yeah, the Pilbeam substitute, which is for sale, heading up into Museum. Now the run to the finish, 55.68 earlier, and it's a 55.69.
Terry Davis passed me in this beautiful sounding Reynard, the TKD engine, in the back of that 2-litre V8, singing as it went past me here at Triangle. He's already up the straight, through the kink and into your view now. Yeah,
through fallow. Third in the class after the first runs with a 51.12. Terry heading for the finish, through it in 51.64. So slower than he was earlier.
Next on the line, Joshua Moss in the 2-litre Delara with the Vauxhall engine in the back, just settling himself off, and he leaves the start now. Start time of 1.99, so good start there from Josh. Already into the first corner, nice and neat and tidy there through Hall and into Loggerheads. Licks it through the first part of Loggerheads and into my view now at the top of the hill. Uses all the road on the exit of Loggerheads, hard on the brakes into Triangle, turns it nicely through Triangle again using all of the road. This is a nice, neat and tidy run from Josh. Already through the right-hander and into the left-hander there at keepers. Already out onto the Cedar Straight. Nice and fast through the kink and into your view.
Yeah, the 1999 Formula 3 Delara, Vauxhall powered. Joshua Moss, class leader in the Midland Hill Climb Championship, safely through Museum. 49.44 earlier. This time it's a 48.66.
Good improvement there. Andrew Henson on the hill, braking hard right in front of me as he turns his way through triangle, accelerating away, takes a gear before the right-hander of keepers and into the left. Nice and neat and tidy. Andrew was leading the class this morning. He was very happy with that, but can he qualify for the runoff again? We shall see. Through the kink and into your view.
Joshua Moss has just relegated Andrew to second place. He has to beat 48.66 to win the class. Andrew, nice and neat and tidy. The run to the finish, over the finish line in 49.16.
No, so I think that's a class win for Josh. Meanwhile, in front of me, Richard Summers. He qualified early on his first competitive outing in this big DJ Firestorm. First time he's driven it since it's been converted to V8 power. Again, a phenomenal sounding car. This 2.65 litre Cosworth V8 in the back, and he's already accelerating up the straight through the kink. Nice and neat and tidy run this from Richard and into your view.
Yes, Richard did a 48.18 with the Firestorm on his first run into an outer museum. Popping and banging as he accelerates over the finish, 48.72.
Good time there, good time. Already into my view now is Mark Coley. I'm just going to listen to see how's it sounding. Yes, much better. I think they seem to have solved the misfire. It's definitely back to V6 power rather than the V5 they were running earlier. But he does clobber not one but two marker posts as he goes through keepers, which means there will be a 2-second penalty applied to this time, which is a shame. He's already into your sight.
Right, so Mark Coley, 48.03 on his first run. And over the finish, 48.5. But what about those penalties?
Yes, I think there'll be a 2-second penalty coming his way. Yeah, I think
it's taken a little bit of time for the time to click over as being accepted, so I'm assuming the penalty number will appear when it is accepted.
But the good news is they have, from the sounds of things, fixed the misfire. So when Andy runs in the next batch, hopefully the car will be on song, which is good.
At the moment, there's no number appeared in that column for penalty, but I'll have to wait and see if one pops up.
This is the one problem with the stream, is it is quite easy to, it is all visualised there. Anyway, whilst we're waiting, we've got Class I up to, racing cars up to 1100cc, sponsored by Force Racing Cars and Equinox Maintenance Limited. The win there, even though he lost a chain, so didn't take his second run, where it goes to Jim Spencer in the Reynard on a 50.12. Second place, Mark Schlanker, who again didn't quite make the finish on his second run on a 51.66. Third place, Richard Walker in the Jedi, which is great given it's only a 600cc car, 54.53. Bob Penrose in fourth on a 58.35, and Robert Penrose in fifth on a 59.81.
Can I just interrupt to let you know that it has come up with a 2-second penalty, so Mark Coley's time adjusted to 50.5 at the 0.
He might now miss out on the runoff, which is a shame.
Well, I've just done a little check, and he is in the runoff at the moment. 55, there are 3 cars slower.
Off the line now, we are green again. Sandra Tomlin in the big Pilbeam MP97 with the 4-litre Judd in the back. Again, they had some misfire problems this morning. But listening now, it sounds like it's back onto 8 cylinders. I'm just going to listen past me. Yes, that sounds much cleaner. That's fantastic to hear. Sandra's already through triangle and up to keepers, turns it nicely through keepers and powers her way up the straight, through the kink, into your sight now.
Sandra Tomlin hoves into view in the big Pilbeam. The MP97, 53.23 on her first run. And powers to the finish, over the finish line, 52.14.
That's a great time. Found a second on her second run, which is great to see. So that is the end of the batch. They will be returning to the paddock. Fastest qualifier at the moment, I believe, is David Warburton on a 45.61. So 10th quicker than he qualified this morning. But
yes, the fastest 3 qualifiers at the moment, David Warburton 45.61, Einan Price 46.72, and then Alan Warburton 47.26.
Yes.
The fastest 3 qualifiers at present.
So I think, unfortunately, we won't be seeing Matthew Ryder in the runoff. Oh, I can give you the Formula Ford results just quickly. So this is Class J1, Formula Ford racing cars up to 1600cc, manufactured before 1994. Tom Weaver takes the win there in the Van Diemen RF91 on a 58.05. Second, equal in the class, Simon Andrews and Richard Weaver, both on a 58.79. Bernie Kevil fourth on a 59.77. Les Buck in the Pringgit, 60.33. Steve Morgan after that on a 62.12. Then Nikki Cottrell in the Lotus 61 on a 66.66, but unfortunately she had an issue on her second run. And then Carol Nichols to round out the class in the Nike Mark IV. Class J, racing cars up to 1600cc, and it is a class win there for David Warburton on a 45.61. Einan Price second on a 46.16. Matthew Ryder third on a 47.20, so his time from this morning still good enough for third in class in the Empire Wraith.
Excuse me, Billy, what time did you get for Einan Price?
Einan did his morning time is his fastest for the class results on a 46.16.
What about the second run?
It was
I've got that down as 46.72.
Yes, it was, but he did a 46.16 this morning. So on his...
Oh, no, but then he got 2-second penalty.
That's a very good point. So, anyway, good point.
Just saying.
Good homework there from Steve.
There should be some little dots after the time.
Yes, that is a very good point.
Which indicates there's a penalty.
I think he's still second on a 46.72.
Oh, he is second, yes.
Yeah.
But that's his best time, 46.72.
Yeah. Good point. Good. I was just testing. You listened. That's great. Listening to what I'm saying, it's brilliant. That was.
I can't help but listen.
You caught me.
I've got a speaker in the box. I can't shut you up.
Matthew Ryder third, even though he failed to run this afternoon on a 47.20. Alan Warburton fourth on a 47.26. He'll be hoping for a 46 in the runoff. John Stockley in fifth in the Force on a 48.36. Neil Coles after that in the OMS 28 in a 48.96. And finally Caroline Ryder in the Empire Wraith in 7th, 51.55.
I think we've completed K1 as well.
We have. That's just come up on my screen. So Class K1 up to 2 litre with normally aspirated engines. Class win there for Joshua Moss on a 48.66, and I think that might be good enough to qualify for the runoff if he is registered.
He is, and he's 4th fastest.
I should say the class sponsor is...
Sorry, 5th fastest.
Sorry, excuse me. I should say the class sponsor here is TechCraft Motorsport. And anyway, so Joshua Moss wins the class on a 48.66. Andrew Henson second on a 48.94. Tricia Davis third, great result there on the 51.14. Just a little, wow, she's 500ths, half a tenth quicker than husband Terry, who's on a 51.19. Then Kevin Creven in the Swallow, 54.83. Then Jonathan Evans on a 55.56, and then Nicola Dearden on a 56.60. So a great result there for Josh, taking the class win. And as you said, did you say he's qualified 5th at the moment, Steve?
Sorry, what was that again?
Qualified 5th, Joshua Moss at the moment, did you say?
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he's 5th fastest. The running order on my little PC is showing it with the dual trim cars taken into account.
Yes, so is mine.
Alan Warburton, who did a 47.26, is the second car from the top. So you've got to put his time further down. But yes, Joshua Moss is 5th fastest qualifier on a 48.66. And we've got John Stockley, Einan Price, David Warburton, and Al Warburton also in the top 5. So that's the top 5. And the person on the bubble at the moment, Terry Davis, 51.64.
So the cars have all returned back down into the paddock. Flags are in here at Triangle. And we have next class, we've got the big guns. We've got the forced induction over 1600cc up to 2 litre class, so that's class K2. And we've also got class L, the unlimited class, racing cars over 2 litres, which are where the fastest runners of the day will come from. But first coming to the line is Pete Tatham in the 1300cc supercharged OMS 25. He's on the line now. Just getting ready for his run. This car runs on methanol, as you can see on the stream for those who wondered of the little orange spot on the rear wing to tell the marshals that the car runs on methanol. And he's away from the line, popping and banging as he changes gears up into the first corner and turns nicely into Hall. A little wide on exit, but keeps it on the back stop, and turns nicely through loggerheads and into my view. Rockets down the straight towards Triangle and turns nicely into Triangle. Had to stay out of the throttle quite a while. He couldn't get straight in the throttle as the car was understeering slightly through Triangle, but he's already up into Keepers, nibbles the curb on the inside. It actually lifts a wheel on the exit of Keepers as it rockets up the cedar straight towards you.
Yes, Peter Tatham, interview through fallow. Supercharged Hayabusa engine, powering the OMS 25. 50.55 on his first run, 48.91.
Great time, big improvement there from Pete Tatham. On the line now, Kelvin Broad in the Force TA supercharged 1300cc car. He failed to finish his first run, so we'll need a finish here to get some points in class, and he's already turning his way through loggerheads and into my view now. Rockets down the hill towards me at Triangle, brakes hard as he turns right. Spit of flame as well from the exhaust as he on the overrun there in the Triangle. Nice and neat and tidy through Keepers, turns through the left, nibbles the curb but misses the bollards on the inside of Keepers, up the cedar straight, powering through the kink and towards you now.
Yeah, here he comes, heading into fallow. Really quick approach to fallow, but got it slowed down nicely. He's already gone further than he managed on his first run, charging to the finish, through the line, 47.93.
Much better. Meanwhile, on the hill in front of me, John Chalmers, who's definitely solved the boost issue he's having this morning, because the car absolutely rockets away and turns beautifully into Keepers, carries a lot of speed into there. He's already up onto the cedar straight, so he's definitely running full boost now. Rockets through the kink and into your sight now.
Yes, John Chalmers in the Ralt F301. Big puff of blue smoke as he went down the gearbox coming into Museum. The run to the finish, over the line, 46.91.
Great time, really good time. On the hill in front of me now, Simon Moyes in the little supercharged Gould GR59. He's going so well in this car this year. He's already passed me at Triangle. He's already through Keepers. He's up onto the cedar straight now, powering his way through the kink and up towards you.
Simon Moyes into fallow. Needs to beat that time of John Chalmers, 46.91, to take the win in the class. Already out of Museum, over the finish, 46.54.
Great time, well done, really good time there. Meanwhile, Ian Tucker's on the hill in the naturally aspirated OMS 28 1700cc car this, but I believe the class is amalgamated for today. Ian, driving nicely, is already up onto the straight, through the kink and towards you.
Yeah, Ian Tucker in the OMS 28, class leader in K3 in the Midland Championship. Did a 55.91 on his first run. Just the run to the line now for Ian. He's through the finish, 54.81.
Graham Wynn on the hill now in the big Gould GR59 with the 4-litre Judd in the back. Lovely, very quick start there, 1.93 seconds. He's already through Hall, through the first part of loggerheads, through the second part of loggerheads now, and accelerating down the hill, rockets down the hill towards me. brakes in front of me through triangle, nice and tidy in the traction control as it accelerates towards me, towards keepers, already through the first part and into the second part now, nice and smooth on the exit as he rockets up the straight. This car has so much power and is so fast in a straight line, it's already into your view.
Yeah, into and out of fallow. Graham Wynn up to Museum, did a 46.5. Ooh, a little bit of out-braking there. Slow dramatically in the corner. Over the finish, slightly slower, 46.84. Lost the time at Museum.
Meanwhile, in front of me now is Lindsay Stummers in the DJ's Firestorm. Big squirt of power down to triangle, nicely needed through triangle, gets back on the power and it rockets away towards keepers. The way that thing gains speed is quite phenomenal. Nice and tidy through keepers and she's out onto the Cedar Straight. Really neat and tidy run this from Lindsay. She's through the kink quickly and she's braking into your sight now.
So Lindsay Summers into and out of fallow in the DJ Firestorm. Cosworth XD V8. And Lindsay charging for the line, 49.42.
Good time, sub 50-second time. Well done, Lindsay. Meanwhile, on the hill, Paul Crute in the OMS 28. The lovely sounding 3-litre V6 Jaguar engine car is already into your view at now.
Yeah, immaculate in Jaguar green. Paul Crute in the OMS 28 did a 52.1 on his first run, 51.88 on his second.
Meanwhile on the line, Andy Coley in the Gould GR55, the 2.5 litre Cosworth engined V6 powered Gould. Fortunately they, from what I could hear in the last run, have solved the misfire issue they were having this morning, which is great. Just sitting on the line waiting to go. Accelerates away now. Good start, 2-second dead start. This car doesn't have launch control, remember. Already braking up into Hall. Nice and tidy through Hall. Big squirt of power, a bit of a wiggle as he came out of Hall on the power. But he's already through the first part of Logheads, into my view now, the second part of Logheads. Rockets down the hill and hard on the ankles as he turns right into Triangle. Nice and neat, tidy through Triangle. Yes, from what I can hear, it still sounds very much on song. Little kick up of dirt as he turned into the first part of Keepers. Nice and neat and tidy through the second part of Keepers, accelerating nicely up the straight now through the kink and into your view.
Yeah, Andy Coley, superline through fallow, up into Museum. Back on the power, 48.1 on his first run, slightly slower, 48.94.
Wow, okay. Meanwhile, in front of me, Terry Graves in the Gould GR37, DFR 3.5 litre V8 in the back of this. Ex-Benetton engine, these engines were originally, I believe, in Formula 1, and he's into your view.
Yeah, we've got the GR37 up into Museum. Terry Graves did a 50.45 on his first run, and over the finish improves to 50.04.
Meanwhile, Oliver Tomlin's already past me, already through Keepers onto the Cedar Straight. Remember, he had a non-finish in the first run due to a misfiring issue, but it's going really well in the second run. Into your view.
Yes, this will be a quick time for Oliver. Neat and tidy through Museum. Slight hesitation getting back on the power. Over the finish, 46.97.
Meanwhile, Sean Gould is on the hill, very fast through the first part of the hill. He's already with me at Triangle. Turns nice and neat and tidy through Triangle. Accelerates away from Triangle towards Fallow. Nice and neat and tidy through there. Avoids the bollards on the left-hand side. Comes out of Keepers so quickly onto the straight, and he's rocketing up the straight towards you, already into your view.
Yeah, nice cut at Fallow, up into Museum already. Sean Gould leading the class with a 44.66. It's now 43.71.
Fast time already. Trevor's into my view. He's already through Triangle, massively in the traction control as he rockets away. Carries a lot of speed through the right-hander of Keepers. Already through the left-hander. Nice and neat and tidy from Trevor, and he will be flat from here till he gets to you. Through the kink nicely and into your view.
Yes, going very quickly into the corner. Nice cut at Fallow. Trevor Willis up into and out of Museum. 43.71 to beat. It's a 45.22.
Wow, that's quite a time from Sean Gould. What a time that is. What a marker.
Oh, it's
Anyway.
our fastest time of the day.
Yes, I think it is, yeah. On the hill now, Joe McCrell in the little Tiga, SF83 1600. Very good start time, 0 to 64 feet at 1.96, which is very impressive. No launch control in this car, but he's already into your view.
Yes, Joe in the little Tiga with the 1.6 litre Peugeot engine up into Museum. 58.36 on his first run. And over the finish, 58.37, very consistent.
Meanwhile, on the hill now in front of me is John Morris in the BMW Mini Cooper S Works, 1600cc turbocharged front-wheel drive car this, made down the road in Oxford.
Yes, was leading the class after the first runs.
He's already through the kink, and he's braking now towards you.
Yes, up into Museum, sorry, into Fallow. Heading up towards Museum. A little bit of a lock-up going into the corner. So heading for the finish, looking like it's going to be another 68. It's a 68.46, nice improvement.
Meanwhile, just past me is Graham Griffith in his VW Golf R, 2-litre turbocharged engine in the front of this. He's just coming through the kink now, stab of brakes as he goes through the kink to settle the car. Bit of tyre squeal as he passed me down here, but very neat and tidy, running into your view already.
Yes, Graham will be looking to break 70 seconds on this run, up into Museum. Heading for the finish. And over the finish line, 69.14.
Well done, good to break 70 seconds. Meanwhile, on the hill is Piers Cartwright in the Vauxhall Corsa, 1400cc car. He is up the straight towards you, but already into my view is then Ian Wadsworth in the 911 SC, sorry, the 996 911. He's already through Triangle and nicely up into Keepers and out of my sight. But how is Piers getting on?
Right, well, he's already up into Museum. 74.38 on his first run. He'll be looking to get into the low 73s. I would have thought it's a 72.75.
Well done him.
Hot on his heels. 144. Back to the Porsches. And David Hilton streaks across the finish line, 57.25.
Next up, Ian Wadsworth in the 911 SCRS, 3.2 litre flat 6, singing away in the back of this. He's already through the kink, braking nicely into your sight now.
Ooh, bit of a lock-up there for Ian. Coming into Fallow, now up into Museum Bend. 60.03 on his first run. I don't think he's going to break 60 seconds. He does with a 59.6.
Nicely done. And that concludes the batch. So I think we are going to have a... I don't know where Trevor lost the time. He did a 44.7 this morning and a 45.22 in that last run. So did he make it? Was there a moment he had up near you?
He seemed to be a little bit hesitant getting back on the power coming out of Museum, but I wouldn't have thought it was that much.
Right.
I think what you'd have to do is look at the split times compared to Sean to see where he actually lost the time.
We're looking at him from this morning. Let me see if I can find this morning.
I'm just going to page back.
Meanwhile, whilst you're doing that, I've got some times, some batch results for you. We've got racing class K2 racing cars over 1600cc up to 2 litres with forced induction engines, sponsored by Darren Gumley. And it's a class win for Simon Moyes in the Gould GR59 on a 46.54. A fantastic run there to push him really hard in the second runs from John Chalmers, who finishes second on a 46.91, which is great given the problem they had this morning. Third place, Kelvin Broad on a 47.93 after not failing this morning's run. Came back very strongly this afternoon. Then Pete Tatham in the OMS 25 on a 48.91. And finally, Ian Tucker, who it would normally be in Class K1, but they're running amalgamated today on a 54.81. So well done, Simon. Next up, we've got the Class L, sponsored by Wilden Industrial Estates. This is for the over 2 litre cars. Taking the class win with that last run was Sean Gould on a 43.71. Second, Trevor Willis on a 44.70. Third, Graham Wynn on a 46.51 in the Big Gould. Fourth, Oliver Tomlin, 46.97. Fifth, Mark Coley in the GR55 2.5 litre Gould on a 48.03. And just to show how well those two are matched, Andy Coley right behind him on a 48.10. Then Richard Summers in the DJ, 48.18. Great result there for Richard. First competitive outing in the car since V8 conversion. Then Lindsay Summers, 49.42. Followed up by Terry Graves on a 50.04. Paul Crute on a 51.88. Sandra Tomlin on a 52.14. And that completes that class, because John Cottrell is showing on here, but actually he's in the 2 litre class because he's in his Pilbeam.
Right. Well, the question you asked before, where did he lose all the time? At Triangle, Trevor was just half a second down, and at Keepers, 0.6 down, and then on Cedar Straight, 0.8 down, and at Museum, he was over a second down, and it was even more over the finish. So he lost it all at the top part of the hill.
Yes. I mean, that is where that Gould really comes into its own with that power. But, yes. Well, let's see if he can find a bit more pace in the runoff. Right,
we've got the
water run for marshals. That's got to be done, especially on a hot day like today.
Right, well, I'm just sort of trying to get listed down the top 12 running order.
I think I've got it here.
Yes, well, I'm just writing it down on my little sheet of paper. And it's looking very interesting.
Yeah.
Quite a few people in the runoff this time that weren't before.
Yep. Also, Rich, if you can hear me, I didn't read out the 1600 class results. Sorry, we were discussing things. So if you can show them up again, I will go through those results. And as if by magic, there they are. So, Class J2, racing cars up to 1600cc. And the win there taken by David Warburton on a 45.61. Oh no, I did read this out, I'm going mad. But anyway, Inan Price second on a 46.72. Matthew Ryder third on a 47.20. Then Alan Warburton on a 47.26. John Stockley on a 48.36. Neil Coles on a 48.96. Caroline Ryder on a 51.55. And unfortunately, Darren Gumley was a non-starter after engine issues yesterday. So yes, quite an exciting runoff to come, I think, with, as you said, some cars we didn't have in the runoff this morning, with John Chalmers rectifying his boost issues that he had this morning to record a very, very competitive time at a 46.91, and same with Kelvin Broad after a spin this morning, and unfortunately a mechanical issue for a couple of cars that qualified this morning means they don't qualify this afternoon. But I think a good runoff to come.
Well, I'm noticing that you've got Inan Price, Simon Moyes and David Warburton ahead of some allegedly more powerful cars.
Yes, they
the nimble 1600's doing very well indeed.
Yes, they are indeed. I think, yeah, Dave's been pretty hooked up here since he got here yesterday, so very consistent. So the car's just coming back past me now. So, as the message just showed on our stream, top 12 runoff to come very shortly. But in the meantime, we have a batch of I've just been presented with, thank you very much, very friendly, very kind paramedic just gave me the running order and the times for the runoff.
Oh, I've got those.
So we do have one dual driven car. So Alan Warburton will run first. Alan qualified on a 47.26. Then he will return back down the hill, and then we will have Richard Summers in the DJ, who qualified on a 48.72. Then Joshua Moss in the Dilara, who qualified on a 48.66. Sorry. Then John Stockley, who qualified on a 48.36. John in the Force SF. Then after that, Kelvin Broad in his Force, 47.93. John Chalmers in the turbocharged Dilara, 46.91.
Ralt.
Did I say Dilara?
Yes,
Whoops,
you did.
Ralt. You're exactly right. Do apologise. Then Graham Wynne in the Gould on a 46.84. Iron Price in the Force on a 46.72. Then Simon Moyes in his Gould on a 46.54. David Warburton on his Gould on a 45.61. Trevor Willis in the OMS on a 45.22. And finally Sean Gould in the Gould on a 43.71. But in the meantime, we have Andy Tippett on the hill in this lovely Brabham BT30X 3.5 litre Rover V8 powered single seater. Really, really lovely car this. Already nicely through Triangle, hustling the car nicely through Triangle and up towards Keepers, but nice and neat and tidy, nice and smooth as he goes through Keepers, and really can accelerate out onto the straight, onto Cedar Straight, through the kink and into your view now at Fallow.
Yeah, here comes Andy Tippett in the BT30X. This car originally had a 2 litre V8 Coventry Climax engine in the back. That was sold on, and this Buick V8 put in the back, and it's a 56.91, slightly slower for Andy on that run.
Next on the hill we have Joe Feekins in the little Ford Fiesta. This part of the... Just trying to find my class results.
All-Swage Loton Park Championship Class 1.
That's the one, there it is, in the Fiesta. He's already through and past me at Triangle, accelerating up towards Keepers, and through Keepers now, nice and tidy as he goes through Keepers, and now onto the Cedar Straight. Following him up will be Daniel Morris in the dual-driven Mini Cooper, but in the meantime, Joe Feekins should be with you.
Yeah, here he comes into view in the little Ford Fiesta, 1.6 litre, posted an 83.03 on his first run.
Meanwhile, here at the bottom of the hill, we have Daniel Morris pedalling really nicely in the Mini Cooper S, already through Keepers and powering up the straight through the kink towards you now and into your view.
81.79 for Joe Feekins. We've got Daniel Morris in the BMW Mini Cooper S Works. 1600 turbocharged engine. Lying in second place in class behind co-driver John Morris. Daniel over the finish improves to a 68.9.
Meanwhile, Michael Crutchley is on the hill in the Alfa Romeo Giulia, originally a 1300 but now running a 1600cc engine. He's a very neat and tidy run in this car. He's already through Triangle and Keepers and onto the Cedar Straight. And meanwhile, already in front of me is Michael Griffith in the VW Golf R. He's already through Triangle and into Keepers and out onto the Cedar Straight. But in the meantime, I believe Michael Crutchley is with you in the Alfa.
Yeah, he's up at Museum already in the little Alfa Romeo Giulia. 83.84 on his first run. And Michael Crutchley through the finish improves to 81.37.
Meanwhile, in front of me, we've got Ian Winnie in the Mazda MX-5. Nice and tidy as he goes through Triangle and powers his way towards Keepers. Turns it nicely into Keepers, into the right and into the left. Meanwhile, at the top of the hill,
Michael Griffiths, 68.26 in the Volkswagen Golf. goes ahead of co-driver Graham.
Nicely done there. Ian is powering his way up towards you now and into your view.
Yes, Ian Winnie in the MX5. We're back to Class E1. He was up the hill in third place on a 78.9 on his first run. And Ian, en route to the finish, he's going to be fractionally quicker. It's a 78.39.
Meanwhile, in front of me is David Lee in the Lotus Elise, 1800cc naturally aspirated Toyota engine in the back of this. Very pretty little sports car. He's already through keepers. He's up onto the Cedar Straight, nice and neat through the kink. Meanwhile, already in front of me is Michael Harriman hustling this lovely little Renault Clio Mark 1. He's on three wheels, as you'd expect from a front-wheel drive hatchback through Triangle and up into keepers. So this is going to be a quick time.
David Lee, meanwhile, in the Elise, out of Museum, was in third place in the class after the first runs, and a 68.93, slower this time, so he's not going to improve his position.
Michael's into your view as well already, I believe.
Yeah, we've got Michael Harriman in the early Clio Mark 1, lifts the inside rear wheel, leads the class with a 62.97. He's through the finish with an improvement, 61.62 for Michael Harriman.
Good time. Meanwhile, on the hill is Robin Johnson in little Tiga, little single-seater. Dual driven, of course, so we saw it a minute ago, but he's already up and braking towards you.
Yeah, Robin Johnson, 58.34 on his first run, still leads the class with that time. And heading over the finish, slightly slower, 58.66.
Meanwhile, Roy Holder is hustling his Renault Clio, a slightly later model, through X85, sorry, through Triangle and through keepers. Already through the second part of keepers. Flash of hazard lights, oddly. Maybe that's just the lights, the sun reflecting off the lenses. But braking hard now.
I think you might get that when the electronic system thinks it's outbraked itself.
Oh, I see.
Roy Holder up into the top part of the hill through Museum with the X-rated Renault Clio. And Roy through the finish, 66.63.
Meanwhile, past me, John Cartwright in the little Vauxhall Corsa, 1400cc naturally aspirated car. Nice and neat and tidy as he rounds keepers. And we're also back into Porsches. So Paul Watson has already left the line in his Boxster and is coming into view now at the top of the hill at Loggerheads, accelerating down the hill into Triangle, drives nicely through Triangle and accelerates away towards keepers.
John Cartwright just about kept the little Corsa on the track coming out of Fallow. Tyres squealing as he goes out of Museum. Heading for the finish. Through the finish, 75.13. A bit of an improvement.
Meanwhile, as Paul Watson heads towards you, he is 47.34 to Cedar. Oh, we've had a moment for the GT4. Sorry to cut across you. Big moment there for Richard Snow in the beautiful Porsche Cayman GT4. Parried way too much speed into the left-hander, the first part of Loggerheads, and arrived already heading backwards when the camera caught him, which is not the right line through there, but got it back onto the track and didn't hit anything, which is good, just a grassy moment, and he is carrying on quite gingerly to the top of the hill. He's going to complete his climb. Why not?
Time for Paul Watson in the Boxster, 66.61, slower than he was on his first run.
So we've got the Cayman heading towards you now, very gingerly. We might get a replay of that if we're lucky. Sorry?
You don't see a ginger Cayman very often.
No, but there we go. We've just got the replay, and he lost it on the way in. We got. Thank you, Rich, for the replay. Lost it as we went into. Oh dear, yes, he already had a wheel on the grass on the outside of Loggerheads, and appeared already spinning. So luckily, there's lots of space on the outside of there to do that and not have a bill, which is good.
He's finally through the finish at 95.78, but I've been more diplomatic. I couldn't fail in the role.
No. Meanwhile, in front of me is it's Tim Barber in the 996 GT3. He did actually clobber a marker board at loggerheads. It is pretty much flat on the ground, but I think it stayed in the hole. So we might have, I don't know, we'll have to go upstairs for a steward's decision on that one.
Yes, it could be a half-point deduction.
Yes, it's half a second, yes. Technically, it's not come out the hole, but it is flattened.
Yes, Tim Barber, 55.66 on his first timed run, 56.05, slightly slower. Maybe it's too hot now.
It is very warm down here. Anyway, flags are back in. And Howard Cressy is on the line in his Porsche Boxster. So yes, the marshals just ran out to put the marker board back, which they've now done. And Howard is on the line, and he's off the line now, accelerating his way up the hill towards Hall. Braking nicely into Hall and turning through the left-hander. Nice and smooth, using all the road on exit. And he's through loggerheads now and into my sight. Nice and tidy through loggerheads and powering his way down the hill towards me. Turns into triangle now, nice and tidily through triangle. And then up towards keepers, nicely through the right-hander. Gives the marker boards a nice wide berth through there. And already up onto the straight, through the kink. Taking it nice and steady. And into your view now. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the hill, sorry, we've got David Watson, but you've got Howard Cressy.
Yep, we've got Howard Cressy in the Boxster, enjoying the sunshine with the hood down. He did a 68.01 on his first timed run. Through the finish, slightly slower, 68.82.
Meanwhile, David Watson is already on the straight and through the kink. Josh Sadler is also on the hill, but I heard a squeal of tyres. I have now got a Josh Sadler, sorry. So, yes, Josh Sadler is now powering his way down towards me. Another squeal of tyres as he turns his way through triangle. How's David Watson getting on?
Yeah, David Watson, he was squealing the tyres out of Museum. He's over the finish, 64.52. Good improvement, in fact, over a second.
Very nice. Well, Josh Sadler's already through the kink on the straight and into your view now.
Yeah. Josh posted a 61-second run, first time run, and into Museum already. A little bit of out-braking going on today. Josh, another one. Can he beat 61 seconds? Yes, he can. 60.86.
Meanwhile, Grant Evans is on the hill in his 911 Carrera. Very, very neat and tidy through the bottom half of the hill with his 3.3 litre flat 6 engined car. Just trims the grass up the straight as he brakes towards you.
Yes, Geraint Evans up into Museum. Been campaigning this car for many seasons. 61.26 on his first run. Like he might just beat it. He does. 61.10.
Meanwhile, Mel Spear has passed me in his 911 Carrera 2 Cup car. Braked very nice and late for triangle. Very neat and tidy as well, and he's already through keepers. Very nice and neat and tidy run, and up towards the kink. Through the kink now, and back into the shade under the trees, back into the sunlight, and braking towards you.
Yeah, already through fallow. Nice cut on the concrete rumple strip on the inside. Now out of Museum. Powering towards the top of the hill. Can he break 62 seconds? No, he's slightly slower than earlier, 62.85.
Meanwhile, Martin Leach has already passed me in the 911E. Had a bit of a wiggle as he went into keepers, but carried loads of speed through loggerheads when before triangle. Anyway, he's already on the straight. He's already braking in your view.
Yeah, he's into and out of fallow. I think this could do with some sort of aerodynamic device on the engine mountings, because it's a little bit tail happy. Martin Leach charging over the finish, 61.39, slower than earlier.
Stephen Jory on the hill now in his 944. Very nice and neat and tidy run. This carried lots of speed actually in through into triangle and up to keepers, using all the curb on the entrance to keepers. Nicely done on the exit as well, accelerating up the straight through the kink and into your view.
Yes, the Mod Prod Porsche 944 of Stephen Jury already heading up into museum, fully stripped out inside. 61.68 on his first time run, and over the finish 60.96. Nice improvement.
Meanwhile, in front of me is Graham Rose in the Porsche Boxster. A nice, neat and tidy run this, just breaking his way through keepers there into the left-hander. Just uses a nibble, a curb on the inside. A nice smooth line out of it as well as he accelerates up onto the straight through the elbow and towards you.
Right, so we have Graham Rose in the Boxster. This looks a pretty standard road car. Up into museum already. 65.14 on his first run. Can Graham get into the 64s? No, he's not going to do it. He's slower with a 66.09.
Meanwhile, Wayne Eason is on the hill now in his Boxster. He's already up and into your view, so he's pushing on.
Yep. This is the Boxster with a hard top, 60.58 on his first run for Wayne Eason. That's sounding a lot crisper, more modified I suspect in the engine department, and it's a 60.65, fractionally slower than on his first run.
Very consistent though, within 700ths on his 2 runs. Meanwhile on the line, I don't know if he was being held or if he was just waiting for a time for the car that went before, but Carl Lupton is on the line in the 944, 3 litre supercharged car. Sitting on the line now, building up the revs, and off he goes. Powers his way up through the right-hander towards the left-hander at Hall. Turns his way through there, nice and neat and tidy through there, and accelerates through the left-hander at Loggerheads, the first part of Loggerheads, and into the second part of Loggerheads into my view. Nice, and uses the curve on the inside but doesn't hit the marker boards. Braking nicely into triangle on the power, nice and early, but doesn't get. Oh, just clips the grass very slightly on the exit of triangle before Loggerheads. Turns it nicely through into keepers, through the right of keepers and the left, and he's up onto the straight, through the elbow and into your view now.
Here comes Carl Lupton, did a 59.70 on his first run. Looking to improve. No, Carl, determined driver. Charging for the finish, over the finishing line in 59.59.
Meanwhile on the hill now, Nicholas Wadsworth in the 911S CRS was really pushing on in the bottom half of the hill. I think this will be quite a quick time. He's already up onto the straight, through the elbow, and powering up into your view now.
Here he comes into fallow. Did a 59.36. Most important thing is he's already quicker than co-driver Ian Wadsworth. So he has the bragging rights for this meeting. Can he improve on 59.36? No, he's slower, 59.98.
Meanwhile on the hill now is Andy Fagan in the Boxster with the hard top and the Golf stripes on it. Very nice and neat and tidy through the bottom of the hill, but he's already powering up the hill, just brushes the grass on the way to you.
Yeah, a little bit of a lock-up going into fallow. Nevertheless, he's up into the top part of the hill. Round museum. Can he beat 61 seconds? Yes, he can. 60.42.
Good time. Justin Mather on the hill now in this 924 2.7 litre supercharged car. It really whines and hisses as it passes you. Really, really loud, this car.
I think he should be sponsored by Swan Kettles. Sounds
Yes.
like it's boiling all the time. So here he comes, whining his way up to the top of the hill. Justin Mather in the 924. 58.62 on his first timed run. Through the finish, improves to 58.47. And that is the end of the batch.
It is indeed. And next up, we have our runoff.
Yeah, well, we've got to get all these guys to the bottom of the hill first.
Oh, that will be the work of a moment.
And there's a big queue of them.
I can give you some class results. So Class M, which is sports racing and racing cars manufactured before 1971. This is sponsored by Johnson & Co. Property Consultants. Was won by Andy Tippett. in the Brabham BT30X in a time of 56.46. Followed by Robin Johnson in the Tiger on a 58.34, just beating teammate Joe McCrell, also in the Tiger on a 58.36. So those two separated by just 0.02 of a second. Then we've got the Class E, the All-Swage Loton Park Championship Class 1. I've got the scratch times here. This sponsored by All-Swage UK. Taking the class win is John Morris in the Mini Cooper S on a 68.46 from teammate Daniel Morris on a 68.90. Then Ian Winnie in a 78.39 in the Mazda. Fourth, Michael Crutchley in the Alfa Romeo Giulia on an 81.37. And fifth, Joe Feekins in the Ford Fiesta on an 81.79. Class E2, so Class 2 of the All-Swage Loton Park Championship. Won by Michael Harriman in the Renault Clio Mark 1 on a 61.62. Dominated the class there. Roy Holder second in the Renault Clio X85 on a 66.63. Third, David Lee in the Lotus Elise on a 67.16. Then Michael Griffith in the Golf R on a 68.26. Graham Griffith in the Golf R again on a 69.14. And then one non-starter, Carl Beaumont in the Renault Clio. And finally, I've got the results for the Porsche Club GB Speed Championship, which you've just seen the last runs from, and this was taken by Tim Barber on a 55.66. Second place, David Hilton on a 57.02. Third place, Justin Mather on a 58.62. Fourth place, Nicholas Wadsworth on a 59.36, and all the top four competitors all went faster this morning than they went this afternoon, which is interesting. Fifth place, Carl Lupton in the 944 on a 59.59, just edging out Ian Wadsworth in the 911 on a 59.60. Richard Snow in the Cayman GT4, 60.19. Andy Fagan in the Boxster, 60.42. Wayne Eason next up in another Boxster, 60.58. Then Josh Sadler in the Porsche RS 3-litre replica, 60.86, so really close between 5 or 6 cars there. Then Stephen Jury in the 944 on a 60.96. And then Martin Leach rounding out the class in his 911E on a 61.02. So, next we have round 10 of the BMTR Wind Developments Midland Hill Climb Championship here from Loton Park. And we have the runners and riders on the screen in front of you now. So first to run will be Alan Warburton in the Gould GR59, who qualified on a time of 47.26. But as he is a dual-driven car, he will run first and then come straight back down the hill. Then we will have Richard Summers in the DJ Firestorm. Then Joshua Moss in the Delara F399. Then John Stockley in the Little Force SF. Then Kelvin Broad in the supercharged Force TA. John Chalmers next in the Route F301. Then Graham Wynn in the Gould GR59. Then Iron Price in another Force TA. Then Simon Moyes in the GR59. Then David Warburton in his GR59. Trevor Willis in the OMS 28. And finally Sean Gould in the Gould GR59. So we are looking forward to that. That will be a great runoff, and I think it will take some stopping Sean Gould after that run to qualify on a 43.71.
Yeah, I think you're right, Billy. It's a really cracking qualifying time, and when you consider that Trevor Willis qualified on a 45.22, it's quite a chasm there to breach. But as I said before, amazing to see all these 1.6 litre booster engine cars.
Yes, phenomenal, isn't it?
Runoff. They're normally aspirated ones. We've got John Chalmers with the Route with forced induction.
Yep, and Kelvin Broad as well, and Simon Moyes as well. Is forced induction. But yeah, now on the line, and we have Alan Warburton on the line in the naturally aspirated 1600cc Gould GR59, and he's off the line already. Good start there, 2 seconds dead to 64 feet, and he's already up and into Hall. Nice and tidy through Hall, a little bit of a wiggle on exit, but he's already through up to Loggerheads. Nice and neat and tidy through the first part of Loggerheads. Carries lots of speed through the second part of Loggerheads, and he's now braking hard into Triangle. Nibble of the curve on the inside, but very neat and tidy. The front bounces across the road slightly as it leaves Triangle. Nice and neat and tidy through the first part of Keepers and through the left-hander at Keepers. Powering up the straight now towards you. He'll be flat through the kink, and he's into your view now.
Here we go, into Fallow. Uses every millimetre of track at Fallow. Up to Museum already. Back on the power. Charging for the finishing line. 48.09.
48.09.
Quite a bit slower than he qualified.
Yes, I think he'll be a little disappointed with that, actually.
Yeah, although there were 3 other cars that were slower in qualifying.
True.
Who've made it into the runoff.
It may be that the track is almost too warm. We shall see.
The sun has suddenly gone in at the top of the hill. It's gone dull, and the temperature has dropped fractionally.
So he will drive straight through the return area as he's doing now.
He's already heading back down.
Already back down to hand over to son David, who will run 9th in the runoff as he qualified 3rd.
Yeah, they've got plenty of time to do the handover.
Yep.
It's always awkward when the next car up is the one that's just gone up the hill.
Yeah, that never helps. But next up, we will have Richard Summers in the big DJ. Qualified on a time of 48.72. So Alan is back past me now here at the commentary box at Triangle. And back into the paddock. So flags are in, and we await Richard Summers. I can hear the car bursting into life in the paddock. And driving up now to the turn area, warming his tyres. 1, 2 burnouts there to the line. Brings the car to the start. Lines it up. Waits for his light to go. And launch control engaged, and he's off the line now. Great start, 1.91, a tenth quicker than Alan. Already up into Hall. Turns nicely through Hall, nice and neat and tidy on the exit of Hall, and powers down towards Loggerheads. Through the first part of Loggerheads, he's up by over a second at Loggerheads. Through the second part of Loggerheads, and powers his way down to Triangle. Brakes nicely into Triangle, turns nicely through Triangle, and back on the power again, and fires it up towards Keepers. A big pop and bang from the exhaust as he left Keepers. He's down by about half a second at Triangle, down by 8/10 as he leaves Keepers, but now he will power up the straight and really be able to stretch the legs of this big DJ as he accelerates towards you.
Into Fallow. Powering up into Museum. Out of the corner. Lights the blue touch paper and rockets over the finish. 48.66.
48.66.
It is an improvement.
Another improvement. He's been getting quicker all day, and it puts him into 2nd place in the runoff. On the line, we have Joshua Moss in the Delara F399. 2 litre Vauxhall powered car. Already off the line, big boot of the throttle as he left the line. 1/10 slower than Alan Warburton, but this car doesn't have the benefit of a launch control system. Nice and tidy as he leaves Hall and accelerates through to Loggerhead and into my view now, turns nicely through Loggerhead, uses all the road on the exit of Loggerheads and brakes nicely down into Triangle. Turns through Triangle, he's down by 4.5 tenths at this point, but he might make it up on the rest of the hill as he turns into Keepers and through the left, nice, and nibbles the curve on the inside, but very tidy run this from Joshua. About 5 tenths down as he leaves Keepers, accelerating up the straight through the kink into your sight now.
And Joshua Moss into and out of Fallow, just kept it on the black stuff. Now through Museum, the run to the line, qualified on a 48.66. It's a 49.2.
49.2.
Which goes into third at the moment.
Next on the line, John Stockley in the little Force 1600cc Force SF. Sitting on the line now, and off the line he goes and he powers his way. Good start, 1.81 seconds, 2 tenths quicker than Alan Warburton as he gets to the top of the hill and turns into Hall. Nice and tightly through Hall, and big boot of power as he exits Hall through the first part of Loggerheads nice and neatly and into my view now. Turns through the left-hander, down the hill towards Triangle and brakes nice and tight, neatly and tidily. A bit of a steal of ties through Triangle, but nothing to worry about, and he's away through Keepers. As he gets to, he was 1.5 tenths down at Triangle, half a second down at Keepers, so he's lost a little bit there as he accelerates up the straight through the kink and into your sight now.
Yes, here comes Jonathan Stockley, going well indeed for this little Force. Round Museum, the run to the finish, and over the finishing line, 48.43.
That puts him into
third.
Yes. Second, I've got him in second. Second place. After Alan, no?
No. 48.09 for Alan Warburton, 48.66.
That was a 48.43. Goes into second place.
Right. It's not putting the cars in order.
Next on the line, we have Kelvin Broad in the supercharged Force TA. Builds up the revs and he's off the line now. Good start, half a tenth quicker than Alan Warburton as it rockets away towards Hall. Nice and tidy through Hall, accelerates towards Loggerheads now, nice and tidy through the first part of Loggerheads and into my view now at the top of the hill. Uses all the loads as he comes out of Loggerheads and accelerates downhill towards Triangle. Hard on the brakes onto Triangle, right in the middle of the road. Had to wait a little bit as the car understeered through Triangle, but makes a really good entry into Keepers, carried loads of speed into there. He's up by a tenth as he leaves Keepers as he accelerates up the straight through the kink into your sight now.
Yes, Kelvin Broad into Fallow. A little bit of a hesitation getting back on the power up to Museum. Spitting flames as he goes through the corner, and Kelvin over the finish, 48.40.
48.40.
Goes ahead of Jonathan Stockley.
Puts him into second place in this runoff on a 48.40. So Alan Warburton still leads the way on a 48.09. Second at the moment is Kelvin Broad on the 48.40. Third, John Stockley on the 48.43. Leaving the line now, big pop and a bang as it accelerates off the line is John Chalmers in this very, very powerful route, up to 400 to 450 odd horsepower he can have, depending on how high the boost has turned up. He's already through Loggerheads. He's 100th down on Alan as he comes through Loggerheads, powers his way down towards Triangle, brakes nicely at Triangle, through Triangle, gets the powers and he rockets towards Keepers, turns into the right hander of Keepers and into the left, nibbles the curve a little bit on the inside of there. He's 100th up as he leaves Keepers, as he accelerates up the straight through the kink, very fast up the top of this track. He's 100th down as he comes to Cedar. It's so close.
Already heading up towards Museum, John Chalmers in the route. Heads for the line, through the finish, 47.49 into the lead.
Good time from John there, 47.49. 47.49. He was 100th down as he came up Cedar Straight, so he made up a lot of time through the from Fallow and Museum and over the finish. So that was a great top half of the hill from John there. Next coming to the line is Graham Wynn in the Gould GR59, but I think he might have stalled it because I heard it do one warming of its tyres and it's gone a little bit quiet. So I think he's stalled it. I can hear the car firing back into life. Brings the car, one more burnout, brings the car to the line, lines it up on the left hand side of the start line to make the turn up the hill as easy as possible. Visor down, adjusts his helmet, checks his visors down, builds up the revs, and he's off the line now. So much power this car, 1.92 second start, really good start there, and he's up and he's into Hall. Turns it through Hall, nice and tidy through Hall, controlled the back of the car really nicely there, through loggerheads, into the second part of loggerheads. Very neat and tidy run this from Graham. Powers his way down towards Triangle. Neat and tidy through Triangle. Had to wait immediately on the power and a bit of a burble from the traction control up towards Keepers. Through the second part of Keepers. Very, very neat and tidy. He's 6 tenths up as he leaves Keepers and accelerates up the straight through the kink. The Cedar Straight time, he's 7 tenths up. This should take the lead.
Graham Wynn heading up into Museum. Qualified with a 46.84, charging through the line 46.62.
Good time that from Graham, 46.62 to take the lead in the runoff.
And only the second driver to beat his qualifying time.
Indeed, and that means that Iron Price, who is next up, needs to better his qualifying time to take the lead, because Iron qualified on a 46.72. Einen on the line now in the 1600cc Suzuki Hayabusa powered Force TA. Engages gear, builds up the revs, leaves the line now, rockets off the line, 1.7264 feet. That's a brilliant time, and he's already up and into Hall. Bit of a wiggle as he came out of Hall and into the first part of Loggerheads. Carries loads of speed through there and uses all the road. Almost a four-wheel drift through the second part of Loggerheads, and he's down towards Triangle. He's half a second up at Triangle, sorry, 3 tenths up at Triangle. He accelerates away and through into Keepers, through the right-hander, through the left-hander. Don't hit the bollards, Iron, well done. He's up onto the straight, through the kink. He's 4 tenths up as he leaves Keepers, and he's accelerating toward the green now.
Charging into Fallow. Super run through Fallow, up into Museum. Back gets a little bit wayward, has to correct, runs to the line, 46.44.
46.44, great time that from Iron to better his qualifying time, and that is mightily impressive. And
so as before, Simon Moyes, who'll be the next, he has to go a 10th quicker to equal Iron.
He does.
So it's
they were also just
everything you can do, I can do better.
Exactly, yes. They were just adjusting a bollard at the loggerheads, but I don't think.
Oh no!
They've put a penalty.
We've got a 1.
We've got a 1. That is a real shame.
So
that's a 47.44. That's a real shame.
Down a place behind Graham Wynn.
And also, but yes, it will, won't it? Yes, they're dropping down. That is a shame. Anyway, takes a bit of pressure off Simon, but he still needs to equal his qualifying time to take the lead, because the lead is currently Graham Wynn on a 46.62 after that penalty for Iron. On the line now, Simon Moyes, and he's off the line. Good start, 1.93 seconds as he rockets up towards Hall, turns it into Hall as he disappears out of our first camera view and into our second camera shot. Nicely through loggerheads, can carry lots of speed through there, looks very neat and tidy. Nicely through loggerheads too, as well as he accelerates down the hill towards Triangle, brakes in the middle of the road and turns very neatly and tidy into Triangle. Bit of squeal from understeer from the front tyres, and then a big boot full of power towards Keepers, up through Keepers, and he's 3 tenths down, but 6 tenths down as he leads Keepers, sorry. We do remember that Iron has that penalty, but he rockets up the straight now and into braking 4 tenths down at Cedar.
Already into the braking area for Museum. Simon Moyes charging for the finish. Clock ticks down, it's a 47.24.
47.24 4. So that puts him into second place behind Graham Wynn.
Correct.
And guarantees Graham a finishing position of at least 4th, or at best 4th, should I say. Now on the line, David Warburton in the Little Gould GR59, qualified in a 45.61, so if he can equal that, he will take the lead. Just adjusts his visor now. On the line, builds up the revs, and off the line he goes. Start time of 1.87, so really good start time there from David as he accelerates up into Hall, turns through Hall, nice and neat and tidy through Hall, and down towards Loggerheads, very quick through the first part of Loggerheads and into my view now through the second part. Carries loads of speeds, a little wiggle on exit, but nothing to worry about. Brakes really late into Triangle, turns nicely into Triangle, a little bit of traction control as he comes out of Triangle, and he's already into Keepers. I can't speak as quickly as he's driving, very neat and tidy as he goes through Keepers. He's already 6.5 tenths up and he leaves Keepers flat out up the straight, and through the cedar track he's 8 tenths up as he's to you.
Big cut onto the grass on the outside of Fallow, but keeps going, pressing on hard. David Warburton heading for the finish. 45 seconds, 45.68.
45.68.
Goes into the lead.
What would he have done if he didn't have that minute? Because that moment at the...
I would have reckoned about a 45.
A very low 45, that would have been, I think.
Yeah, lost a couple of tenths, I think, with that.
Yeah, kept the boot in, but just put a wheel onto the chalk. But so committed in the bottom half of the hill and so neat and tidy. It's so fast. So, well, good run that from David to take the lead. Next on the hill, Trevor Willis, qualified on a 45.22. He'll want to find quite a bit of time to put some pressure on Sean Gould. Into the launch control, and he's off the line, accelerating at the first corner, 1.94 second start as he turns into Hall. Nice and neat and tidy through Hall. I think there's a bit of a lock-up. I can see a puff of smoke, but I couldn't quite tell. He's already through Loggerheads into the second part of Loggerheads and rocketing downhill towards me now. Brakes hard as he turns into Triangle. Big clunk on the curve on the inside of Triangle, but carries so much speed into the entry of Keepers. He's already through the second part of Keepers. Bit of a wiggle on exit, but he's rocketing up the straight now. He's 3 tenths up as he leaves Keepers. Up the straight, he's 7 tenths clear as he brakes to you.
Good run through Fallow up into Museum already, and Trevor on a charge, front end bobbling over the finishing line. 44.31.
44.31, quite convincingly into the lead of the runoff there, and means Sean does need to do a low 44 or better to take the runoff here. So Sean comes to the line in the Gould GR59, the sister car to the car that Graham Wynn drove earlier in this runoff, with the phenomenally powerful 4-litre Judd in the back, 700 something horsepower, 400 and something kilos. Phenomenal piece of equipment. He's on the line now, just getting him ready for the run. He'll be engaging launch control. Builds up the revs, and he's off the line now. Start time 1.83, a tenth up on Trevor as he turns into Hall. He went a little wide here in the last run. He didn't do it that time, but he did have a wiggle on exit through Keepers and into the second part of Keepers already. Nice and neat through there, and rockets down the hill towards me, brakes hard into Triangle. Nice and neat and tidy through Triangle, bit of a wiggle on exit with nothing really to worry about. Through Keepers already and turns through the left-hander nice and neatly, misses the bollards. He's 3.5 tenths up as he leaves Keepers and rockets up the finishing straight. His cedar split time, he's 7 tenths up on Trev as he turns into the left-hander.
Just keeps everything on the black stuff at Fallow, into and out of Museum. This should take the lead. 43.18.
Wow, 43.18. Quite phenomenal there from Sean Gould to take the runoff win. What a time that is. 43.18. Brilliant. Well done, Sean Gould. Wow. So, that completes the runoff. And
fantastic.
What a runoff. Brilliant, wasn't it? So, I'll run you through the results. We're just checking if that was a hill record or not. but it must be very close. Anyway, the results of the runoff. We think that's a hill record. Yes, it was. That was a new hill record from Sean Gould there. It was a 43.24 before, lowered to a 43.18 in the runoff. Absolutely fantastic. A new record. The old one was 43.27. I've just been corrected. So just under a tenth off the record, 900ths under the record for that run. Well done, Sean Gould. So the results of round 10 of the BMTR Wind Developments Midland Hill Climb Championship here from Loton Park. Sean Gould takes the win and a new course record on 43.18. Trevor Willis, second, 44.31. David Warburton, third, 45.68. Graham Wynne, fourth, on a 46.62 due to the time penalty being applied to Iron Price. Fifth, Simon Moyes on a 47.24. Sixth, Iron Price on a 47.44. Seventh, John Chalmers on a 47.49. Eighth, Alan Warburton on a 48.09. Ninth, Kelvin Broad on a 48.04. 10th, John Stockley on a 48.43. Sorry, correction for Kelvin Broad was a 48.40. John Stockley, 10th on a 48.43. Richard Summers, 11th on a 48.66. And finally, Joshua Moss, 12th on a 49.20. So that concludes the runoff and concludes the running here today. That was a fantastic run, wasn't it, there, Steve? From
absolutely
from
superb.
Sean. Brilliant.
From Sean, and a fantastic day's hill climbing altogether. The weather was perfect, near enough, and the hill record broken. So what more could you
ask for? Exactly. So all that leaves for me to say is thank you so much from our marshals for all they do, and thank you so much also to the organisers here and to Rich for putting together this fantastic stream so that you can join us. They're just showing a replay now on the stream of that fantastic run. So as you can see, he had a little wiggle as he came out the first corner, but it didn't seem to slow him down. Absolutely fantastic run there from Sean. Absolutely brilliant through triangle, nice and neat and tidy here. Accelerates away through keepers and then just carries so much speed out of keepers onto the straight, up through the kink, braking into fallow. I thought he was going to run wide at fallow, I really did, but he carried so much speed through there and kept it on the track, used every inch of it, and got on the power very early out of New Zealand across the line to take the record. So fantastic run there from Sean Gould.
I think he was fastest at every split.
He was, yes.
So
yes.
He just built on the speed all the way up the hill.
Yes,
fantastic
exactly.
Run. Anyway, I'm going to sign off now. Everybody have a safe journey home. We look forward to seeing you here at Loton Park later in the season. And I can't remember what I'm doing next week. I might be going to Aintree for a sprint.
Oh, very nice. Well, thank you very much for your company today, Steve.
Well, thank you, Billy. Nice to meet you again after all these years.
Yes.
And please give my best wishes to your dad.
I will do. So thank you, Steve, and I will also sign off here from Triangle. Thank you for a fantastic day of motorsport here at Loton Park. Thank you for those that have joined us here at the track and to those that have joined us on the stream. And I look forward to speaking to you from another hill climb very soon. Thank you.